country, thousands of old buildings lie forgotten and neglected, often tangled up with red tape and development restrictions. Many of these properties are steeped in history and are of outstanding architectural interest. In this series, you're going to see buildings that no other sane developer would touch with a barge pole. Windmills, follies, gatehouses and churches. I'm passionate about our architectural heritage and I want to help breathe new life into these buildings and make them useful again. Getting planning though can be really tricky.
I can't think of a good reason why this house should not have an extension.
You've got to understand the process, the politics.
The whole business has to be something you enjoy and it's a way of life.
Luckily, up and down the country, people are buying these forgotten gems. These stubborn romantics all share one dream. They want to create a home which is totally unique.
I like the softened corners, the arches, the little tunnels.
I want this to be like a secret garden.
But their labours of love can come at a huge personal price, both financially...
We're not close to running out of money, we have run out of money.
...and emotionally.
It nearly tore us apart.
When you take on a listed building, you're taking on a responsibility.
You've got to listen to other people, you know. You can't just make exactly what you want.
I hope I can bring my vision and expertise to help these restoration warriors realise their dreams.
Just didn't want to live in a normal terrace house again.
A heritage house with all modern day facilities, but crucially with its structural soul intact. Celebrating the past, yes, but inventing a new future for these architectural treasures in the 21st century. I've come to Ormskirk in Lancashire. Mark Horton and his wife Sheena have bought this 18th century Grade 2 star listed Gothic Revival folly for £290,000 and dream of converting it into a large family home.
I first saw it about 18 months ago. With its Gothic arches, you could just see bits from behind the green vine. It just looked really sort of like an old spooky castle thing. She came down to see it with me and she fell for it straight away.
It was a pile of bricks, quite literally.
And can't really see how it can be a house.
Doesn't have a roof.
It's a listed building and it's fallen to bits, so it's in the middle of a field. There's no road to it, there's no water, there's no electricity, no gas.
I think he can finally build us a home where we may be able to unpack our stuff
and
settle in for once.
Mark is 46 and has owned his own successful building company for over 15 years. They specialise in hospital refurbishment and office and residential interiors. Sheena is a housewife and looks after their 3 daughters. Danielle, 21, who's just finished university, Liberty, who's 15 doing her GCSEs, 5-year-old Ruby, and their 2 dogs, Alfie and Tilly. Having sold their last home, they rent this house in Southport. Where I can, I'm going to help, advise and support them on this restoration journey.
This location for me is just so beautiful. I mean, it's a bit of a grey, miserable English summer day, which is a shame, but the landscape is so typically English. You've got these stunning cornfields. You've actually got a railway line just running over the back there in the distance. A little church over there. It's absolutely beautiful. But what's bizarre is as we're approaching this building, there's no road, there's no track, there's nothing. So I'm having to walk through the cornfields to get there. That's fantastic. Absolutely stunning. Hi, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Hello, you. Who's this?
It's Ruby.
It's going to be home soon.
One day.
Well, maybe not soon, I shouldn't say
Yeah,
that, should
maybe
I?
not too
I shouldn't put
soon.
the pressure on too much, mate.
Yeah, next week.
Yeah, next year.
What did you think when you found out that he bought it? Did he tell you?
Mark tells me when he's bought it.
Right, afterwards.
Afterwards. Like the year the 2 of them went to Spain. Most people go to Spain and bring either a postcard back. Mark comes back to tell me we've got a house. Right, OK.
And it sounds like you've always been a bit dubious about his other projects, but this one...
It's good, yeah. It's good.
I love it.
I am, yeah, but it's going to be exciting to watch each step. And I know Mark's always wanted to build his own house to live in, even though he's always done sort of restoration work, nothing to this extent. So in a way, this is his dream. I think that's what's making it exciting.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that he's going to actually build something that we're going to live in.
I'll make him an offer when he's finished it.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, no, don't, because knowing Mark, he'll move us on to the next project. We never know where we're going to be.
Odd, eccentric buildings like this one are a particular British phenomena and are called follies for good reason. In the 18th and 19th centuries, anyone who was anyone built a folly, and there are still about 1,500 of them in the UK, mostly on country estates. Aristocratic sons would trot off around Europe on the Grand Tour, a sort of posh gap year. On their return, they wanted to celebrate their adventure. Not for them a few photos and an update on Facebook, no. Instead, they flashed the cash and built an architectural statement for all to admire, in the classical Greek or Roman style. Our folly was allegedly built in the 1750s by a relative of the 10th Earl of Derby, the family famous for the Epsom horse race, and the 14th Earl of Derby, who served as Prime Minister 3 times. It was built in a Gothic revival fashion, a reaction against the classical architecture of the Renaissance, considered a bit too pagan for their liking. The Gothic style seemed to fit better with the Protestant conservative values of Victorian Britain. Although we all know those Victorians were right old goers behind their closed doors. The most famous Gothic revival building is the Houses of Parliament in London.
You've got yourself a cracking building here.
It's all right, it's a bit of a nightmare.
Is it?
Yeah, there's a lot to do to it.
Yeah, it looks like it, but it's beautiful, man. You're in the most fantastic setting as well. Yeah. How did you come across it?
I was having a bacon butty and I saw it in a free paper.
You're joking?
Nah. So I've just got a feeling that it's going to be where I'm going to finish my days off, you know. I'm not going to do another one.
It might finish you off, mate. That's the worrying thing.
I'm going to be in the foundations, either me or the wife, one of us.
It's one of the things, isn't it? You see a building like this, all nice and idyllic in the countryside, and people fall in love with it, but you don't realise there's no infrastructure there, there's no services, there's nothing. You're mad, aren't you?
Yeah, probably.
The building footprint is 900 square feet. While the exterior is of historical interest and is Grade 2 star listed, archaeological plans show the inside of the building has been continually changed. In the 19th century, it was converted into residential use and was divided into 4 rooms upstairs and 4 rooms downstairs. With the building in danger of collapsing, Mark has planning permission to keep and restore the exterior, but can completely redevelop the interior.
That wall's going to be gone. Yeah. Walk up the stairs, you turn back on yourself, and then directly here there's going to be a little oak library, and then this will be open right the way up to the roof space with skylights in.
And how many bedrooms?
Just 1 bedroom, that's going to be.
Just one?
Just 1 bedroom.
So what, are you doing an extension or something?
A little bit of a one on the back.
A little one?
Yeah, and everything, the kids are going out there, so that'll be very modern, and this will be quite traditional in this bit.
Mark plans to strip the original layout of small rooms into a 1-bedroom house for him and his wife. The bedroom will occupy all the first floor, and downstairs there'll be a living room and double-height dining area by the staircase. Outside, existing foundations show originally there was a cobbled courtyard and farm buildings around an L-shaped wall. Mark plans to use these foundations to create a new fully enclosed courtyard by adding an additional wall. This courtyard extension is massive, 3,500 square feet, housing 3 big bedrooms for each of his daughters, a kitchen diner, a utility and a games room that all look onto a central fountain. So it's an impressive modern extension attached to the folly at the back.
I think this is brilliant. I absolutely love it. And I think he's great as well. I think he's got loads of energy, loads of enthusiasm and a lot of passion for the building, which counts for everything. The thing that I'm just intrigued about is what the new extension's going to look like though, because it's massive. I mean, 17 metres out from the back of the old building is a huge extension to doing something like this, and I'm not quite clear in my mind what it's just going to look like, but hopefully it'll be brilliant.
Derelict since the 1940s and in the middle of a cornfield on a rambling estate, it has no utilities, no water, no access road, and the surrounding farmland is boggy.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, George.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm all right, yeah.
How's it going?
OK.
Good.
Great.
You're going to give us a day's work? Do you pay well?
No.
I'm going, sod it.
What do you want to do, mate?
Anything, what do you want to do?
Get
It's a bit of
some
grafting
stone-
for you. Yeah, come on.
Bit of stone in the barrow.
Yeah, you give us a little dodgy one. I was saying the bad workman always blames these tools and you give me that.
I got that with some toffee.
Huh?
I got that with some toffee.
Where do you want it?
Just round there by the back
Get more
door.
in there, actually.
Being a building contractor, Mark has the confidence to dive straight in, and with his own team of builders, including his younger brother, has started stripping the Folly's interior. But even as they start to lay the foundations, the problems of a remote site like this are beginning to surface.
All around here, the land's really flat, and the natural water table, which is the amount of groundwater, is so high. So if you dig a hole just a foot down, you hit water. And that's a tricky thing when you're building here. So as soon as you put a trench in, all the water's coming back up. And you don't want water in there when there's that much concrete.
So just 2 weeks into the project, even an experienced builder like Mark is finding that restoration can be challenging. This is a totally different game to refurbishing hospitals and new builds.
And stop the footing. Stop it back here.
It's a funny thing, because when people get seduced by old buildings, they see them and go, oh, that's beautiful, I'll buy it. But what they don't realise is if you haven't got a decent road, you haven't got electricity, you haven't got power, you haven't got all those things, it's a nightmare. And it adds thousands of pounds to the build and means that it's much more harder work. So the sooner that Mark can get the road in, the better. The build can move on much quicker. They can get materials delivered, they can get mixers here, they can get cement guys here, everything, and work much faster. At the minute, it's, you know, it's semi-medieval. It's quite like it, actually.
Mark is totally unfazed by the huge building logistics of this project. With all his finance in place, he's planning to drill a £6,000 borehole to find spring water and install 280 metres of armoured cabling to get electricity to the site. He's also going to put in a large reed bed soakaway for drainage. But conservation is a totally new area for him. So I'm wondering how he's dealing with all the special planning permissions necessary with restoring a Grade 2 star listed building like this, particularly if you want to add a modern extension.
And what about the conservation people?
They're okay, the local office has been good. I mean, any conservation officer wants it to the letter, but he has given us a bit of leeway.
Conservation officers have different opinions for different buildings in different areas. Because some of them quite easily could have come along to you and said, you know what, we want the extension to be traditional, we want you to match the brick, even maybe pick up on some of the brick detailing, you know, the sawtooth detailing across the top. We want you to look like an exact replica that it's been there for the last 300 years.
Well, that's what I wanted to do, but they don't want us to do that. They want us to give it a modern twist at the back. But I'm still arguing that.
Most people, when they think about restoration projects, just think, oh, you know, it's all a bit old, it's all a bit dusty. Well, it's not. It's about how do you make this building work in the 21st century.
Once you get that thing about a property or anything that you really, really want it, it seems to take over and you sort of put all the problems with the property don't seem to matter. And you don't, and then you suddenly wake up one day and you think, I've got to fix all that.
Unlikely as it may sound, in the 18th century, Ormskirk had pretensions to rival the likes of Harrogate and Bath. It was a spa town, famed for the healing properties of its water. Charles Stanley, local landowner and a sort of Duncan Bannatyne of his day, was keen to capitalise on the trend for healthy water treatments and built a spa complex. Complete with cold water plunge bath, it may have been a trifle optimistic, given the Lancashire climate. The name may suggest otherwise, but it's actually debatable whether Bath Lodge was associated with the spa complex at all. The local records from the Crosshall estate have sadly gone missing, and nobody can now agree on the exact history of this building. Pevsner, the famed recorder of all significant buildings in the UK, calls it a bathhouse, which might seem to settle the matter. But West Lancashire Borough Council are adamant it's a former hunting lodge. And English Heritage really stick their necks out, describing it as a Grade 2 star listed folly or hunting lodge. Looks like it's up to me, Curious George, to get to the bottom of this architectural enigma. I'm off to meet local historian Mona Duggan, who has written 11 books about the Ormskirk area, who I hope will shed some light on the subject. I've also come across a book written in the 1940s by landgirl Rachel Knappett, a pullet on the Midden, who writes about a character who supposedly lived there.
It actually talks about an Irishman called Barney who used to actually live in the building. And then it's even said here about a girl who tragically kind of kills herself at the building. It says, many years ago, an unfortunate girl who was living in the castle leapt from an upstairs window, ran across the field and drowned herself in the pond. According to Barney, her sad ghosts haunt the place still today. The thing with this building is it is shrouded in history and mystery, but nothing seems to be definite.
It's clear Barney lived there in the early 1900s, and maybe the estate's Master of the Hounds was there even earlier. The internal layout suggests this, as do the outside kennels. Mona Duggan is the most knowledgeable local living historian in the area, and probably my best shot at unravelling this mystery. Was it originally built as a bathhouse connected to the spa at nearby Bath Farm, or was it merely a decorative folly in the landscape with no practical use?
This is when I went to see it. I happened to get to know the farmer who owned the land. Up till that stage, I'd never managed to get onto the land because it was very private and you had to go down unmade roads and things. They put it alongside this one, which is the...
look at that.
That must have been taken, I think, in the early years of the 1900s because of the way the lady's dressed. She looks almost Victorian, doesn't she?
At that. That is an amazing
Can't
photograph. It's great. I mean, you can see all the original windows in there, absolutely everything. So, Mona, what was this building used for? What do you know about it?
Well, its origins are very confusing anyhow. Definitely there was a bath there and a spa. And in fact, on some of the early maps, you can see all the woodland that they laid out so that the people who came to the spa could have a little wander around the woods and things after they'd had their bath.
So it was definitely a bath and spa of some form?
Yes. The main thing was that they were to drink the waters and then wander around these beautiful woods and things. And it was just a pleasure garden in actual fact. If they were modest, perhaps the ladies bathed in Bath Lodge and the gentlemen bathed in the farm, because there were baths up at the farm. I've actually seen those have been excavated. So whether the sexes were segregated or not, I don't know.
What would the space have felt like, do you think?
It would be relaxing and they'd chatter and you never know, there might have been a bit of matchmaking going. The gentlemen came down from theirs and the ladies, and then they met behind the bushes and there we were.
Local legend also says it might have been a brothel, or certainly somewhere where the local lords might have taken their mistresses. But I didn't want to ask a lady like Mona about that. So all the other rumours that I've heard are all rubbish?
I should think so. You never know what might have happened once it became derelict, though, do you?
Mona is absolutely lovely, and with a lot of conviction, she said that this building is a bath lodge, a spa. But to be honest, there's no mention of that anywhere. English Heritage and all these other bodies call it a hunting lodge and a folly in the landscape. So even though she had some conviction, I'm not entirely convinced. I think this is going to need a lot more research. It's a prime example of rumour just going around a local area about what a building might or might not have been. Before Mark could get planning permission from West Lancashire Council, he had to pay £950 for a historical survey, documenting the exact condition of the building before he could do anything to it. Ron Gurney is the local seismic archaeologist who carried out that survey, so I'm hoping he's got concrete scientific evidence about the building's former purpose. So Ron, you've carried out the archaeological building survey. What can you tell me about this building? Was it used as a proper bath lodge or not?
Well, what we can tell basically is that the building itself does not appear to have been used as a bath in any form.
Okay.
It's basically part of the... we do believe it's probably part of the cold water plunge complex, but not a sort of a working part. Okay. More of a sort of a view.
So why would this have been built? Why was it here?
Well, we think it's possibly a sort of a practical folly. It's certainly built by the landowner as a sort of a statement on the landscape. Right. And designed, obviously, to be viewed from a distance.
But that building was not used for bathing?
That's right. I think that's more or less, you hit the nail on the head.
Thank God for that. It's taken me months to get to that stage. So
it seems at last that all of the detective work for the history of this building is over. And I think everyone was right, from English Heritage to local historians to Pevsner, because this building has had so many different uses in its lifetime.
Originally it was built in the 1700s as a decorative folly to be admired from afar. It never had a plunge pool, but was loosely connected to the health spa at nearby Bath Farm, if only as a rendezvous for amorous liaisons, hence the label Bath Lodge. In the 19th century, it became a hunting lodge, when it was converted for practical use as a home for the gamekeeper. After World War II, it was left to rot, until its current custodian Mark came along.
Now, with all the architectural plans in effect being completed, I really want to help Mark with the finishes and the details, and I'm hoping that I can convince him to use beautiful oak bifold doors to open out onto the courtyard.
Courtyards are my favourite type of building and have been around since at least 3000 BC. The earliest civilizations in China, the Middle East and North Africa all had them. Some of my architectural heroes today are famed for using them. Japanese architect Tado Ando's Azuma House and Kashino House are all about being in touch with the elements within your home. And Charles Correa's Coromangala House in South India is considered one of the most influential houses of the 20th century. Well, the Bath Lodge is still a little way off that. 2 months into the build, personal troubles have struck the family. Mark's wife has taken ill and is in hospital. It couldn't have come at a worse time, as the financial pressures are mounting too. The bank is pulling the loan.
Just how tricky has it been with the banks? Because since your
just
credit
changed.
crunch...
I mean, for example, on Monday they were down, the bank was down and everything was happy and they sent back the paperwork for and everything was okay. And by Friday, after the bank had been took over, they changed the lending completely. So even though they'd agreed it in principle, they took it back 4 days later.
It's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? When you've got something in your head that you think the bank's on board, they're happy, everything's fine, credit crunch comes along, the bank gets sold to somebody else, the rules change, they come back to you and go, well, actually, we're not quite sure, mate.
I've always been able to borrow whatever I wanted to borrow from the bank, and to suddenly be told no is a bit of a shock, you know.
I suppose at the minute, though, you're financing the entire thing out your own pocket, there's no bank money.
That's it, it's all my money at the moment.
Which means you're really stretching yourself to be able to make that happen.
Well, chest pains all weekend, but it's stressful. Money things are stressful, you know, and I didn't think I'd have to worry about it. But I mean, at the end of the day, if it takes a bit longer and a bit of stress involved in it, it's part of it, innit? And once it's all done, you forget about it, don't you? You know, you move on. That's it. I'll have a nice little house. Start taking life a bit easier.
The project is running 4 weeks behind schedule. The bank has pulled the money, his wife is in hospital, he's running 2 businesses, the restoration project and looking after his 3 daughters. It's an enormous burden which could tip any man, even a hyperactive workaholic like Mark, over the edge. Little did I know, Mark's life was in serious danger as he was about to have a massive heart attack. Thankfully he survived, so I'm visiting him at home to check that he's okay.
How did it make you feel knowing that you were just a couple of days from death?
At the time I just didn't, I know it sounds, but I didn't think about it. I had so much going on in my head anyway, with other things. It's only afterwards that you come around and you think, you start to realise then how fragile your life is, you know, how easy it's taken away from you. But within a couple of days I would have been dead. There's no two ways about it. I've just got to realise that I've got to start slowing down, basically eating less bacon butties, drinking less, a bit more exercise, you know.
But do you think you can take your foot off the pedal now?
I am really struggling because the business doesn't really let you. Being self-employed, you can't actually say, right, I'm stopping today, because you employ people, you've got tax bills to pay, you've got everything else to pay. You can't ring up the tax man and say, sorry, I've had a heart attack, any chance of 6 months off? I've come from a council estate or whatever. A lot of people out there come from council estates. But you have this in the back of your head that you don't ever... Not there's anything wrong with the council estate, but whatever you make, it never... I don't think it ever really feels like it's yours. So you have to work a bit harder to keep that, you know? And always have that nest egg to stop it so your kids can always have a better chance than what you did.
Mark's obviously been in the building game for a long time. He loves doing up buildings. But to be honest, I think most of the buildings he's done up in his life are probably stuff like this. Do you know what I mean? Houses that aren't really that great. It's kind of the builder's game projects. and he's fallen in love with the Bath Lodge. He adores that building. He even said in that conversation, you know, he looks around to his missus and says, if I don't make it out of this hospital, finish the Bath Lodge, because I've done it for you and I've done it for the kids. That's huge. You know, emotionally, that is amazing for him to take all the risks and the pressures that he does in life, just so his wife and his kids have got a beautiful place called home. And I'm just happy that he's around now to finish it.
When I heard the news, I was worried this project would grind to a halt. But luckily, his younger brother Clive has been holding the fort while Mark's been recuperating.
What's it been like the last few months? Because obviously with him being
It's
ill.
been hard work, yeah, it has been hard work. When he wasn't well, yeah, a bit spooky. I wasn't into that at all. It was hard trying to get on with the job and not, you know, wanting to run up and ring him up all the time and go down and see how he was. Because it was a bit frightening, to be honest, yeah.
I'm not surprised, really.
Yeah, especially when we went down on the night when he was taken down onto Liverpool. Not nice at all.
I suppose it's always in the back of his mind that if he gets too stressed again.
Exactly, yeah. So at the moment it's difficult. If anything goes wrong, I try to sort things out with the lads, sort of without telling him really. But he does get to find out eventually, but I try to wangle it so that by the time he finds out, it's already been sorted.
Despite the doctors advising a 12-week break, just 4 weeks after his heart attack, Mark is back on site, albeit not every day. He just couldn't keep away. It's a cold, filthy English winter's day, and certainly not a place for a man who's recovering from a serious heart attack. But it's important Mark's on site. In the next few hours, everything could go horribly wrong. The crane is on site to put into place the critical new green oak beams that have come from France. They will literally keep the building standing, but placing them in the old brickwork is very tricky. If they bang the structure, it could fall down.
Inside, what we've had to do is build a complete new concrete block structure. It's like another house within the house to support the whole of the outer skin, because it's in such a bad way. That's all tied in now with anchor bolts. And that should keep most of the building together as a structure. That's why we've had to come up from the inside, and now we're taking the roof off, because there's something there to hold the two gables up.
I was surprised no one from the Conservation Office or the Council was here for such a crucial day of the project.
Not seen any planners, I've not seen anything from the Council. They've all left me alone, so they've all, you know, to be quite true, I think they're quite brave to give us a chance of, because most councils still have that stupid mentality of a grade 2 listed building that's got to be done in a certain way. Also what's happening is these grade 2 listed buildings all over the country just falling to bits. So this council have been brave with this one, but they've been trying to sell this building for about 35 years. Nobody's bought it. So the fact I've bought it now, and we are saving it, you know, it will be a house, and it will last, you know, another 300 years.
While Mark's passion and can-do attitude is admirable, I'm really worried that pushing again so hard so quickly might just give him another heart attack. And next time, he might not be so lucky.
Mark, how are you, mate?
How do you, mate?
Good to see you. How's it going?
All right.
You well?
Yeah, planning on. It's going really good.
Oh, Mark, this is brilliant. Look at this. It's absolutely fantastic. I can't believe you've got it up this quickly, actually. What an amazing piece of building work, mate. It's a fantastic courtyard, isn't it? Stunning, stunning little courtyard. The builder's moved on so much. I'm kind of confused how it has done, because you didn't have any money the last time I was here. The bank had pulled all the funding, and you didn't have much money left in the bank. So how have you managed to do all this?
I've just used every penny that I've got, every bit on my overdraft, any spare money that I had in my business, anything.
Well, I suppose it's the problem with any property purchase that's a wreck like this. You're always taking a risk. There's always a risk somewhere, isn't there?
There's a big risk.
But now there's just a bigger risk because of the credit crunch.
Even bigger, even bigger. And then all you need now is you get the conservation officer, or you get the heritage or something like that to stop you half the way through or something and say it's a site of special interest or whatever, and then you're knackered because you can't finish the job off. You're into the bank for hundreds of thousands and they don't give a monkey because all they're interested in is the fact that you've saved the property. Yeah. Then it's your job to keep it saved, even though you've got no money, so you could quite easily become a cropper.
So it's bad for restoration.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, you've got to get going get it looking something like so they can actually see past the brickwork, past the rubble. They've got to be able to see past that to give a valuation. I mean, we've paid 300,000 for this. We've spent probably 100,000, and the bank's valued it now at just under £1 million. So if they look past it, you can see there's money there. You can make money still. You just got to be careful how much you spend.
Horrible process, though.
Oh yeah, very stressful.
Now the bank can see the potential in this building, they've given Mark £158,000 to finish the project. Structurally, the building is complete, so from here on in, it's all about the detailing. Heart attacks apart, I'm concerned the conservation officer has not visited site for a long time, and I'm beginning to worry about Mark's finishes.
When you're doing an old building in a unique location, you've got to think about the architecture being different and what that architecture really means. And you can't just take the rules of a standard normal domestic house and apply it to an old building like this. And what Mark's done is gone, oh, well, of course you have ripple glass in a bathroom. Of course you do, because I've done it in every other house that I've done everywhere else in the world. And it's like, well, yeah, if you're on the carsy in there or in the bath, who's going to see you? No one. He's got no next door neighbours. No one's going to come wandering around the field. Even if they did walk down the field, they're not going to see him on the loo because he's in the first floor. So why put ripple glass in this building? It doesn't make any sense architecturally. It just doesn't.
Even for an experienced builder like Mark, dealing with conservation officers and restoring a listed building like this requires a completely new set of skills. I'm trying to give him all the support I can, but I'm not sure it'll be enough.
I just don't know if he's got that touch to get the real detail of the interior of this property absolutely right.
Mark has now had a conservation officer on site, and the news is not entirely favourable.
The situation at the moment is that we're looking at some minor changes to the approved plan that Mark has done. Those panels or sections where the new building joins the old building are really important to define the old historic building from the new work.
Mark has used old bricks with the new extension at the front and wants a seamless join. Conservation want a clear distinction between the old folly and the new building with a modern glass panel.
The worst scenario is that it's going to cost about 25 grand. When it's a conservation officer, what he says tends to go, unless you want to fight him.
Mark, coming from the new build aspect, has forgotten that he can't just move on and do things on his own accord. It's not a standard house, and there are special considerations for a listed building.
I've given Mark as much help as I can with the detailing, and I'm hoping, despite budgetary constraints, he's taken my advice and the conservation officer's feedback on board. But after his heart attack, my first concern is his well-being.
How's the heart?
All right.
Is it still beating?
Yeah, half of it.
Half of it? This looks bloody brilliant.
See the skylights in there now. We've got to paint it, but I was going to paint it anyway.
Oh, what have you done? What have you done?
It's plastic, isn't it?
It's bloody plastic! I hate it. All the lovely quality materials you've used on this. You're all singing, all dancing, glass skylight, you're doing it in white plastic.
Yeah. It's budget. You don't want to overspend now. I'm trying to keep it on budget because we've gone quite a bit over, you know.
I know Mark has spent £200,000 more than he anticipated, and I don't want to add to the stress, but I feel that he might be bottling it and will fall at the last hurdle.
So that's just one big glass skylight across there?
Yeah, but what's the framing on it?
It's oak underneath and then plastic on the top. You don't see it, it's flat.
You do from your upstairs window. You're going to look out and see white plastic sections on top. Why don't you do it in aluminium?
A lead capping.
Broke, exhausted and struggling with his health, I understand that he just wants to finish it. But I'm going to try and persuade him to rethink the skylight between the old folly and the new build, because I know the conservation officer will definitely not like any more PVC white plastic. I fear small savings at the end or risking the architectural soul of the building. As the bank has valued the property at £1 million, compromising now is a false economy.
All right, Mark, we're going to have to come up with a detail for how this glass is going to work, because we've got, obviously, the line of the old building, the new blockwork that you've put up there, and then we've got the new roof edge, if you like, where all this timber is. And I just love it when you stand here, you look straight up, and the glass is going to be there. I mean, even on a day like today, you can see what the impact of that's going to be. Beautiful blue sky, beautiful sunlight on the old building, and loads of natural light coming down into the space. Excellent.
Yes, I realise that we're in the thick of a terrible credit crunch. Yes, I know that money's really tight for Mark, but he's got to realise with any successful restoration project, it's all about getting the details absolutely right. And this skylight is probably the most important detail on the entire project. It's the junction between the old building and the new courtyard. It's got to be perfect, it's got to be beautifully designed and in keeping. You can't put something in there that's the kind of cheap, nasty UPVC. This has got to be a quality material, and for me, it's got to be clad in oak. The good news is Sheena is out of hospital and back on site supporting Mark.
Yeah, she should be doing curtains, that sort of stuff.
I'm chief curtain maker, I think.
Yeah.
I've never done it before, so I'm not sure what they'll look like.
She'll probably cheat and go and get them bought and pretend she's made them.
I've actually thought about doing that. He won't buy me a new sewing machine, so I refuse to do the...
She's got a sewing machine, but she wants a new super duper one.
I just want a new one, that's all. So... Now I'm going to be doing all the soft furnishings, aren't I?
Yeah.
I think when I was away, I felt sort of out of it, but now I'm back, I feel really keen. I want to have a lot of say in things. I do feel part of it now.
It's good to have her back, you know, because it is such a lot to do.
While the furnishings and fittings are all important, the pressing issue is the visit from the conservation officer to discuss the joining of the old bath lodge to the new extension. The conservation officer wants some costly changes, which cash-strapped Mark is trying to resist.
Well, that looks a lot better, doesn't it?
To keep the peace, Mark agreed to install a glass panel at the side, but the real expense and bone of contention is at the front. He's used old bricks and wants a seamless join. Conservation is demanding another glass panel between old and new.
I don't think that the two styles are completely different anyway, so that gives you a physical break.
The way that the extension's been designed is to provide a sort of modern ancillary extension to the principal building. We need to follow that through to create that break between the new and old. I don't treat you any differently than I would treat any other owner of a listed building. I make everybody jump through the hoops, unfortunately.
The conservation officer is not backing down, and after 6 months of negotiation, Mark reluctantly agrees with a letter of intent to put a glass panel in at the front of the building. And there is more bad news inside. As I thought, the conservation officer does not like the protruding plastic skylight, and it too will have to be replaced.
Clearly, when you come down the drive and in the landscape, you suddenly see the little plastic roof sticking up.
It was all about a budget, and me thinking this is the cheapest way of doing it, and it doesn't work. This is the one George did. As you can see, he put less of an angle on, and this one works. And I'm not having to take this one off like the one I've done.
This works because, again, it's this idea of the glazing. It's hidden, for one, but also it's that idea that the glazing provides that link, that light touch between the new extension and the old building.
What Mark needs to understand is that he's not really the owner of this building. He's just a custodian for future generations. What matters here is not what he wants, but what is best for the building. It's been a costly exercise, but Mark's finally learnt his lesson.
Not everybody gets everything right. Doesn't matter how clever you are, or how clever you think you are, how smart you think you are, whatever. You've got to listen to other people, you know. You can't just make exactly what you want.
I first came to this majestic but sad and forgotten building 13 months ago, and had to walk literally through a field to get to it. Now there's a road, but it's winter and Mark hasn't yet had time to landscape outside.
I mean, he's still got the porta cabin here and sheds here and skips here and everything else, so he must have just moved in. But the building looks absolutely brilliant.
This building has had many incarnations. It began its life as a Gothic revival folly, and perhaps a rendezvous for bathers and lovers. Then it became a Victorian gamekeeper's house, before finally being abandoned in 1945 and left to rot for 70 years. When Mark began, it had no roof and the walls and floors had completely fallen in. He's turned a derelict 18th century folly into a modern family home.
You're still alive, mate. You're still here?
Yeah, still here, mate.
You haven't dropped?
Nice to see you again, mate.
All in? Settled?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
you've just got in?
4
Just
days,
got in.
yeah.
4 days?
Yeah, we just finished putting stuff away.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I think.
Hello, you. Someone's looking very pretty over there.
Princesses live in castles, you see.
That looks great. Look at it!
The new courtyard is stunning.
Look at that. I love the way, actually, even standing here, that you look up and you see the old part with all the period detailing, and then you get the modern courtyard beneath it.
She sat there the first night in the bed and looked up and thought...
I didn't know if I was actually awake or
Or
I was
dreaming.
dreaming it.
Mark's kept and beautifully restored that unique original exterior, but has completely transformed the inside.
I mean, this is the line of the old part.
That's it, yeah.
You cross that line, and you're in a different world. Oh, man. Look at that space. Even through the exposed timbers at the very top, just that lovely, rich timber effect of the old building.
On the ground floor, he's recreated 2 of the small rooms into a comfortable dining area and living room.
This is my lounge.
Looks like it's been here for 300 years, doesn't it? Look at it, all the detail on the ceiling and everything. I know it's cost you a fortune in so many ways.
I think the building deserved the respect, that bit of respect and the extra money.
It's been well worth it.
Yeah.
Because it looks fantastic.
Mark has put back the staircase, done away with the 4 small rooms and created a spacious master bedroom. Sheena, totally in keeping with the Folly's former ostentatious past, has styled it in a French Baroque fashion. It's super glam. The heart and soul of this decadent building has been indulged once again.
Oh, look at that. You've gone for it.
I have.
In a huge way. God, look at the ceiling.
Yeah.
When you go away to a nice posh country house hotel for the weekend, I said I'll give you that every night of your life. So that's what we've done for her.
And Mark hasn't held back on the ensuite either.
Oh my God. It's the full Monty in here.
While there's no expense spared with the Italian marble, sadly the same can't be said for the window.
You still left that glass in though. I told you about that.
Yeah, no. I might change it later.
The join and juxtaposition between the old Folly and the new modern extension is fluid, light and spacious.
What a difference. You come from old restoration bit in a modern projector TV room. Look at that. I tell you what, sometimes the boy just never grows up.
And following on from the cinema is the gym.
Just to keep me fit.
Bit of heart attack prevention, and that's a good thing, mate.
What I love about this new extension is that all the rooms face onto the central courtyard, but the old Folly still dominates, so you're always reminded of the unique history of this building. On the north side is a generous family kitchen.
One of the nicest things about courtyards. Very safe. It's very protected.
Very safe.
Beautiful, beautiful spaces
Yeah.
where everybody comes into that heart of the home all the time. Hello, girls.
Here they are.
How are you? You all right? Come on, do you want to show me your room? Come on.
And all the girls' bedrooms around the courtyard are fitting for modern 21st century princesses. The older girls have the option to make their rooms into one big space. And with the hot tub in the courtyard, the bath lodge is once again living up to its name.
What do you think of the courtyard?
Really nice. Lots of parties out there.
Although Mark still has to conform to conservation demands and change the white UPVC skylight and put in the glass panel at the front, he has at last built his family dream home. This building has continually puzzled the local neighbourhood. And while Mark has gone on with the build, I've really enjoyed unravelling its past. I want them all to know its extraordinary history so they too can pass it on to their families and future owners.
So I've got a little present for you. A little gift. Bit of a kind of this is your life moment. The bath lodge. All the journey, all the history, your journey for the last year and a half, all documented within this book. From 1740s, 1787, all the way through all the uses.
That is unbelievable to look back now at that to that.
Amazing old building, fully restored. For me, you've saved an important piece of history in this building. And actually, you've created a fantastic building for you and your family for years to come. I think it's fantastic.
Well, thanks, George.
That's
So
lovely.
well done. Honestly, you should be
You keep
super
that
proud.
safe because I did it for you, babe.
Thank you.
Well done, mate. Proud of you. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant.
And my girls, of course.
Exactly. Exactly.
Come here, you two. It's the only way you get warm. Give them a hug.
Brought up on a council estate, Mark has achieved his lifetime ambition to build a grand house where he and his family can put down some permanent roots.
When I first came to see this building, it was incredibly sad. It was tragic that it had been left in such a neglected state. No one really cared about it. The roof was caving in. It was on the buildings at risk register as well. But then Mark came along, someone who really saw the potential of this architectural gem, and he made the decision to make it into a family home. And I think what he's done here is beautiful. This is a building that's been admired around the entire landscape for the last 300 years. And thankfully, because he's done such a good job, it's going to be admired for at least another 300 years to come.
I've come to Llanrheithin in southwest Wales, to a redundant Victorian church which Gareth and Jill bought for £55,000.
I said to Google anything under 20,000 and this popped up on the very last page, and we came out one lunchtime and got the key and came to see it together.
Yeah,
and it
fell in love with it and here we are.
It was a lovely atmosphere and just a great building, and I wanted to buy it there and then, really. And even if we didn't get planning and even if we didn't even sell our house, we wanted it.
They're so different, the two boys, that they really want their own space, you know. You know, you can see that one's really sporty and one's kind of...
Mama's boy.
Mama's boy.
At the time we were living in a run-down terraced house, which we hated with a passion, so we decided to put it straight onto the market, get a buyer and just buy this place. I'd hate to have seen it fall down to the ground.
Gareth and Jill eventually bought the freehold and small surrounding strip of land for £55,000, having sold their old house. During the restoration, they plan to camp at Jill's mother's. Gareth was trained as a signwriter, but has given it up so he can concentrate full-time on renovating the church. On the side, he also earns a bit of money as a sculptor, making work to commission in wood and metal. Although he has no building experience, he's hoping his practical knowledge and can-do enthusiasm will carry him through. With no money for builders and Gareth working alone on site, Jill has taken a part-time job at the local post office.
We sort of swapped roles, really. I'm bringing home the bacon and Gareth's out there building most days.
And if that's not enough, what with juggling the school run and feeding the boys, she's also taken another part-time job in the evenings, working at the local wine shop. On her combined income, they hope they'll get a mortgage for a further £55,000, which is their budget for this project. A total projected spend of £110,000. The churchyard was not part of the sale and is still working, and there are 2 new burial plots already reserved, so they have no garden and are surrounded by hundreds of dead bodies.
I find this completely bizarre because normally when you think of a church building that someone's going to convert, this would be deconsecrated land. There wouldn't be any graves here, there'd be no dead bodies, but look at it. This is a usable graveyard. You're going to be living next to dead bodies all day. Anyone that lives in that must be bizarre, to say the least. Hello?
Hello. Oi, shush.
Karen, how are you?
Hi. That's Honey.
How are you doing?
George.
Yes, I am. Come on up. This is great, isn't it?
Yeah, we like our little shed.
Well, it's a building that looks absolutely packed with character. I mean, it looks beautiful. Absolutely amazing.
The church footprint is 1,400 square feet of open plan space, and it's a classic Welsh country parish church, originally built in medieval times and rebuilt in a Celtic Gothic style by the Victorians in the 1850s when the roof fell in.
We haven't actually got any electricity, so I hope you're having cups of tea.
Look at this, though. It's fantastic, isn't it? This is absolutely beautiful. Overall, it's a pretty robust building, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what a space.
There are over 48,000 Christian churches in the UK, but that number is dwindling fast. A change in the law in 1969 meant they could be sold off and released for other uses. Of the 1,500 churches that have been closed since then, only 240 of them have been converted into homes, as most churches are too big and dioceses preferred they become community centres. Gareth is about to drop a bombshell. Although he bought the freehold of this church, he's not allowed to do anything to it until the council gets an archaeological report.
There's a bit of a problem in that when we bought it, we thought we owned it.
Yeah.
which we did, but we didn't realise we weren't allowed to do any work on it.
So you've broken the first golden rule, Gareth. You don't do work to an archaeological building,
this
an
is what
old
needs to be
building.
known. This is what people need to know, is that if you're buying an old building before 1800, that it's going to have to get an archaeologist in.
Yeah,
and it's
costs
going to
money.
be 250 to 400 quid a day that you have to pay.
Yeah.
And it can be weeks and weeks.
But you thought you'd just ignore that and you'd just carry on and do some building work.
Of course.
From medieval times right through to the early 1800s, rich people were buried under the floors of churches in the belief that they would somehow be closer to God. It was also a great source of income for churches, and as the floors got full, church wardens would often use spades to flatten coffins to pack them in. By the Victorian era, that abuse was stopped, although churches became full, quite literally, with the stinking rich. Thereafter, they had to slum it outside in the graveyard with everyone else. Thus, archaeologists are legally entitled to dig up church floors on the hunt for bones and other architectural artefacts. While exciting for them, it's a right pain in the apps for new church owners. They may find themselves paying for an archaeologist they don't want, who has the power to delay and even permanently stop their development.
So Gareth, you've started doing an archaeological dig, which you shouldn't have done. So you've dug the trench, you've taken the floorboards out, you've stripped back all the plaster. Did you find anything in the building?
Originally, up in the front bit of the church here was the altar, and it was quite badly vandalised. We're thinking of maybe donating that to the local museum or something like that.
Fantastic.
Or I'll just stick it on the front of my car.
I like that. Super nice.
With no architect on board and Gareth's lack of building experience, I'm dying to see their plans.
Are these all your drawings, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, they're quite cool, mate.
I tell you, as an architect.
Yeah, they're quite
There's
good.
nothing to it, George. It's easy.
What the hell do you need me for?
You're practising, I'm doing it.
I'll bear that in mind through this build, mate.
Jill and Gareth plan to put a brand new floor in and have an open plan downstairs with a kitchen and dining room at the north end, hallway and large living room. The spiral staircase connects upstairs, where there'll be a master bedroom and 2 bedrooms for the boys, with a large family bathroom.
Gareth's project, I think, is fascinating. It's Gareth who I'm even more fascinated by, to be honest, because he's gone into this completely blind. He's seen an amazing building, he's seen that it's probably been a bargain for him, but not understood at all what he's got himself into when it comes to planners, archaeologists, listed building consent. I mean, the list is endless. The people who are involved in this project, it's so complicated. And I think it just shows that when you take on something historical that needs so much restoration involved, it's a very difficult build, and he just hasn't got a clue.
Colin Harris from the Dover Church Archaeological Services is about to visit. If he thinks Gareth has damaged or acted improperly, he could close the site down. Then Gareth and Jill would have bought a church for £55,000 they cannot even get planning for. It's the biggest blunder Gareth and Jill have made yet, and Gareth is clearly terrified.
Gareth's been doing a little bit of digging and obviously some of this removing of plasterwork, which you shouldn't have really have been doing, I gather.
No, not really, because one of the clauses in his planning permission talks about doing a scheme of investigation, a written scheme of investigation, before we start doing any of the digging. And so that basically means that any ground disturbance, inside or outside, will have to be supervised by an archaeologist. So, yeah.
And you weren't here for that.
And we weren't here. And particularly in the inside of a church, up until the mid-Victorian period, a lot of burials took place in the floor of a church. So I think you've been quite lucky that we haven't come across any. The main aim is to sort of to record what we see rather than to excavate the whole place. We're here to sort of see what Gareth's doing rather than to dig it all up for him.
What's the worst case scenario if you find something good in your terms? It's probably bad in his terms, but good in your terms.
Yes, I mean, we can stop the job effectively, but only if it's, say, of national importance would the whole thing come to a halt.
Well, come on, let's take a look around.
This is the chancel end where the altar would have been, I guess. And,
and he's made a discovery.
Wow.
The altar cross sitting up here on the sill. Is this something that Gareth can keep, or does he need to give it to someone? Does it have to go somewhere, or can it stay in this building?
If it was defined by a coroner's court as treasure, and he probably wouldn't be able to keep that.
Okay.
May get the money, but he may get the money from it because that's changed now under the new Treasure Act.
Because I think Gareth's going to turn into some sort of Indiana Jones in this place now, and he's going to be sort of brushing away, digging to try and find some money to pay for this build, I think.
A foundation stone dated 1473, found in the restoration, has vanished.
Vanished. Gone. How ancient you think this is, really, I suppose, from the outside. Because it's such an interesting spot, isn't it?
It is. I mean, the Celts and from Ireland.
The first record of Llanruthen Church dates from 1248, when most Britons were wearing sackcloths and brewing their own ale because it was a damn sight safer than the drinking water. Pilgrims stopped here for prayer, visiting the nearby Holy Well en route to St David's Cathedral. Local legend says monks buried treasure here when they were fleeing the cathedral after it was ransacked by Vikings. Because of its beautiful aspect, the church was popular for baptisms, and more worryingly for Gareth, funerals. Conservatively estimating 3 burials a year, there are probably at least 3,000 bodies in the graveyard.
Well, you've got yourself an incredible site. Very unusual to turn into a house, it has
Absolutely.
to be said.
My heart goes out to you. Best of luck.
Now, with the shadow of the archaeologists hanging over Gareth and Jill, I'm really conscious about the budget on this build. And it's easy to get carried away with design and with plans and with all your ambitions, but when the money's so tight, you've got to keep it well under control. And the main issues that I've got to tackle here are the head height. So the idea that the floors shouldn't cut across the windows and all the rooms should be balanced and well organised. There's also the bathroom, which I think is too big. Ideally, what I'd like to do is squeeze in a kind of small shower room in here and actually create better-sized bedrooms for the 2 boys, because at the minute they're just far too small. Many famous architects and artists have converted churches. Gaudi most famously in Barcelona, Corbusier in the Church of Notre-Dame de Haute in Ronchamp, France. His Norwegian protégé Sverre Fehn applied modern materials like concrete and glass to contrast with the old stonework, exposing and celebrating their architectural elements. While Corbusier and Fehn had budgets of millions, Gareth only has about £55,000. Challenging, but I think I can come up with some cost-effective solutions. I'm leaving Gareth to get on top of all the building regulations and permissions, as these are equally important.
How's it going?
We couldn't get our mortgage. We were turned down on our mortgage
You're
because of
joking.
the credit crunch. And as well as that, we've got a problem with the path as well, digging up the path, because the church have got to okay it.
Okay. So why have they not done that?
Because I didn't put the...
You didn't put the bloody plans in, did you?
I put the plans in, but I didn't apply for the path bit separately. So
Did you know you had to, or not?
I thought the plans would cover it.
Right.
But I've got to notify when we start the dig, you know, so that's what I've put in. I've rushed them in now, and hopefully there's a nice lady in the church that's going to phone me back at the end of today. And you'll be fine, George, don't worry about it.
Why am I worrying more than you are?
What Colin the archaeologist forgot to mention was that the mortgage company will also not give him the money until he's got all of his certificates and building permissions in place. I fear Gareth just throws any paperwork he receives into a pile in the corner and quietly forgets about it. I'm hoping my plans don't suffer the same fate.
Now, I've changed it a lot.
Gareth's plans were not bad, particularly for someone without any experience, and I want to keep the open plan feel. I've got lots of ideas, but there are 3 main headlines. To preserve as much natural light throughout as possible, I've set back the floor away from the windows so they aren't cut in two, and light gets both upstairs and down. I want to make the large picture window on the south side the centrepiece. Upstairs, to maximise space and to give the boys larger bedrooms, I've moved the large luxurious bathroom into one of the boys' old bedrooms and made it into a shower room, and moved the master bedroom to the former bathroom. Finally, like my hero Fen, I don't want to cover up and plaster all the walls. I want to use square glass panels to frame and celebrate the old stonework around the beautiful windows, which will also help with insulation and noise pollution between floors.
I like what he's done, that's really cool. And I could see how it would work. I'm sure Jill will love it as well. She'll love the designs, but we're just trying to do it on a budget of nothing, so we can only do what we can do, really.
But Jill doesn't love them.
They're not our plans, they're not really what we want out of the building. And I really, really want a really nice bathroom, a big spacious bathroom with a shower, and the big bath we brought in, I'm afraid it's the big thumbs down.
Ouch. I guess you can't win them all, but at least she's got a clear vision of what she wants. 8 months into this project, and this is the most critical day yet. The archaeologists are booked to dig up the entire site, and without their survey certificate, Jill and Gareth will not get their mortgage. But they've run into an immediate cash flow problem. The dig will cost several £1,000s, and they have no savings. Luckily, Gareth's stepfather has stepped in.
I feel privileged, really, to be part of it, because it's such a fantastic project, really, isn't it?
Yeah, Paul lent us the money to start today, so that we can kind of, because everyone's already booked and everything, it was already, you know, if we have to rebook everything and get everyone in the same place at the same time, it's not really going to happen.
So Gareth and Jill are reluctantly paying £600 a day for archaeologists they don't want, and praying they won't find any bones. Viking treasure would be nice, but at worst the archaeologists could halt the whole development, and their £55,000 investment could collapse, and they would have no recourse and no house to live in.
This is the worst bit, I think. If we're going to hit a grave, I think we're going to hit a grave here, definitely.
2 hours in, and work suddenly stops. Colin has found a bone.
It's intact. It's probably part of a complete burial, but we're not very far down. But then again, as we were saying earlier on, in medieval times, they didn't always bury everyone 6 foot under.
Inside, there is more worrying news. They've just unearthed the foundation stone and some more bones.
These suggest that either there was material coming from where they'd been digging graves, or perhaps they'd been digging graves in here and disturbed earlier burials.
With no treasure in sight, it's going to be a long, agonising day.
Hey, cheers everyone. We didn't find anything nice, alright? Thanks, Reece.
The archaeologists have gone, and luckily no bodies were found.
When we're pulling up those big femurs and stuff.
When you found that one bone, I thought that was it then. That was going to be the whole body, and that was the end of it.
And there's more good news. Gareth's stepfather has not only agreed to be their guarantor for the mortgage, he's also willing to extend his loan so they can start building immediately.
And I can do that for you, yeah.
It'd be really cool, thanks.
So finally, 1 year after buying the church, work can actually begin, and Gareth has roped in his younger brother to help out. Having got through so much red tape, and without securing their mortgage, I take my hat off to their tenacious can-do attitude. I'm also intrigued to see if they've taken on board any of my advice.
Let's have a look. Oh, that's great. It looks really good. You've got the floor in?
I'm chuffed with the floor, yeah.
Actually, that's really nice. And you've got the floor in above on the first floor, which looks fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, I bought this spiral staircase from eBay.
You did what? You bought that from eBay?
It was bright white, and I think I got it for something like 500 quid. No, 300 quid. And
300 quid?
Yeah.
That's a good buy.
That's really good, because the one I'd priced up was 2.5 grand. And I had to go to Southend to go and get it, so that was a couple hundred quid going to get it.
I mean, what's fantastic about seeing it now is it's moved on. It's such a great pace. I mean, getting this first floor in, you get a sense of what the spaces feel like. Having the concrete floor in instead of it being that sort of mud bath and archaeological Indiana Jones dig that you were doing the last time I was here, you can start to see it move on, mate.
My lovely chop saw.
I'm really excited to see that the work has actually begun, but I'm also alarmed about the height of the ceiling. I think he's actually made the floor height too high.
I know you said it was low, Gareth. That's ridiculous.
Well, that's good for Jill and the kids.
It doesn't bloody work.
Doesn't work for a George.
I can see there's a little head height
George
issue.
no fit good. George Banghead.
You can't walk through like that every time you want to go to your bloody bathroom.
You've seen Lord of the Rings, it's cute.
There's Lord of the Rings and there's this. can't do that.
I know. By the time I get the frame in there as well, it's going to be even
There
lower.
needs to be a door on here. You can't go through it like that. It doesn't comply with building regs now, anyway. Your only options really is to, well, leave it as it is, which I think isn't an option, to be honest with you, because I think that's mental. I mean, you're going to crack your skull on that all the time. Drop the floor locally, so you come down a couple of steps that side, a couple of steps this side to get in the bathroom. Or the more expensive option, but probably the more sensible one, is to change the arch, but I don't know if they'll let you do that.
There's no reason why they shouldn't, really.
If they would ever let you do it, it would make sense to kind of keep the same point down here and kind of spring up the arch. You know what I mean? So you had a high point there, and then you come down that side like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so here you're looking at, you know, I mean, you wouldn't really need 2 metres, but if you got 2 metres at that point, you're going to be able to walk through perfect. I mean, it's a hell of a job.
Although he's completely messed up with the floor, thankfully he has taken my advice about the windows.
You've pulled the floor back, which is what I wanted you to do. You've pulled it back from sort of crashing into that end window to get more light down into the kitchen and into the bathroom area. Gareth, I think 100% what you should definitely do is build off an element of solid wall here, which kind of picks up the line of this old feature, yeah? So solid to there. Vertical glass along here, so from the bathroom you can look straight out through that window. That glass then stops on the line of the window there, solid up to the edge of the wall, and then you leave all of this as void. All of it should just be void like this. It's brilliant, because you're downstairs in that kitchen, and you're looking all the way up to this amazing double height space, and you've got all this amazing light just pouring through this window. So this window affects the bathroom and the kitchen. I think it's the best way to do it. It's the cheapest option, and architecturally it's the best one as well. So is that when you're going to do it?
Yeah. Until I get home and tell George, go fuck off, I'm not doing that. That's what happened last time, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I agreed to all the bedrooms. Like, yes, George, we're doing the bedrooms.
At the end of the day, mate, I've realised who wears the trousers. In design terms on this build, it's not me, and it's not you. It's definitely Jill. I am slightly worried about the way he does things. You know, he just thinks, right, I'm going to put that floor in, I'm going to put that concrete floor downstairs. And he does it and then goes, oh, hang on a minute. I've cocked up the arched doorway through to the bathroom. Do you know what I mean? It's like, that is a massive mistake. And it's a thing where he's a bit ad hoc. He just thinks he wants to crack on, but he's not really thinking about things absolutely clearly.
Today we're looking at the roof, which is always scary. Any problem here will only add to the financial crisis. Currently a shortfall of at least £15,000 and no contingency.
That's another thing I didn't think about in the contingency.
What?
Lead.
Oh, man.
A lot of lead.
Do you know how much lead is at the minute? 2 or 3 grand?
Yeah.
And when we take off the timbers, there are even more problems.
This isn't just woodworm either, this is like big.
Even a dry run. The more work this roof needs, the more money.
Yeah.
The money is one thing you haven't got.
15 months into the project, and they only have £11,000 left. And by my estimates, a shortfall of at least £22,000. After the shock of the roof, Gareth is determined to source everything second-hand. Today, it's the ridge tiles for the roof. New ones will cost £30 each to be specially made. Ever resourceful, Gareth's found a nearby salvage yard.
Oh, these are the fellas, aren't they? Yeah. I think they might have even more of a pitch than that.
I think they are. Let's have a look. Oh, I mean. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, same pitch.
Wicked.
23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
Yes, put me down for them.
Rightio.
So with 29 tiles at £12 each, Gareth has just saved £690. But the biggest salvage yard for Gareth is eBay. And today he's buying 3 hardwood doors for the bedrooms.
I don't know, would you take 60 for them? Okay, bye.
shit. I've just done a deal with him for 80 quid, but it's got all the frames and fixings.
Even though he had to spend £200 in petrol picking it up, Garrett's piece de resistance was buying a brand new still-boxed Italian shower and steam room with fitted hi-fi speakers worth £1,500 for just 99p. Today though, the delivery is not quite as exciting. The plumbing fixtures for the unit have arrived.
I love getting parcels as well. It's great, isn't it? I get presents every day.
Despite Garrett's heroic efforts, the strain on their budget has taken its toll on Jill, who's still working 2 jobs to keep the bank off their backs.
Yeah, I tend to wake up about 4 o'clock and add everything up in my mind of what Gareth's spending and what we've got left. And it doesn't really help.
To save money, Gareth has decided to fit the 110 new roof rafters and 3,500 reclaimed Welsh slates himself. To compound the stress, the Welsh winter drizzle and cold have kicked in.
The weather's been terrible. Might get 2 days in a week, really. That's how bad it's been. But then we had really good weather over Christmas and New Year and no one was working then. You know, and I think Jill would have probably left me if I started working over Christmas and New Year.
Despite Garrett's outwardly youthful spirit and seemingly fearless naivety, his solitary obsession with the chapel has begun to drive a wedge in their relationship. The building that was supposed to bring this family together is tearing it apart. Jill is no longer coming to sight.
Last time she came out here, she hadn't been out here for a while. And we had a bit of an argument and she went storming off and walked home from here, which is about 7 miles, with me driving alongside her and she was giving it stacks. Got her mum to come out and pick her up.
After that day, when we fought, I thought about it and I thought basically we'd have to put the church on the market and we'd have to split it because it just came to a head. About windows of all things. But it was more than that, and I thought it was time to walk away really, because it's too hard, too much to lose, really.
But I didn't realise it even until now, like how bad things were for her.
And to have him then fight with me on my only afternoon off, it just really hurt. And I thought, he's so involved in what he's doing, he can't see that I need him as well as the church needs him.
Just got to get her back out there, basically. And once she's out there, then she can see what's happening and how far away we are from finishing or not finishing, you know.
So much of it was Gareth's dream, and well, mine as well, but he was so involved in it that it nearly tore us apart.
Any building project puts a lot of pressure on a relationship. It just does. It's just the nature of the beast, to be honest. You're worried about money, you're worried about deadlines, you're worried about your building experience as well, because Gareth hasn't got any. And I think with him and Jill, it's just hit a really, really difficult stage. I think she just should be here, really, and it's up to him to get her back and get her more involved, stop arguing so much, get on with the build, and get this place finished.
The roof's looking great, but right now I'm really alarmed by the window near the staircase. The wall is cutting it in half, and it looks like another classic Gareth bodge.
That's a bit shit.
It is, isn't it?
Why can't you curve this as a form and bring the window into this space, into the bedroom space? You want to do it? Do you want to keep straight lines?
No.
I think Gareth is utterly exhausted and is making irrational decisions just because he's alone and wants it to end. I've got to reinvigorate his passion to make this restoration something he's proud of.
So Gareth, if you've got that curved piece of plywood there, and it curves around this side as well, and it goes all the way up to this level, yeah, which means it doesn't affect the kind of beautiful slope of the roof above, means the wall's following the curve of the stair, because the stair's sweeping round the line of that plywood. And the beautiful thing about that is as this plywood peels away and forms this curve, that window now becomes part of that bedroom. And that's what this is all about. How do you get the light from that small arched window into the bedroom? And by curving this element means, one, I think it's more beautiful for the staircase. It makes it look like the kind of floor and the wall is accepting the curved stair. And it means that light and that beautiful feature window becomes part of your master bedroom, which I think will be a shame to cover up.
Having castigated him for the window bodge, I now feel I need to big him up. Virtually single-handedly, Gareth is doing an incredible job. but the project's at a critical point. No money, an ever-increasing overspend, a marriage on the rocks, and Gareth's losing heart.
This building is more about you than anything else. It's about your attitude to something, your attitude to building, your attitude to design, your attitude to construction and problem solving. It's completely unique. And that's what's reflected in, you know, literally within the stone and in the timber and in the staircase and the stuff that you're picking. That's what makes this building special, man. You're creating a piece of history here.
Gareth's learned his lesson and is giving Jill more attention. To woo her back and unite the family, Gareth's planned a day out to the Alternative Technology Centre, as he knows Jill's got a soft spot for the environment.
We're just coming to check out some alternative technology and hopefully we can incorporate some into the build.
On the roof here, that's a solar panel that uses all the energy from the sun to heat our hot water. And we're thinking of getting one for the church. Do you like it?
This is what I've got to plug in.
Once you've drawn your massive bath, you're all right, Jack. And then what do we do for hot water?
Shut up.
Stop with the moaning.
This is what it feels like when it's white. Then you paint it black, it goes to that. Then you put insulation behind it, then you put glass in front of it.
It seems having some proper quality family time away from the build is paying off. So with Jill back on site, it's all systems go. Installing the wood burner is one thing Gareth cannot do, but he's here on hand to get Jill started on finishing the slating of the roof.
Going in the wrong direction. It's really hard. It's all right.
Yeah, that's good. I'll be back working as soon as this is all finished, so there won't be so much pressure on Jill to bring the money in and whatever, and have it all separate. Because I can't expect her to come out and help me all the time, you know. I'm doing this because she's got a job and the boys are there as well.
It's better.
Yeah.
And all that hot sex you've been having.
I didn't know you knew about that.
No, not you. I think he appreciates that I'm a little bit more interested. Now I can see things happening. I'm showing a bit more interest and I think it helps him, so. And we're getting on better together now, so.
We really want to just get out of the mother-in-laws and in here, basically. We're all really excited about it and looking forward to it. It's just, yeah, questioning now that the summer's here, I can put more hours in. So I can do as many hours in the evening as I do in the day, really. Once I've picked the boys up, then I can come straight out here with them and carry on going.
Gareth has decided to go for a combination of Roman and Victorian technology. Modern electric underfloor heating, an air recovery system and a wood burner. So incredibly they don't need a boiler, and with all their insulation, their heating bill should be extremely low.
This is our air source heat pump and it produces all our hot water and all our heating, hopefully, for the house, all our underfloor heating. And this will sit on the plinth here and the piping will go through to the thermal store inside. And hopefully it's all going to work, and so that running in conjunction with the solar panel and the log burner will give us all our heating all year round then.
The Romans used to heat temples with an underfloor hypercore system using hot air. But Britain returned to the Dark Ages when they left, so medieval churches had to rely on the body heat from parishioners. People didn't sit down, so it was like an old-fashioned football match on the terraces. Churches in those days were much more social venues, where people would meet to gossip, tell riddles and recite poetry. Heating didn't arrive until Victorian times. Water was heated by a furnace, which circulated in pipes in the church floor, covered by metal grills. Later, radiators came in, but quickly became too expensive to run. Gareth has been inspired by this rich history. He's gone for a combination of a Roman hypercaust hot air system and Victorian underfloor heating, mixed with some 21st century wizardry. I'm really glad they've turned it around and Jill is back on board, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kit they've got.
So Gareth, how's it going with all the eco stuff?
We're getting there. Got some new toys.
You've got some kit?
Yeah.
Look at that, fantastic.
Got my fresh air coming in here.
Yeah.
And the heat that's sucked in from the house is hot air, so that's going out over there.
Yeah.
And they cross over the top of each other in here, so it preheats the fresh air coming in, so it's kind of preheating.
That's fantastic.
This side we're going to have all the cupboard space. That's the wood from the outside of the roof. I've just kind of reused to line the cupboards.
Oh, fantastic. That's great that you've reused all that, actually.
I have to show you my new purchase.
What have you been buying now?
Well, I bought a ride-on mower that didn't work and sold it on eBay so I could buy these. Went up to Cardiff from.
You sold your lawnmower?
Yeah.
To buy these?
Yeah.
Look at those!
But they're beasts, because you've seen the size on the bath and I couldn't find any taps to fit it. And this guy, the antique dealer that I bought them off, hadn't seen anything like that before either.
Mate, that's like a New York fire hydrant. You've gone out and bought all this eco stuff off your own back. You've sourced it, you've bought it, you've put it in. You've never done it in your life.
Yeah. Well, I still haven't fitted it yet, so yeah. As long as it's here, that's a start.
You've jumped in with both feet. You're doing it. Ecological, craftsmanship, bordering on the medieval, but dragging this building into the 21st century. I love it, man.
After a rocky and bumpy ride, the family are now united in getting the job finished. And even Jill is bigging up her fella.
Here, so this is your... Whose room is this? This is Flynn's room.
Every time I come out and you say to me, I haven't done much, and you've done tons, I'm just amazed that you've done it.
But it's still not a finished thing, you know, it's not until it's all finished that
Oh no, yeah,
I'll be happy,
that.
really.
But for someone who hasn't done anything like that before, to be able to do this, just kind of learning from books and people and the internet, I just think it's amazing. I couldn't do it.
They've been to hell and back, but somehow have managed to pull through. Incredibly, spending just £70,000, they've moved in.
Looking at it now, it's got the lead cappings on the roof, the skylights in, the windows look beautiful. The roof looks amazing, actually. Hey! Oh my God, look at the hair! How's it going, man? Good to see you. You all right? Hey, Joe, how are you? Nice to see you. How's things? Good. Don't tell me you finished it. You haven't.
Yeah.
You haven't?
Yeah.
Are you winding me up?
No.
How have you done it?
I don't know. A little help from my friends. And
little pixies and elves and everybody else coming in the night.
Yeah.
Just waved the magic wand and made it happen. That's fantastic. Shall we go inside?
Yeah, let's do it.
Dying, have a look.
Nearly 2 years ago, the downstairs was damp, dark and depressive. But now it's a bright, open-plan living space broken up by the spiral staircase.
Oh my God! Oh my God. Do you know what? It's quite rare that I'm lost for words. Windows look amazing.
Yeah,
double glazed.
Cool, aren't they?
The staircase just looks amazing.
I can fondly remember designing this with Gareth.
It makes it look like the kind of floor
and
the wall is accepting the curved stair.
My round wall.
The curved bit. Yeah. It's beautiful. Just a really, really simple touch, and it looks now like this kind of simple rectangular building's got some really unusual flowing forms to it, you know?
Architecturally, the windows posed a potential problem, being cut in two by the new floor. This was solved by replacing the old dark leaded windows with new clear double glazing.
Look at the light!
Look at that
Just missed that.
Fittingly, what was once the chancel where the altar sat has become the kitchen. Although this is now a modern family home, I love the fact the integrity of this building is still intact, and many features have been preserved, celebrating its past history. Not cutting the main window in two with the new floor and letting light both upstairs and downstairs works a treat.
You know, you're standing cooking here, look at that.
Yeah, oh, it's brilliant.
It's amazing, you know. Such a beautiful space.
Reusing the old altar stone for the kitchen top is genius.
Sacrifice it.
Gareth salvaged slate from an old snooker table to create the fire hearth.
This is the snooker table.
Yeah, bits of it.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I bet you this little wood burner belts out the heat as well.
2 years ago, this space was empty and cold, and I, for one, doubted whether they would pull it off, particularly with a limited budget and no building experience. Architecturally, the most precious and expensive thing to restore in this church was the roof and new ceiling, but their hard work has paid off. It's now there upstairs with a long corridor and bedrooms.
It's perfect, isn't it?
The master bedroom continues to celebrate the original stonework of this beautiful church.
Yeah, I think this just works like a treat, actually. Look at that. You're really preserving something. You know, you're kind of standing here looking through thinking, God, that must be really special. Because it's worth kind of encasing in a little glass box. The leather flung. Just all stapled together. Little patchwork of flooring. I've never seen anything like it. I haven't. But I love it.
I bought loads of cow hides.
Guess where from?
Where?
eBay.
The boys have been given separate, identical shaped rooms, kitted with bunk-style beds to maximise space.
That's cool. It's small, but it's cool.
I tried to persuade Gareth and Jill to cut away the archway into the bathroom so they didn't bang their heads. But budget and their idiosyncratic style prevailed. My alternative designs to give the boys larger bedrooms were also ignored. Instead, Jill clung to her lifelong dream of having a large, luxurious family bathroom, which houses what must be the bargain of the century.
So this is the infamous 99p shower.
Yeah.
That is impressive. And the fire hydrant taps. They look great though. And you've done the glass panels. Look at that view!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
The little windmills work.
What a view.
Rubber duck.
Buying the freehold for 55 grand and only spending 70 on the build, they've created their first true family home for an incredible £125,000. It's now valued at £275. They deserve every accolade for this heroic, resourceful, yet ecological restoration.
I think we need to celebrate.
Yeah!
Well done on the most amazing restoration. I'm not going to pop the light because I'm in massive trouble with your dad.
Oh, yeah! Just made it through the build.
You know, when you think about what you guys have been through and the experiences you've had, you know, the highs and the lows, it's been amazing.
It has.
Has it all been worth it though?
Oh, without a doubt.
Yes, yeah.
Definitely.
I can't believe it's our house, really.
I can't believe it.
It hasn't kind of sunk in yet.
There's been a building here for over 1,000 years, and the site probably dates back to pagan stone circles, way before records first began. From its humble medieval beginnings as a wooden structure, this building has had a colourful past. From rumours about Viking treasure to Victorian burials under the church floors. I've really enjoyed collating this history, and I want them to have it, so they too can pass it on to future custodians.
I've got a little present for you.
Yeah?
A little treat. Look. What's that? It's like this is your life.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
But it's for restoration. Look.
Oh, whoa!
Julio Giorgio. Look at the state of the building. It was really bad. All the research, everything that I've done on the building is all in here. It's yours, mate.
Oh.
Well done. You did it. You all did it. Fantastic.
Live on our coffee table now.
When you think about the history of churches, they're very ornate, decorative and opulent buildings, quite expensive, but not this one. For me, it's quite austere and bleak, and the word that springs to mind is frugal. Frugality is something that Gareth and Jill have had to adopt throughout this build because they literally didn't have the money. So they had to be inventive and very creative with all the decisions they made and the materials that they used. When you think about most restoration projects, they're very expensive things to take on, steeped in red tape, covered by listed building status and conservation officers all over you. But with Gareth's inexperience, if he can pull this off, for me, he's an inspiration to us all.
I've come to Anglesey in Wales. Clive Bolton and his family have bought this 19th century Grade 2 listed windmill for £75,000. Built in 1833, they dream of converting it into a weekend getaway and possible place to retire.
We'd been going to Anglesey for at least 2 years before we spotted the windmill. I'm sure there'll be plenty of challenges along the way, and overcoming challenges is very therapeutic.
Clive's desperate to get the project completed as quickly as possible because his wife Jane has been unwell with cancer and is recovering from a major operation. Their plan is for her to relax and recuperate here, and I'm looking forward to meeting her soon once she's feeling better.
I mean, this is one of the things that is keeping us going. We've got this to look forward to. This is our pension, so the quicker we turn it round, the quicker I can retire. Not.
Clive is an electrical and mechanical engineer from Manchester and runs his own business. His budget to do the windmill up is £90,000, and he's doing much of the work himself, hiring contractors as and when needed, while commuting up and down the M56 to Anglesey.
Well, you've got the most fantastic, dramatic building here in a brilliant location. You know, high ground, really exposed, unbelievably windy. The biggest mistake people can make is forgetting that it's a windmill. I know that sounds stupid, but sometimes people, when they're doing barn conversions, forget that they're dealing with a barn. If you try to make this too much into a house, it's going to lose all the fantastic qualities it's got. You've got to remember what this building is, a mad, bonkers windmill.
Clive's already got an architect and plans in place, so I'll be uncovering some of this building's history and helping to iron out any unforeseen problems. Its footprint is 540 square feet over 4 stories, with a capped roof. Classic in design, the dust floor is where the grinding process begins, and the bin floor is where the grain was stored for milling. The first floor housed the millstones that ground the wheat, oats and barley, and the ground floor was where the ground flour was bagged up.
Superb location.
Yeah, an unusual building to make into a house though, mate. What made you go for it?
To be honest with you, my wife and I are big fans of Jonathan Creek. And
Right.
seeing Jonathan Creek in the Windmill.
Yeah.
And it was just bought on a whim. I was just looking in estate agents for something rural, and this came up.
But did you not even call the missus and say, I've seen something, come and have a look at it and we'll make a decision?
No.
Brilliant!
Because I knew the resistance. I mean, she's in love with the place now anyway.
A brave man, I tell you. So what plans have you got for it? What do you want to do with it?
Well, initially it was going to be a holiday flat, but now I've fallen in love with the place that eventually, when it is developed, my wife and I will probably move into it and run the rest of the holiday flat business from here.
Because you've got a few outbuildings outside, haven't you?
That's right.
So you're going to convert those into holiday lets?
That's right. That's all part of the development.
Right. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So this will be your main house, holiday let outside.
Run those from there.
And you're going to be the mad bloke living in the windmill from now on.
Yeah. With fantastic views.
Other than propelling ships at sea, wind power was largely unharnessed until the 7th century, when the Persians invented the windmill. However, without modern communication systems, it took another 500 years to catch on in Europe. And a bit like China's whispers, by then they looked entirely different. Known as the Granary of Wales, Anglesey is an exposed island off the northern coast of the country. Its flat and open landscape, coupled with strong winds sweeping in from the Irish Sea, made it the perfect place for windmills and stiff hairspray. Clive's windmill hasn't been operational for over 80 years, so just the structural stone tower remains.
You've got the most unbelievable views up here, haven't you? You can see for miles.
Well, you've got Snowdonia in the background.
And you've got the sea, what, over in that direction there, is it?
That's Rossniger.
Oh, man, look at that. That's one of the best living rooms in Britain.
Clive plans to restore the windmill roof, extending upwards and adding a 4th floor to the building. The roof is made from lap timbers, and its construction is similar to an upside-down boat hull. The traditional windmill roofs were designed to be aerodynamic, capitalising on the driving power of the wind. But sadly for me, the roof won't be quite as it was around 80 years ago. Clive's not going to replace the sails because of the cost of construction and maintenance, but he's got some great ideas in mind. He plans to replace the original floors, dividing the mill into 4 stories. Kitchen, living and dining area on the ground floor, guest bedroom and bathroom on the 1st floor, master bedroom and ensuite on the 2nd floor, and then adding a floor to create the living room cum viewing deck in the roof. I really want to have a look at Clive's plans, to be honest, because you've got a spiral staircase from ground to second floor, and then he's looking at another separate staircase somewhere else to get to the living room. Now, that makes no sense to me whatsoever. On a building that's got such a small footprint, you want to maximise the usable space. So I need to look at the plans and see if I can reconfigure that staircase in a different way to maximise the space that he's got on the top floor. This mill wasn't built as a home, and these are the very first of many challenges Clive will face if he's going to adapt this industrial building for life in the 21st century. It's taken nearly 3 years to get everything in place. Just getting planning permission alone from the local council and Welsh Heritage Cadw has been a headache. But finally the project is underway. The roof has to be replaced, but Clive's real problem will be to source new 14 by 12 oak beams for the second floor.
I think these beams are going to be a problem to us. Looks like we've got wet rock.
I mean, it's obviously in a bit of a state. Look at that. No, it's not. It's shot.
These rotten beams present both practical and logistical problems.
You don't want to take that out.
Well, I might be faced with it.
Christ.
This one's just as bad, if not worse at the ends.
You're right. I mean, look at that.
I've been searching around the country at the moment trying to find beams of this size, but without success.
The only thing I could have come up with was a couple of lengths of oak either side. Build it right into that wall. You treat it to stop the rot spreading, and you just brace it with new timbers either side. Bolt it through. That'll even give it a bit of lateral restraint so it won't twist when you build a new balcony on the outside.
Maybe that's the answer.
This building, it's beautiful because it's got fantastic pieces of oak timber in there. If you take those out, you lose the heart of the building. And I think when you restore it, to do it properly, you need to challenge yourself by saying, I'm not going to take the easy option out. I'm going to keep that character, keep that timber, and somehow make the building work. With the old roof removed, I've pointed Clive in the direction of a reclamation yard. His priority now is to source some oak and splice sections onto the existing rotten beams to save them.
300. Right, 300. And what condition is that in?
I think it's in fairly good condition.
Okay.
Windmills made millers wealthy men, but peasants also had much cause to celebrate their invention. Supplying barley, oats and flour, they were a kind of supermarket of their day for the poor, who mostly ate porridge and bread. Before windmills, peasants used to spend 2 hours daily hand grinding flour. Now farmers could hang out at their local windmill for a good old natter. At its agricultural peak, there were nearly 50 windmills on Anglesey, each one vital to the village economy. Tower mills like this one were made of local brick or stone. European in design, only the cap and sails rotate to face the wind, making them more efficient. As they were built to last, many survived and are now being restored. So I'm taking Clive to a completed one nearby, in the hope that it will give us both some inspiration.
Quite an impressive space.
Wow.
It's great, isn't it?
This looks bigger than our mill. Much bigger.
I think it's really important, actually, to get a sense of the scale here.
Yeah.
So as we go up through the building, you can be thinking in your mind, well, this is bigger, but that means it's got bigger bathrooms, bigger bedrooms.
Restoration demands very specific skills, and even for an experienced architect like me, good research and seeing other restored projects can spark ideas and inspire.
Which is amazing how much they've got in here, to be honest.
And how bright it is,
and
even without any lights on.
You've got that one tiny window. And actually what they've also done, they've even put glass panels over the doors, because there's no natural light getting into the staircase and the hallway and the landings. So any natural light that comes through that window is just managing to creep into that landing area.
It works.
So this, Clive, I think, is the best bit. I think it's absolutely amazing up here.
Wow.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, this is it's fantastic the way the beams are picked out.
Invigorated by our visit, it's time to go back to the plans to see what changes we can make to maximise the space available.
I think their bathrooms were much more efficient. They were quite small, but they still worked really well. And by making the bathroom smaller, means you get more room in the bedroom on the other side.
Yep.
So I think we should change it.
Okay, I agree.
Yeah?
Yep.
Clive will now have an extra square metre to play with on this floor, and with the oak for the beams sorted, he can push on with the restoration. It's imperative to him that there are no hold-ups with this project. It's a labour of love, and with Jane recuperating from cancer, Clive can't get it finished quick enough. And while Clive cracks on with the build, I'm visiting Bangor University. For me, researching the history of a building can influence not only the restoration, but how we think about a building's future for generations to come.
Most of the windmills in the area in Anglesey were built between around 1735 to 1835. And when you think about what the landscape of Anglesey would have been like, you would have looked across the horizon and seen windmill after windmill after windmill. It would have really defined how you viewed the island. Just seeing if Clive's is in here anyway. Here it is. Now, the windmill was built in 1833, so that probably makes it one of the last windmills to be built on the island. And it's called Melyn Newed, which in Welsh means new mill. There's a fantastic picture here of the windmill taken in 1929, and it's said that the building sustained serious damage in a storm and was forced to close. It says by the end of the decade, the end of the 1920s, one sail had gone, and the skeletal ribs of the other three hung from a cap, which had developed a pronounced lean, so the whole top of the building was kind of tilting over because of the storm damage. I mean, it's such a shame that there was so much damage caused nearly 90 years ago now. But thankfully, Clive's bringing it back to life. There's a really beautiful drawing here of the date stone, which is over the doorway of Clive's windmill. The letter stands for Owen Jones Augustus Fuller Merrick. So I think we need to find out a lot more about him.
I love this part of architectural restoration, finding out about the people who designed, built and lived in the building, and who gave it its heart, ensuring their legacy is never forgotten.
Now, it says here that Owen Fuller Merrick inherited the Bedogan estate in 1825 from his mother and father. His father was a man named Augustus Fuller, who married the wealthy heiress Clara Merrick, and he took the Merrick name, which is really quite unusual, to be honest, for the husband to take on her name, the wife's name. The Merrick family estate is comprised of land and the family seat Bedogan, which is a large mansion with large grounds in Anglesey. The Merrick family were one of the largest landowners in the 19th century.
Now, the Bedogan estate is still home for the Merrick family, and they're clearly a very important part of Anglesey's history and Clive's windmill. So at some point, I really want to know more about them. But to be honest, I want to get back to the build, because one of the most important parts of Clive's restoration is underway. It's amazing, that. Beautiful.
Yep.
Really, really beautiful. And being up here, look at him. He's even got the lead work started going up on the ridge.
That's right.
I tell you what, Clive, they've done a cracking job on this roof here. They really have.
Despite the strong winds, this windmill should stand for another couple of 100 years.
This is fantastic, isn't it?
He's done a great job.
It's got a beautiful shape to it. I mean, that profile, that fantastic V shape, it's just beautiful, then. You've got this fantastic timber wall plate that's been built. You've strengthened the whole building up. I think we really need to decide on this floor level. You've got to make sure you're doing it to get the best view.
The first plan was to come off this floor, which is ridiculously low. I just thought, I'm not going to see a thing here. And then we put the steels in to come 8 inches off that.
I think it's far too low. I think where I am now, right on this ring beam, is the most perfect level for this roof.
I agree.
You should be chuffed a bit to this.
Oh, well, I will be when the floor goes in. And we've got a means of getting up here.
But, you know, that's a nut we've got to crack, mate.
Clive's plan to raise the floor leaves him with a big problem of how to get up there. So my job is to come up with a clever solution.
Ideally, I want to avoid putting in a really tight, dingy spiral so you squeeze your way up through the building. I want it to be something much more sweeping and generous and romantic and ambitious, really. But I think it's going to be tough to get it in. The plan of a windmill is so unique because it changes at every single centimetre that you go through the building. So at the beginning, on the ground floor, you could have a plan that was kind of that big. And because it's conical shaped and tapering up, by the time you get to the top, the plan might only be kind of that big. So what I'd like to do is put a beautiful big stair that sweeps around and up to the top floor, hugging the inside face of the outside wall of the windmill. That'd be the ideal scenario. But it's just whether we can get that curve to work and sweep round the space without taking up too much floor plate.
Jane's health really isn't great at the moment, and I'm slightly worried about Clive because he's got to juggle the bills, home life and his business all at the same time. So my job today to help him out is to try and get some inspiration for the staircase, because we want to get access up to that top deck without any stair dominating the bedroom beneath on the lower level. So to try and get a few ideas, we're going to a lighthouse.
Anglesea's South Stack Lighthouse was automated in the mid-1980s, and now this stunning building is open to everyone.
Wow, look at that. Circular buildings create the most dramatic architectural spaces. It's absolutely beautiful. You've got this stunning, long, sweeping staircase that hugs the side wall of the lighthouse, and twists and turns inside, and actually tapers in and follows the line of the building. Where a spiral would never look this beautiful, and it would never be this efficient. I think what's quite deceiving about this space, though, is there's no floors, there's no baths, there's no bedrooms, there's no living rooms, there's no kitchens. So trying to keep this architectural quality and not compromise on the drama of the building when it comes to turning it into a home is really difficult.
What's incredibly disconcerting and quite scary about this building is when you're on the staircase, even though you're on these massive slabs of Welsh granite, they're not supported by anything. It's just cantilevered from the outside wall. So it makes you feel even more nervous, as if you're climbing up some sort of architectural cliff edge. Now, circular buildings like this are by their nature inherently strong. That's why lighthouses, military buildings and windmills are built that way, so they can withstand impact and aggressive winds.
That was absolutely incredible. If they can build it on a rocky outcrop like this hundreds of years ago, in a building that's got a smaller circumference than Clive's Windmill, then I'm sure I can do something special for him.
5 months after he started this restoration project, the time has finally arrived when Clive can fit his custom-made oak window frames.
Today is a massive day. It's really exciting because the big crane's here to lift the A-frames up to the top of the windmill. This being such a tall building, and probably one of the worst days that we've had, it's going to be a tricky one, I think. Picked a nice day for it.
Well, we were like that whether to call it off, to be honest with you. It's that windy.
At a cost of £3,000, these will finish off his new roof. But installing them is no easy matter. These windows are 46 feet above ground level.
The wind is just unbelievable. To be honest with you, the crane driver didn't want to do it. He wanted to cancel the day. But Clive's so driven, he just said, yes, it's on, we've got to do it.
I mean, it's taken 12 weeks to get these frames. I don't want them to end up on the floor after 5 minutes.
Here we go.
The frame, watch the frame. Whoa, whoa, no, get out of the way, Paul.
Got hold of it. I've got it. Bloody hell.
That's not what I call good communication. I'll have to change my trousers.
To see that spinning like that, the wind and the force in it was just unbelievable, you know? And the guys even trying to drag it, I mean, they could have taken their arm off. Lifting it up this height, in these conditions, it's like a military exercise, you know? But we did it. It looks fantastic.
With the window frames safely installed, it's time to talk stairs.
So you go up, just missed that timber.
Yeah.
You passed your steels, which is the next constraint, up another couple of steps, and then you land at that floor level.
Right.
So it's a bit like a lighthouse stair, isn't it?
That's right, that's right.
You don't have to do it,
right?
But all I'm doing is giving you another option on top of the ones that you've already got yourself to see
Right.
which one you might go for.
Right. Well, it is a nice option, but there is another constraint as well.
Go on.
Is the cantilever for the
balcony.
For the balcony comes off this steelwork.
So you're going to bloody hit your head at that point there because
Yeah.
of the steelwork coming off of the balcony.
That's right. But I like the idea.
Yeah, that's a nice idea. It doesn't work though, does it?
A cantilever is a beam supported at only one end. The beam carries the load of the balcony to the support where it's balanced out. The problem here is communication. Clive had installed a steel I didn't know about. My mistake was in not getting the most up-to-date and detailed plans from Clive.
Shit, I thought we'd cracked it and we haven't.
We could move the balcony to the other side.
Not now! Nowhere near! God!
It's time for some quick on-site decisions to sort this one out.
The steels to the balcony meant what I'd drawn was never going to work in a million years. It's quite disappointing from that point of view, but it shows that with an old building like this, you can't plan everything. You can't second guess what the build's going to do. You've just got to start it, get into it, and get on with the build. And Clive's done that, and he's making some brilliant decisions. You know, he's on time, he's on budget, and at the minute it's going really, really well. But there's still a long way to go.
Clive's time is split between running his business and home in Manchester, where he lives with his son Paul, and keeping the momentum going with restoring the windmill.
It's going to be hectic, to say the least, but I don't doubt his abilities. I'm sure if he puts his mind to it, he can do it.
After talking with Jane, Clive's decision is to go all out to finish the windmill, to realise their dream of seeing it completed. It really is a race against time.
How's things going then, Clive? Is it all right?
Yeah, we're making good progress at the moment.
That looks good.
Yeah.
And you've cut the holes in for the spiral staircase, which looks brilliant, actually.
Yeah, we've got a mock-up there, which I can just quickly run up with you.
And so you basically got this pole, put a couple of lengths of timber batten on these little brackets.
Yep.
And you kind of just lifting them up to get the right riser height and twist it round. And the main reason for this exercise, really, is to decide where the beginning of the staircase should be and to make sure that you don't hit the sloping wall of the windmill. So does it work?
It does work. And it's critical as well whether you go clockwise or anti-clockwise. This one will be anti-clockwise because the landing at the next level then comes on the opposite side to where we want to put the ensuite.
So Clive, this is the first bedroom level, yeah?
That's right.
So it's all about the layout of this ensuite shower room, isn't it?
That's right.
Because what I wanted to do is turn the bath round so that it was up against that window there.
Yeah. If we did that, then maybe put a glazed partition with frosted glass.
So if I was like there, that's bath.
You're lying in the bath.
I'm lying in the bath at that position there.
That's it.
And you've got the window there.
Yes.
But you've got a stud wall here.
Yes.
So that window's in the bedroom.
Yeah.
And you're going to put a panel of frosted glass here to kind of steal secondary light through into the ensuite.
Yes.
Spot on that.
After the error with designing the stairs, I have to say that Clive has come up with a great idea. The paddle-stepped loft ladder he's got in mind is clever and inventive.
That's perfect. It's brilliant, isn't it? The position of those ladders where you are now, you can see all the way through to that bedroom level, and it means you've got all of that as usable space.
That's right.
Perfect. Then you come up the staircase, up your loft ladder, then you come out, and you get that. The most spectacular view.
Magnificent.
And to see you with your glass of wine, you know, summer's night, little drink out here, you'll be a very happy man.
You can imagine it's summer now, it's just -5.
Excellent. Now, while Clive's cracking on with the build, I'm intrigued to know more about the family behind it. The Merrick ancestors are an incredibly private family, and unfortunately, because of that, they don't want to be filmed. So I'm on my way to meet a local historian who I hope will tell me more about the family's connection with Anglesey and with windmills.
Dafydd Wyn William knows the family well, and I'm hoping he can throw some light on them and their estate at Bodogan.
So, Dafydd, what do you know about the Merrick family?
Well, they're a very old Welsh family, and they can take their roots back to the early Middle Ages.
So just how big an estate did they have? We're not talking about a few fields here, are we?
No. There was a saying that a person could cross the island without putting his feet on other people's land, apart from the Merrick land. But during the 18th century, 3 successive generations, they married wealthy English heiresses.
Right.
So they were established in England, but prior to that, they had very little property in England, apart from a house in London, of course.
Now, I've heard rumour that there's been quite a few kind of family clashes between the big established families of Anglesey. Is that true?
Well, you could say that it was part of their entertainment, really, quarrelling about land and ownership, and there was personal friction as well. So they used to get it out of their system, quarrelling like that. It is said that two of the sons in London, they were engaged to two young women who were sisters, and then they were travelling to the marriage, and then during the journey there, they more or less swapped their allegiance. And it is said that it was the girls who proposed. It was not the men's intent.
So this is a family with quite a rich, colourful history, shall we say, but they still keep themselves very, very private on the island.
Yes.
It just always amazes me how such a simple building like Clive's Windmill can, in its own small way, represent a family that have been key to the history of Anglesey for over 1,000 years. And the Merrick legacy continues, now that Clive and Jane have taken custodianship of the windmill, and the restoration is in full swing.
It's all looking really good. Plastering's been cracking on up here. Got all this painted and decorated, which is brilliant. He's even got switches for the lights, bedside lights, plug sockets fitted, which is absolutely fantastic. Now this corner here, it's an example of how we're trying to get as much light through into the rooms that we've had to add. So you've got the window letting in natural light in the outside wall there, and then that light is coming through these glass blocks and getting light in the shower room on the other side. Otherwise that space behind there would be so dark and so dingy, but stealing that secondary light makes all the difference to the new spaces we've added. It's going to look really, really good.
This project is clearly coming together, which is great. Clive's attention to detail is exemplary, but I haven't seen him for 3 months, and I know that Jane's health has been deteriorating, so I'm here to get the latest.
So Clive, Jane hasn't really been to the build at all, has she, since you started on site?
No, that's right. At the beginning of last year, she had a tumour removed. We were given the all clear. But at the back end of last year, we just had some bad news that another tumour appeared. So at the moment, she's having a really tough time of it, and she's had an operation last week. But I think the difficult time is going to come in the next 2 or 3 months, because she's going to have radiotherapy and chemotherapy, and my time on the site will probably be next to nothing. So I'm still determined that we get the project finished, so even during a convalescence she can enjoy this magnificent building, and I think this is the place for her to actually relax and get better. The motivation is the difficult part, I find, but there again, there's another motivation now, and that is to get it finished so she can enjoy it.
That's a great motivation, actually, isn't it?
That's right.
You couldn't ask for more things to push you on, to make it beautiful for her.
That's right. Well,
I'd love to see the look on her face when she turns up, I tell you.
Well, let's hope it's sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
I think my task is to get the build finished, and then Jane will then get involved in all the niceties.
All the finishes and stuff like that.
That's right.
Done. When do you think Jane might be able to come and see it for the first time?
Well, we're hoping after the radiotherapy and a recovery period from that. I'm hoping early May time. But it all depends on what progress she makes. My personal time now has to be with Jane to make sure she gets healthy again. That's the main thing. So then she can get involved and come to enjoy it.
I haven't seen him for a few months, and you come back to the build and then hear some news like that Jane's not well again. You can kind of see it in his eyes. It's knocked the wind out of him, and he keeps saying that he wants to drive it forward for her now to get it finished, which is absolutely brilliant, but you can just see it's not there. I think he's probably going to leave site today and go back home, and I'd be surprised if he comes back for a couple of months. And that's the way it's got to be. Doesn't matter. You know, you can be here every day, try your hardest to control a build, but you can't control what happens in your life. And you can't control, something like the illness that Jane's got. And, I'm gutted for him. I'm gutted for Jane. I think when the time's right, he'll be able to put the energy back into this and get it finished. And when the time's right, Jane will come back and see it. And I think that will be a great day, to be honest.
I'm keen to go back to Clive and Jane with some positive ideas about how they can incorporate the windmill's industrial past into their restoration. So today I'm visiting a restored mill to learn how theirs would have looked and worked in its heyday around 180 years ago.
Morning, Lloyd.
Morning, hi, welcome to the Windmill. How are you?
Nice
you
to
well?
meet you, how are you?
Okay, thank you.
You're the miller here, yeah?
I'm the miller here, yes.
On a perfect windy day like today.
On a perfect windy day like today, yes, no problem at all.
So what can you tell me about this building? It's amazing.
Well, this is the only working windmill in Wales, still surviving. We still actually work this windmill as it would have been around 1775, 76.
The machinery for this windmill is all housed within the tower, but it's no easy thing to operate. Rather than having a fantail to automatically turn the cap into the wind, Anglesea's millers prefer to persevere with the labour-intensive method of standing at ground level, pulling on an endless chain running all the way up to the large wheel at the top of the tower.
It's bloody hard work.
As the wheel revolves, the cap turns until the sails face into the wind. The sails rotate the stones that grind the grain and the grooves cut between them, coming out as wholemeal flour.
So you get it self-feeding, so the actual grain feeds this one out fast or slow. You still get the same amount of grain falling to the centre of the stone, so you get the consistency in your flour then. It's a huge machine to do a simple job, really.
What I think is fantastic is this amazing industrial building has been completely brought back to life. This 18th century structure was all about harnessing the energy from the wind. And just like today in the 21st century, you look over in the distance, you've got 21st century wind turbines doing exactly the same job. In 1849, the Corn Laws were repealed and cheap foreign grain began entering the country. The Industrial Revolution brought more efficient steam-driven mills, which were able to process cheaper grain and produce finer flour. White bread became the national favourite, and granaries simply didn't stand a chance. In the face of such wholemeal competition, windmills could not compete. Most fell victim to the weather and too costly to repair, were simply left to rot. I last saw Clive 8 months ago, when he left the build to look after Jane. In June, I got the shocking news we'd all been dreading. Jane lost her battle with cancer. Clive was so grief-stricken, I left him to mourn with his family. 4 months on, he's ready to see me.
Clive.
Hello, George.
Good to see you.
Come in. Her condition gradually got worse, and when we had to rush her back into hospital, it was found that her condition was terminal, and they managed to stabilise her condition enough that she was home for 4 days before she passed away.
Must have been a terrible time.
Absolutely devastating. Absolutely.
How are the boys?
Just trying to cope, I suppose. Obviously difficult for them because the mum did everything for them, but it's just a difficult time for us all.
That was you were a man on the mission the last time I spoke to you, because you were adamant you were going to get it finished so she could see it, or to a certain stage so she could see it.
Yeah.
Did that manage to happen?
I told her that it was all finished and it's just ready for her to come and see it, and let's try and get there this week. But at the time she was unable to speak because she had a vocal cord that was damaged during the operation. So she just wrote me a note that said, do you mind if we leave it a few weeks until I'm well? But I knew at that time that she just wasn't going to make it. So I decided to show the photo, so technically she got to see it. But and she loved it.
Bet she was proud of you.
I think it got a bit worse after that as well. After we'd finished it. I mean, I've never spent the any time up there at night, I decided to stay there myself one night. And just when it was all lit up, especially in the at the top in the lounge area, just know that she would have loved that. But still, you'll see it, and you know she would have liked it.
What does the windmill mean to you now, do you think?
I'm still proud of what we've achieved and the way it looks. It is a very nice property, but yeah, it was a private thing, a personal thing between us, and you know, she's not got to enjoy it. But it's there for other people to enjoy, and she would have liked that. I won't let it go. I don't think Jane would have wanted that. And it's something that the boys can grow into, I think, and enjoy themselves. The intention long term was we're always going to move into the mill as our house, but I don't think I'll be moving in myself personally.
It's just too difficult, isn't it, I think?
Yeah.
It was a joint project for both of you, wasn't it?
That's right. That's right.
This project was always a joint dream, and though Clive can no longer see his future in the mill, the restoration is complete. Eight years ago, this windmill was a derelict shell and hadn't been functional for 80 years. Thanks to Clive, it's been transformed from an ugly blot on the landscape to a spectacularly beautiful home. And my visit gives me a chance to meet his family at last.
Is anyone in? Hello there, how are you?
Hello, George.
Good to see you. You look very dapper. Look at that, I've never seen you so smart.
It's a change.
I've seen all that builder's gear for ages. It looks fantastic. You've got everyone here.
Just introduce you, yeah.
Hello there.
That's Emma.
Hi, Emma.
Anthony's girlfriend.
How are you?
Paul.
Paul, nice to meet you, mate.
Anthony.
Hi George, nice to meet you.
How are you, Anthony? All right?
Bad, thank you.
Good. You've done a great job. It looks brilliant.
16 months ago, the ground floor was dark, dank and claustrophobic. Now it's a modern, bright and comfortable open-plan living room and kitchen area, with all mod cons.
You must be chuffed to bits.
Well, I think the spiral works as well. It's a feature, but everything's a feature.
This building was never designed with a staircase in mind, so Clive and I spent months talking about how to fit one in.
It's critical as well whether you go clockwise or anti-clockwise.
Today, the ground floor is linked to the floors above by a bespoke spiral staircase, which maximises available living space.
Look at all the headroom you've got above you. It's fantastic. And you just clear the timber beam perfectly as well. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Throughout the building, Clive has worked hard to restore original features, like the date stone, these oak beams, and the aerodynamic roof. The second floor was once a small restricted space and a challenge for conversion. Clive and I put our heads together to create an inventive bath and bedroom design.
That's bath.
You're lying in the bath.
I'm lying in the bath at that position there.
That's it.
We gained a square metre and transformed the space. Now the bedroom is flooded with natural light and the bathroom is more efficient.
It's been a real head scratcher to fit everything in, especially with the beams and the height of the shower.
Do you know what, you can't get much tighter than that. It's not even an inch, is it?
But there's nice little nooks and crannies to it all, and it does work.
All these kind of games that we've played about stealing the light from there and getting that secondary light to go through and light the staircase up, it really works.
The spliced-in reclaimed oak looks as though it's always been there. My idea to link this floor to the top viewing deck with a spiral was a non-starter.
Shit, I thought we'd cracked it and we haven't.
Could move the balcony to the other side.
But Clive's paddle-stepped loft ladder does the job perfectly.
But actually, now you've done it. It just looks really simple. What do you think?
Well, it wasn't simple.
It wasn't?
And another example of Clive's unique talent for design reveals itself on the top floor.
Oh my word. That is genius. designing a coffee table that's half coffee table, half stair. It's fantastic. I'm going to nick that idea.
It's all right. I've just patented it.
Damn!
And your reward for climbing all those stairs is the top floor, with its incredible view.
So the thing I've been waiting for all year, Clive, was stepping out onto this balcony in a finished building. The view just doesn't get any better than that. It really doesn't. You've got the knack of doing something beautiful when it comes to restoration. This place just sings.
Yeah, I think it works.
When I first met Clive, he dreamed of having a drink on this balcony, and nearly 1.5 years later, we get the chance. In Jane's absence, it seems only fitting to raise a toast.
It's a shame she's not here.
I'm sure she's in spirit.
To you, for an amazing restoration project, to this building which you've brought back to life, but more importantly, to Jane.
Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
To Jane.
Although Clive won't be living here, his family will be using it regularly as a holiday home.
Did you think it'd ever look like this?
Yeah.
Any idea?
Not the first time we saw it.
What did you think the first time you saw it and came up?
Well, it didn't have a proper roof or a door, so I thought it needed just a little bit of work.
It's fantastic.
It's done a really good job.
While Clive concentrated on the build and cared for Jane, I focused my attentions on researching the history of this unique building.
So a little gift, which basically is a book that captures not only the long history of this building, but its very recent history of when you've saved it. So you are really important part of this building's history now. And then this is a shot here of the original windmill.
That's remarkable. You don't realise how high the sails are.
Absolutely.
When you think that the pivot is at roof level.
This is your building and your family history, and this is for you and your family.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, George. Thank you.
This windmill was built to harness the natural elements, to provide shelter for the miller in a very hostile environment. It lay abandoned for over 80 years, desperate for someone to come along and save it. Buildings like this are often caught up in so much bureaucracy and red tape, but thankfully, this one wasn't. And for Clive, it became an absolute labour of love. He was desperate to get this building finished so that Jane could move in and recuperate. Unfortunately, that never happened. But in so many ways, this building still had a healing effect. It became a focus and a drive to get Clive through one of the most difficult times you could ever possibly imagine. For 200 years, this building has been an incredibly safe haven, and I think it's going to be exactly that for Clive, his family, and many generations to come. This is the tale of two historic military towers, which have both laid derelict for hundreds of years. Each of them needs saving, and both of them could make unique romantic hideaways for their new owners. Ex-squaddy Barry Taylor and actress and artist Sarah McCombie. Where I can, I'm going to help, advise and support them on their restoration journeys. The first of our two towers is in East Renfrewshire near Glasgow in Scotland. Caldwell Tower is a Category B listed fortified building originating from the 15th century. It's a much loved and respected symbol for the local community and has been bought by Barry and his partner Fiona 3 years ago for £100,000. They live 500 miles away in Essex and dream of turning it into a romantic Scottish getaway.
If we don't do anything with it, it's just going to crumble. The water's going to come into the building, it's just going to fall to rack and ruin.
Barry spent £20,000 on architectural plans so far and has had 3 applications refused. I'm hoping I can help him break this cycle of failure.
Morning.
Morning.
Hi Barry, how are you?
Grand to see you.
Nice to meet you. You well?
No problem. Bit cold today, but
You've got yourself one hell of a building here, Barry. How did you come across it?
Looking at the buildings at risk register for Scotland, So
what makes you want to take on something like this historic?
My own personal interest in history, particularly Scottish history, but also I've got Scottish ancestors as well. So it's really like coming back home, as it were.
Well, let's go in and have a look.
Absolutely.
Caldwell is a 3-storey, 40-foot tall tower with a footprint of 500 square feet. The ground level has a vaulted ceiling and is not connected to the floors above. In the late 17th century, the tower was restored and internal stone stairs were added to join the first and top floors together. The first floor is reached by an external staircase on the north facade of the tower.
Wow. Oh, Barry, it's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
What a cracking space.
Yeah. All the stonework, all the vaulted ceilings original.
So this is the very top of the building, Barry?
Yeah, this is the upper vault, which we'll probably make as a viewing room. And hopefully I can make some sort of staircase going through to the actual window in the roof, because you can actually walk around the battlements on the top.
So what's it going to look like? What are your plans for
Oh,
this
my
game?
plans. Well, it's nothing elaborate or exotic, but our plans are very much around having an oak frame building that is comparable and compatible with the tower.
That looks a bit traditional pitch roof, timber clad.
This is the 4th plan Barry's had drawn up for Caldwell Tower in the last 3 years. It's a glass and oak mock medieval style extension with a tiled roof and mezzanine floor. I'm really worried by this. It's more of a pastiche add-on than a sympathetic restoration design.
You know, we've been told by the various people is we're on the right track, they like the idea, and we're running with it. And
But you haven't got planning permission yet?
Not at the moment.
I think when it comes to the design, Barry is thinking of the building as like an object. You know, you've got the tower as the stone object, you've got the extension as the timber object, but he's not really thinking about how that object relates to the landscape around him and what context is there. I mean, for me, this building's about location more than anything else. But Barry's got the timber extension, like out of this window, basically, downstairs, and he's got solid timber wall on the left-hand side, solid timber wall on the right-hand side, and his entire glass wall, which is going to give him all this fantastic view, allegedly, is looking over that farmer's building there, that pile of cow shit on the right there, and then the slurry storage system tank, which is just grim. So when you're sitting having your breakfast in the morning, your nice bowl of Scottish oats, you're going to be looking at shit and slurry. I mean, it's like one of the crappiest connections you could ever make between a kitchen dining room and the beautiful Scottish landscape around you, because it's not that. It's just rank.
The tower was originally part of the old Caldwell Castle and is the only part to have survived. It was owned by the Muir clan, who, like many Scottish families in the Middle Ages, like nothing better than a good scrap. They threw themselves into every battle going, but were a bit slow off the mark in 1666 when they arrived late at the Pentland Uprising, to find their side already defeated.
Where is everyone?
William Muir was declared an outlaw and the king gave his castle to another Scotsman. Ouch. In 1689, William of Orange took the throne, the Catholics were thrown out, the Protestants in, and William Muir's family got their castle back.
Home.
500 miles south of the border near Dover is a tower with a more recent military history. 4 years ago, Sarah McCombie bought this 19th century Napoleonic Martello Tower for around £50,000 and plans to transform it into her very own Rapunzel hideaway. With her deep moat around her, Sarah plans to have a drawbridge built to keep potential suitors and the modern world at bay.
I'm going to be up on that gun deck as much as possible because that is the most inspiring part of all. Pull out the drawbridge, 2 fingers to the world, good night, you know. Absolutely perfect, 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 perfect.
Derelict since the 19th century, set in an acre of cliff-top woodland and sunk into a moat 20 feet deep, this circular tower is about as inaccessible as it can get, and Sarah's dream is to bring her beloved tower back to life.
Sarah, hi, I'm George. Hi. What are you just sitting here patiently in the woods waiting for me?
making sure that whether I let you in or not. Dun, dun.
This is it. Oh, look at that. That is brilliant.
That's my gentle giant, waiting to be awoken.
The gentle giant. I like that.
At the end of the 18th century, we were shaking in our boots waiting for the Frenchies to invade. In 1805, we Brits decided the best form of defence was to build 103 of these Martello Towers, in a chain along the coast from Seaford in the south to Aldborough in the east. No! Ironically, these towers were inspired by a round fortress the British had seen on Martello Point in Corsica, Napoleon's birthplace. But in 1805, Nelson thrashed the Frenchies at Trafalgar, which meant that the chances of them invading Britain were slim. These Martellos, nicknamed the Bulldogs by the feared French, were pretty much obsolete before they were even built. And having a moat 20 feet deep means they are pretty inaccessible too.
This is amazing.
It always feels much broader, you know, much wider when you actually get into the moat than when you're looking down at it from above. So all the more I want this to be like a secret garden.
It's like your own little hidden, protected world, isn't it?
Mm.
The Martello was 1,300 square feet over 2 floors. The ground floor served as the magazine and store for ammo and provisions. The first floor was divided into several rooms for the soldiers, with fireplaces built for cooking and heating. At the top, the gun deck was mounted with one cannon on a central pivot that enabled a 360-degree rotation. It was accessed from the first floor by a stone staircase within the thick wall. With walls that in some places are 13 feet thick, it was built to withstand anything short of a nuclear attack.
So I think the inside of this building is spectacular. I was expecting just a sort of cylindrical building, but the forms are so sculptural, aren't they?
It's phenomenal, isn't it? It's absolutely, it's very dramatic.
Is there anything above? Or is
There's something amazing above.
Is there? What?
Pièce de résistance.
Wow, she wasn't kidding. The view up here is incredible. A 360-degree window onto both the South Downs and the English Channel. Sarah's dream is to transform this into a terrace where she can enjoy her spectacular view. But she's already had the tower for 4 years and still has no plans, no architect, and only dreams.
You're dealing with a historic building that's very, very significant. So you've got to be very sensitive about what restoration you actually do. But when she's passionate about this building as much as she is, if she keeps that going through the rest of the project, she'll always be all right. So we've just got to get stuck in, really.
Sarah and Barry have owned their towers for a number of years, yet both seem paralysed with nothing happening on either project. I think they're just romantics, overwhelmed with paperwork and ignoring the detail necessary for a conservation project. My job is to kick them up the arse and get them motivated before they lose heart. 2 very different towers and 2 very different personalities, both desperate to restore them and create magical romantic hideaways. 45-year-old ex-army man Barry Taylor bought this derelict 15th century fortified tower 3 years ago. It was and still is on the Buildings at Risk register. It's Category B listed, and he dreams of turning it into a family holiday home by restoring the tower and attaching an extension at the back. So far, he's had 3 plans rejected, and his latest architect, Essex-based Trudy Brown, has had some bad news from the local planning department about the proposed Oak Barn style extension.
Well, East Renfrewshire Council have asked us to withdraw the current application for the Oak Barn because they're not keen on what the design and structure looks like. We needed to come up with something a bit smaller, more in keeping possibly with from the planner's point of view, not go for a different material but go for something that's much more in keeping with the existing town.
As well as the rejection, it seems the responsibility of being a custodian of this unique historic tower is starting to get to Barry.
You know, we can't expect to maintain a structure like this with no function. Every season you come, you render it, you repair the roof. You're doing historic Scotland's work at the end of the day, aren't you?
However, what Barry doesn't realise is that unless he comes up with the right plan, this building that's been derelict for 300 years will never be saved. In 1690, the Muirs got their castle back after William of Orange took the throne, but it was left in a sorry old state. Rather than living in the tower, the Muirs instead built a grand and comfortable family home a stone's throw away. In the late 17th century, they decided to remodel the tower as a landscape feature, and no one has lived there since. Yeah! Barry's not the only one who has wanted to restore Caldwell Tower. To understand just how hard a task he set himself, I'm meeting passionate restoration warrior John Buchanan Smith, who owned Caldwell for 3 years. He eventually gave up battling with the planners and bought himself another tower in nearby Kilmarnock.
Well, our hope was to get planning permission to turn it into a livable modern home. So our proposal was a turnpike stair, a bathroom in the attic space, so absolutely minimal intervention as we thought. Yeah. It was too sympathetic, it looked as though it maybe fit and would confuse generations in the future.
So this very sensitive restoration project was thrown out by the planners?
It was.
And what were they asking for?
We returned the original tenemental stair and reconsider. So we take the idea of glass and steel. Yeah, we have half the floor area now.
So distinctly different.
This was deemed to be totally inappropriate, using glass and steel on a building that would never have had it. Our final proposal was to retain the stair and have nothing but an external downstairs kitchen with glass and wood.
Yeah. And what did the planners think of this?
At that point we started to wonder if we were ever going to get permission. So.
But you walked away?
We walked away from it.
I mean, what would you say to someone like Barry who's now taken this building on?
Good luck. Absolutely good luck.
John's experience proves that a willingness to try different schemes, materials and approaches just isn't enough. So I'm hoping I can point Barry in the right direction. Restoration needs a diplomatic approach.
These guys put 3 schemes in and for 3 years battled to get something through planning and had to give up. I mean, this is just the start of the journey for Barry and I don't think he's got any idea about what he's taken on.
Sarah McCombie bought this Martello Tower from the Ministry of Defence 4 years ago. Not only is it on the at-risk register, it's also a scheduled ancient monument, which means it's a bureaucratic nightmare, leaving the only plans for Sarah's sleeping giant firmly in her head. But I need to understand the history of the building before I can help her with any new design. Local Martello enthusiast Peter Hibbs is meeting us on site.
This level has always been used as the magazine area, so that would have contained barrels of gunpowder and gunnery equipment and provisions and stores for the garrison of the tower.
So magazine means?
It's basically an arsenal.
These?
The slots here?
Yeah, on each side. They were something to do with pulling things up to the top, weren't they?
Yes, and I believe they were space for ammunition hoists.
The guys would have been on the top.
That's right.
Ready to fire their guns.
Yes.
But to get the ammunition from down there, it would have been hoisted through that slot.
Mechanically
and
up through
the wall of the building to the top floor level.
What I have this idea in my head that I would like to be able to use one of these as what do you call those things where you put your food on?
Oh, like your dumbwaiter?
Yes.
You're going to
yes,
dumb it,
and use that going up to the gun deck, because that's where I want to spend most of my time, is on the gun deck, and I don't want to be coming up and down to here to the kitchen. I want to be able to just...
Oh, I got that. You're going to be pulling the glasses of champagne up on a little tray. That's brilliant.
Sarah's vision for her champagne dumbwaiter is indicative of her flights of fancy, but she needs to concentrate on getting good plans and schedules drawn up. It's time to get real. 4 miles along the coast in Folkestone, it's another story altogether. To try and spark Sarah into action, I'm taking her to Mike King's Martello, which is undergoing a significant change.
I bought it in 81.
1981,
yeah.
Fantastic. And when did you start the work? Straight away?
No, a year afterwards.
A year after?
Yeah.
Looking around, you're not quite there yet, are you?
No, I've been paralysed in between. It took me 7 years to even try and get well. And I'm still not well. I had to learn to read and write and talk and word recognition, the whole piece of life again.
That's unbelievable. And what tips would you give to someone?
This young lady.
But this young lady who was going to do Martello Tower.
Careful with your money.
But you've added a whole new floor to the top of the building, haven't you?
Yeah.
Sarah thinks that she won't be able to do that with her building. What's your view on that?
I would suggest that the precedent's already been set, so I would have thought by law that they can't stop it. But if I decided to tear it off again, that's not a problem because you haven't altered the structure.
For more inspiration, I've decided to take Sarah to another tower nearby, which already has a converted terrace, like the one she wants for her sleeping giant.
Very different, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've added a whole room up here.
I still, even if I had permission, I wouldn't want to have the whole of the top covered.
Because you want outdoor space.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A proper viewing deck to stand outside
exactly.
and feel the breeze.
Be in touch with the elements.
But will English Heritage let you build anything on the top of the building?
Well, not last time I checked, but I would like to have the back bit covered and the front bit totally open.
What, so you put glass doors or something out onto an external terrace? That makes sense to me. It's just whether they'll let you do it. At last, she's given me the go-ahead to draw up some plans. Now, I've been researching the other 44 towers, and a large number of those that still survive have roof additions. So I'm going to start the process of moulding this building's future. I really want to design a beautiful extension on top of the roof because Sarah's made it pretty clear that she wants to be able to stand there and get a stunning view of the sea and the wind blowing in her hair during the summer months. But I think she also wants a very enclosed and protective space that she can still enjoy that view during the winter months as well. What I want to do is create a sense of enclosure as soon as you come up to that upper level. Big sweeping curved roof. A sheet of glass in here. Very minimal. So you can stand inside and here in the winter in an enclosed space. You can come through the doors and then you can stand outside in the summer and get that view. That view is the most important part of this building. I'm hoping that the planners will think that we're doing something which, yes, is modern, but is also very sympathetic to the building in terms of not really being able to be seen from anywhere. Something that doesn't jump out as being a kind of pimple on this building, and that no one, to be honest, can really see from anywhere. Unless you're a seagull and you're over there.
Although I'm not designing Barry's plans, I want to get to the root of where he's going wrong. So I'm going to meet head honcho Ranald McInnes at Historic Scotland in Edinburgh.
So Ranald, I need your help to kind of, I suppose, demystify the planning process a little bit when it comes to historic buildings.
In the case of Caldwell Tower, it's a most interesting building and a well-known local landmark. You would look at it and think, well, why is it standing alone on a hillside the way it does? Yeah. What's its story, if you like? What's the narrative around this building? And once you understand why it's there, who built it, that can better inform your decision about what you can do with it. It's also an important historical artifact, if you like. So it's the very fabric of the building is important.
What information would you expect from someone putting that sort of application in?
You would say, get the right professionals involved, someone with conservation experience, get all the documentation you can, all the research about the building that you can amass, and then think about how you can inhabit the building. And we're very happy always to speak to someone at an initial stage to get them on the right track. We don't want to see people doing a lot of work that is wasted.
Although he's the owner of the building, there's so many other people out there that care about it. You know, the neighbours, the local community, Historic Scotland, the local authority. They all want it to be restored, but in the right way. And Barry just isn't giving them the right detailed information to help them make that decision. The right drawings, the right reports. He's not selling the right argument, and it's starting to become what I think is a bit of a battle. If he doesn't get the right professionals on board right now to help him out, he's never going to get this scheme approved.
Barry isn't seeing the bigger picture, leaving me puzzled as to why he doesn't seem to have done his research, and why none of his architects have any experience of restoration or conservation in Scotland. And what worries me even more is that Barry's naivety with restoration isn't restricted to the planning process. My worst fears come true when I visit Caldwell Tower to check on completed maintenance work. It looks as though the roof's leaking already, and Barry's lack of experience means he's not employing the specialists this restoration needs.
Remarkable is that Barry's already paid someone to come and do repair work to the roof last year, and they've just done such a shocking job. All the lead work up here is terrible. It hasn't been dressed in properly, it hasn't been finished properly, it hasn't been welded properly. I mean, look at that. Look, sorry, that's just a complete waste of perfectly good lead. The more I look, the worse it gets. Look at this. I'm actually speechless. Instead of using proper mortar to bed the stonework back together to get it all watertight, some lazy idiot has just come up and gunned in mastic. This is the sort of stuff you'd put around your bathtub in the house. The botch job of all botch jobs. You've got to pay the right money and get the right tradesmen on site to do a proper repair job. Doing it like this is just throwing money down the drain and wrecking the building at the same time. And if Barry can't even get repair right, how can I expect him to get restoration right?
Even though I'm very frustrated by Barry, I'm hoping I can help him with the new design and point him in the right direction.
Now that I understand Historic Scotland's guidelines, it's clear to me that Barry's campaign strategy is completely wrong. He's the guardian of a historically important building, and he's got to take that into account with any new design. So I've come to steer him back on course.
The argument that's coming from Historic Scotland, they want the building to remain as not as necessarily as a landscape feature, but a silhouette.
As soon as you put an extension on it, the silhouette and profile of the building changes in the landscape.
Absolutely. So we're keeping everything very close to this northwest elevation.
Right.
And then we encapsulate the staircase in glass.
So it's a one-bedroom building now?
Yeah.
What happens now?
Well, what happens now is we've got new plans. We'll present them to Historic Scotland and East Renfrewshire Council. And we say, look, this is the last set of drawings we're doing.
If you look at this letter from the Scottish Civic Trust, nearly the first sentence, the Trust welcomes plans to reuse this building and to ensure its long-term future. Brilliant. Right, you couldn't ask for anything better. And then you look 3 paragraphs down, the Trust continues to have concerns that the building is unsuited to conversion. I just wonder whether, when I look at these drawings, because it's elevation, 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 plan, 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 whether there needs to be more contextual drawings, you know, big long cross sections down the hill showing the tower with an extension on it. You want to be getting sort of viewpoints and vantage points from special areas and saying this is what the proposal will look like. But I'm just looking at their point, and here I'm just wondering whether this information's right to get that message across, to build your argument stronger for you.
We've written a report countering all the arguments that the various respondees have presented to us. But I'm more than happy to take photographs from the areas of concern. I think their concerns are the viewpoints from Upland Moor.
I mean, in some ways I feel a bit sorry for Barry because it is a tricky process. You're dealing with so many different bodies, so many different groups who give you mixed messages, really. And when no one makes a clear decision or gives you clear direction, it's always difficult. But to be honest, I think Barry's not helping himself either. I think the quality of the information that he's put in on the planning is terrible. I think it's really bad. You're talking about a historic building set in the most historic Scottish landscape, and all the drawings just show the tower. You know, 4 elevations, 4 plans, all on the same drawing. You need to show beautiful cross sections through the Scottish landscape, with the tower being like that big, all surrounded by trees, and you know, every single one of those objections by all those bodies is about what it looks like in the landscape. The silhouette changing, the profile of the hillside. He hasn't got a single drawing that justifies his argument to do what he wants to do.
In this tale of 2 towers, I've managed to ignite Sarah's passion again, and at last we're designing some plans for her Martello Tower. But with Barry, I'm completely exasperated. Artist and actress Sarah McCombie fell in love with her Martello Tower 4 years ago and bought it for the bargain price of £50,000. Her sleeping giant has been derelict and unloved for over 130 years.
If I had not bought this tower, he would just be falling into more and more wreck and ruin. I have rescued this building, I've saved this building.
Sarah's dream of turning it into her perfect home has yet to materialise. And with the tower scheduled as an ancient monument and on the at-risk register, Sarah's romantic vision looks set to remain just that.
I, for example, do not want to live in a museum. I want to live in a home, and not only a home, I like me comforts.
Now, Sarah's sleeping giant is officially in a coma. She's had the plans I've drawn up for about 3 months, and still nothing has happened. She needs to get them into English heritage as fast as possible, and I don't really understand what's holding things up. It's time for a little heart-to-heart.
So where are you at now? What's going on?
I mean, it doesn't sound as if I've been doing very much, but I have. Honestly, darling.
Why can't you get your plan in it?
Yes, I could be doing that, yeah.
Because that could take ages. You need to, like, put it in, because then it's got to
I
go
know,
through everyone, as
I
you know.
know.
It's got to go through English
I know.
heritage. This is going to take forever, isn't it?
No, George, stop it.
It is.
No, it's not, because I'm not prepared to be moving in there on my Zimmer frame.
Do you know what I'm really worried about, though? That this is never going to get started. The planning could take, like...
Don't,
6
please.
months.
There's no gin and tonic handy. Don't say things like this to me, George.
I would love to do it for you, but you need someone who's going to be there for you
I know.
every day. And I'm not even bothered about it being an architect. I'm happy for you to get a great project manager.
I promise you, George. There's so many reasons why. This is my whole life on hold at the moment.
Are you afraid of getting started with this project?
Hand on heart, in my whole life, I have never been as sure about anything as I was about getting this property.
It's clear that Sarah is going nowhere fast. If she means business, she's got a huge battle ahead, and she hasn't even started yet. I mean, she says that she isn't worried or scared, but to be honest, I think she's got her head in the clouds, and she just isn't focused on what needs doing. If she's ever going to live in this tower, she's got to turn some of that passion into action and knuckle down. In the 19th century, Britannia ruled the waves, and after Trafalgar, the government-owned Martellos were left standing firm for 130 years. With just the odd Coast Guard taking up residence to fight against smuggling, which was rife until World War II. Then, with Hitler threatening to invade, Britain began to watch the sea as well as the skies, and the military might of the towers was needed again. Some as observation posts, others equipped with anti-aircraft and naval guns. Thankfully, any invasion was thwarted, and of the 103 original Martellos, 43 remain. Tonight's other tale is with Barry Taylor. On my last visit, I made it clear to him that if he wanted to win his restoration war, he had to up the sensitivity and quality of his plans and provide much more contextual detail, showing everything from landscaping to vantage points. 6 months on, and I'm flabbergasted. Barry hasn't listened to me, hasn't taken my advice, and instead has ripped up the plans and started again.
So where we're
this is scheme number what?
Oh God, I've lost count. I think it's probably scheme 10. We've slightly gone bigger than the porch because we had to put in some form of ablutions, shower, toilet, sink, you know.
So it's a 2-storey, monopitched structure?
Yeah.
And it's stone at the bottom and then timber cladding above?
Timber cladding.
That's completely different to the scheme you had before. I don't understand why Barry's scrapped his 5th and most recent plan. He's gone back to the drawing board without any consideration to access.
We've got problems with the entrance as well. Sneaky feeling that they want us to move the access further up.
You don't own that, though, do you?
Well, bottom line is they know. We've had some previous drawings done of an entrance coming in from here.
Yeah, but you don't own the land.
It will be negotiated with the farmer.
I'll be really honest with you, Barry. What I'm worried about, looking at these, because this is the first time I've seen them, this is nowhere near enough information.
That's right.
For listed building consent on this building. Now, those cross-sections there are just not, they're not good enough. You're spending all this money having scheme after scheme after scheme after scheme done, right? All the planners keep saying is, it's about a building and its context. When you do a historic building application, you need context drawings. Sometimes you need to do 3D computer models. Sometimes you need to do, well, you have to do design and access statements. Even for a standard building, you'd need that. This is one of the most historic buildings in Scotland. There needs to be clear reasons why this is a positive addition to this building. And I'll tell you, that drawing doesn't say that to me at all. I'm pulling my hair out a bit because I think there's a chance that you could get planning for a really, really good scheme here. If the drawings are done properly. I don't know who's doing the drawings for. I mean, have they been to site, honestly?
This is an Essex-based firm of people that have produced the CAD drawings.
Engineers?
Yeah.
So the architect hasn't done these?
No.
Have these engineers been to site?
No.
So they're drawing a building that they've never seen before?
From the calculations that have been given.
It's not about calculations, Barry. If they haven't been to site before, they're drawing blind. They're drawing a scheme that they don't understand. My role for you was to help you out with design advice. That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
To give you guidance along the way with design advice, right? I mean, are you trying to do it on the cheap or something? Is there something you're telling us?
No.
Seriously?
It's just so many people
These people haven't even seen the bloody building, man. Did the architect design this scheme?
It was actually my idea, actually.
What I'm thinking is, why isn't there just one cracking scheme that does one cracking job, and you spend the money getting all the cracking information done, get all the reports done, all the drawings done, everything done, and then you'll get approval. Look at that!
I know, it comes out at you a bit, doesn't it?
It jumps out like a bloody sore thumb.
Thank you for your advice, George.
You said that with a wry smile, like you're pissed off.
It's not like, oh God, I've just sat on my...
No, you haven't.
My posterior.
I know you haven't.
But the information's there. It's just about pulling it together.
I mean, is it worth you getting a little local architect around here who knows the planners really well and get them to do it?
Okay.
Barry's thrown good money after bad. He's already spent 30 grand. If that doesn't make him sit up and listen, I don't know what will.
At the end of the day, owning a historic building, you know, I wouldn't say we bought it for romantic reasons. It's because it's a lovely building and it's got, you know, really, really positive landscape features. But I think not owning a historic building before, you've got to understand the process, the politics, you know, and the procedures. It can be a very, very expensive exercise. So George has sort of pointed me in the right direction now.
When you think about the plan and history of this building, it's been unbelievably complicated. You've had previous local owners who've employed local architects, have got loads of local knowledge, and still haven't got a scheme for an extension approved. And I'm just not sure if Barry's been strategic enough in changing the way that he's approaching the design of this building. I don't know if he's been political enough either, to be honest with you. He's got such a battle on his hands.
Restoring towers is hardly new, and there's a great example in the work of Glaswegian architect Charles Rennie Mackintosh, who retained the spirit of the original Glasgow Herald building. The Limwater Tower in Cheshire and the Round Tower in Cirencester are brilliant examples of confident and contemporary restoration projects. When I last saw Sarah nearly a year ago, she seemed scared to progress things with her Martello Tower. Thankfully, she's taken my words to heart and employed Jason Britton, a local builder and carpenter, who shares her passion to help move things forward.
Being a woman on your own, it's all the more important anyway that you have people who you really, really trust. Jason is so aware that, you know, how significant it is for me that, you know, I've started doing things. You know, he's taken the pigeons out. He started with the garden. He knows that how important that is to me, and psychologically, as much as anything, I can see that I am making progress.
She's done some digging around and knows that additional windows are a lost cause, so is focusing on our plan to maximise the use of the gun deck.
I think that it's simply that anything where you are not having the gun deck exactly as it is could be contentious with them. Basically, we are only caretakers of these properties. Fine, it's removable. It just means that the tower will be used to its maximum, rather than me only being able to go up there when the sun's shining.
She's even recruited a merry band of helpers to tame her secret garden, as she finally plans a strategy to make some headway with English heritage.
I'm going to be focusing next on the bureaucratic fiddle-dee-dee, because that, to me, is actually my biggest hurdle. Once I've done that, I can see things moving forward much quicker. If I haven't heard back from people, they will be hearing from me. Hopefully they will get so fed up that they'll think, right, we better get on and move on with this one to get this nightmarish woman off our backs, or something like that. I'm paying out, you know, money on rent, which should be going towards the tower. Money's getting tighter and tighter anyway. Once we get going with the building, I think it's going to just race away.
But before she can even think about getting the builders in, Sarah needs to go through our plans with English Heritage to see what they make of them.
Yeah, okay, so
Although she's been talking to them for a year trying to move things forward, Sarah keeps hitting brick walls.
During the day, 9 to 5 basically, is mainly on the telephone. It's not just difficult getting a certain amount of people together, but these people are particularly busy people. I'll call her on her mobile. Thanks a lot, bye.
5 years after buying her Martello, Sarah's finally managed to set up a meeting with English Heritage. With all the research in place, we feel we've got a good chance to win them over. though today will be the first time they've even inspected the site. It's a crucial visit.
How are you?
Oh,
You all right?
nervous wreck.
You'll be all right. You'll be fine.
We've got to be allowed to get on with things, haven't we?
We will be. I'll make sure that we can. But you've got to be prepared.
This has been recorded. That last sentence has been recorded.
No, but you've got to be prepared for their negativity.
Oh, I am.
But the most important thing about today is to find out what their attitude is to this building, because their policies change all the time.
Frustratingly, English Heritage wouldn't let us film the meeting, and 3 hours later, the news is far from good.
That wasn't really the best meeting, but it's not the end of the road either. They basically want us to take samples of the materials on the existing tower to give us direction about the specification of new materials moving forward. And when it comes to the roof design, it's back to the drawing board.
Barry Taylor has been a particularly frustrating case. He and partner Fiona bought 15th century Caldwell Tower 4 years ago for £100,000 and have failed to get planning permission despite spending £30,000 on 5 different designs.
Scheme number what?
Oh God, I've lost count. I think it's probably scheme 10.
He's ignored my advice, hasn't employed an architect with Scottish conservation experience, and his dreams of turning the tower into a romantic Scottish hideaway are still in limbo. My job has been to cajole, inspire and sometimes kick up the arse when necessary to get them going and help make their tower into a stunning home. This is my last shot.
Now, I last saw Barry 7 months ago, and I've heard things might have moved forward with planning, but to be honest, I've heard that so many times before. Today, I've brought Barry and Fiona to this 15th century castle, which has been restored. I think if Barry starts listening to people, there's a good chance that he will get the holiday home that he really wants.
Hello.
How are you? You all right?
George,
Lovely to see you. That's right. How are you, mate?
Morning. Not too
Come on
bad.
in. Let's have a look.
Okay.
Come and have a look at this. It's pretty spectacular.
Oh, wow, look at the ceiling. Oh!
What's lovely about this, in big picture thinking, especially when the planners look at it, it's been preserved as much as possible.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, even down to the shelving, you know, when it's been built in.
They've put everything behind the panelling as well.
Yeah.
If this all had to be ripped out, you're not affecting that 15th century building.
You're not ruining the walls.
It's a good idea. The staircase is beautiful.
Even though this is a really comfortable modern home, it still maintains the building's historic character and integrity.
And this is an amazing space.
Wow.
Have you been to see any other towers before that have been converted like this? Have you been to see anything?
We haven't, no.
Have you been to see one?
No.
Not one?
Not one.
You've bought yourself a tower and you've never seen one converted and finished?
Not at all.
Because it's great to see it, don't you think?
It is.
Even a scheduled monument like this can take a bit of modern technology.
Flat screen TV.
And here, beautiful bedroom.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? Oh, I like this. Oh.
It's fantastic, isn't it? So obviously in this room we've got new loo, new pipework, new everything, and then through here, you go in, Fiona. All loo. Tucked in there.
Oh, wow.
So what did you both think?
Brilliant.
Yeah? And you think the owner of this building, I mean, look at it, it's massive. It's actually much bigger than yours.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
3 years from beginning to end, completely done, all finished. You've had yours for 4
Yeah.
and you haven't started.
We've done a lot.
Well, we've had a massive, massive fight with the various people involved in planning.
But has this given you a bit of a kind of boost today?
It has actually, because, you know, as I say, it doesn't have to be complicated.
No.
It can be
it's
simple.
easier. It's actually easier than we thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, that's excellent. That's brilliant.
Yeah, yeah, really pleased with Kate.
Barry's finally realised there is a way forward, and all he needs to do is play the planning game, and above all, get the information and details right. 500 miles south lies Sarah Maccombie's Martello Tower, dating from the Napoleonic Wars in the early 19th century. She bought this piece of history for around £50,000 5 years ago, planning to transform it into her dream home.
That's my gentle giant, waiting to be awoken.
With no restoration experience, her sleeping giant has remained steadfastly in a coma. But when I last saw her 3 months ago, we had started to make some headway with English heritage. My problem is that Sarah doesn't want to hear what they have to say and is sticking to her idea about partially enclosing the gun deck on the roof, and she wouldn't let me go back to the drawing board. Today I've brought Sarah to meet Andy Brown, the Regional Director of English Heritage, to explain their view about her plans for the tower.
What we would like to do is some form of roof addition to provide some internal space, but some outdoor terrace as well. So what would be your initial thoughts about this type of addition on this type of building?
I think that's a very skillful approach to how one might put a roof on. In the cases of the ones that haven't already got roofs, though, we have adopted the policy that we need to draw the line somewhere, and we feel that the line needs to be drawn at the ones that we've still got left.
You know, you want somebody to rescue a building, but then you don't want them to be able to live in it properly.
Well, no, that's not true, Sarah. There's still every hope that we can find a way of you living in the building without doing any harm. It's all about whether or not you need to have that roof on the top, whether that's going to be the deal breaker or not. Because from our point of view, we have to draw the line somewhere, and I'm sorry that it's you who's been the first in the queue of people to suffer from that. But we have to take our responsibility seriously to make sure that this very small set of Martellos that are still left for us to pass on to future generations are passed on with as small a change as possible, enough to make it livable in, but not so much as it's taken away from the essential character of these buildings.
Yeah, in a perfect world, Andy, in a perfect world where, you know, and you know, I don't need an inside loo and all the rest of it, you know.
There are two ways forward. You can follow through with your plans and take it through the appeal process, and then an independent inspector would come to a decision, and the Secretary of State would make up her mind as to which way her mind. Margaret Hodge would take the decision as things stand at the moment. So that's one route. The other route would be to say that let's try living in the building without the rooftop addition and see how it is, and if in 10 years' time you're still determined that you want a rooftop addition, ask again. The situation may have changed by that time.
But I would say that at the end of the day, it's English heritage that makes the decision.
Well, that seems very, very clear to me, so thank you so much for coming to meet us today.
It's been a pleasure, George.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure. Nice to meet you, sir.
I think the only way that this is going to happen now is to put an application in without the roof on. Back to the drawing board, take it off, get all the information that we need, put it in, and get it approved. And then you've at least got an approval there for it to be converted to residential use. They'll have signed everything off, and then you can get on with it. And if you want to go back and appeal for the roof, you can do that later. Don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously a no.
No, I know, yeah.
What, is that what you're going to do or not? Is that what you want to do?
That's what I will do.
Good.
Well, I think sometimes a bit of tough love is exactly what a romantic dreamer like Sarah needs. We've made great progress, but maybe the champagne dumbwaiter on her roof terrace is a long way off. But it doesn't mean we cannot toast the fact that at last Sarah has a dialogue with English heritage, and the dream of turning her sleeping giant into a home has moved forward.
Cheers. Good luck.
Well, George, here's to hoping that it won't be too long before you're drinking a glass of this on the gun deck.
Exactly.
Finished.
Exactly.
Seriously.
Exactly. Well, I look forward.
Here's to that.
I look forward to that day. Cheers. Good luck. I've tried everything I can to help them along on this restoration journey, and I desperately want them to succeed. But I have to applaud Historic Scotland and English Heritage for their fastidious approach to the conservation of these magnificent buildings. Barry's owned his tower for 4 years and Sarah hers for 5. But for them, their restoration journey is only just beginning. I'm in Pilling in Lancashire. Chris Kelly and his partner Sue bought this derelict 17th century crook frame house for £77,000 3 years ago. They have a budget of £100,000 and dream of converting it into their very first family home for them and their 4 teenage daughters.
Yeah, Sue phoned me up.
and she said, you've got to go and see this house. It's a really, really old building. It was overgrown with ivy and nettles and brambles. Just opened the door and I went in, I went, wow. And I fell in love with it, didn't I?
I knew Chris well enough that he was bonkers enough and daft enough to take on a project like this.
Once you fall in love with it, that's it, isn't it?
Oh.
Chris is a successful businessman who has done restoration projects before, but nothing as ambitious as this. He's got a teenage daughter, Beth, from a previous marriage, and she lives with him for half a week. Sue works for the local council and lives separately from Chris with her 3 teenage daughters in a 3-bedroom council house about 20 miles away. Sue and Chris first went out in their 20s and rekindled their love 8 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to think that, you know, I used to go out with Sue when I was 21, although she did dump me.
He was always there in the back of my mind, always wondering, you know, what he was doing. I suppose he was the love of my life.
I thought she married a better man in the end, and it was sad it didn't work for her. But of course now she's very lucky getting me back.
It's a fairy tale in a way, isn't it? And yeah, my knight in shining armour turned up on his horse, on his white charger.
They hope this building will be a new chapter for them as a united family under one roof. And where I can, I'm going to help, advise and support them on this restoration journey.
Chris, how are you? Nice to meet you.
George.
I found you at last. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Hi.
Are you well?
Yes, thank you. A bit wet.
You've got yourself a cracking little building here, haven't you? Looks like a tin shed.
Well, it is cracking a bit. Here and there.
Cracking everywhere.
Yeah, it is.
How did you come across it?
Sue found it, actually.
I did. I used to work in our local planning department, and somebody gave me the nod. One of my colleagues said, there's a building going for auction on Wednesday night this week.
So you got a little tip-off, did you?
Got a little tip-off.
That's all right. I'm amazed you even came across it, because it's such a difficult building to find, isn't
Well,
it?
yeah.
It's off the
It
beaten
was
track.
all overgrown then.
It was like
As
Sleeping
well.
Beauty's castle.
It was, yeah.
Sleeping Beauty's Castle, I like that.
That's what it'll be in the end.
The footprint of this small 17th century agricultural dwelling is 1,000 square feet. The ground floor comprises 5 small rooms, connected by a long single corridor. Upstairs used to be one open-plan large room, but the floor has long since collapsed as the building has lain derelict for over 30 years.
Come in, George.
It's your lovely home.
Yes.
As tired as it is, it's got so much character to it, and something about the scale and the proportion of it that
Yeah,
feels
the
quite
oak.
intimate. Yeah, so you've got the timber crook frame.
Yeah, it's oak.
Which basically turns and curves up to form the roofs. And what's fantastic about crook frame buildings is, as you're saying, it's
a
out
tree.
of a tree. It's
Yeah.
an oak tree.
Yeah.
You cut it in half, don't you? Straight down the middle.
Yeah, it's
and
a
then
bent oak tree.
yeah, and then when you've got the 2 pieces curving out like that,
Yeah, they put them together.
they form the structural frame.
Yeah.
Perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah.
The field house is thought to date from the early 1600s, when Shakespeare was writing his plays and Galileo was publishing his pioneering ideas that would form the genesis of modern science. Crook-framed houses were cheap agricultural dwellings for socially climbing smallholders, stepping on the first rung of the property ladder, and are now found mainly in the Midlands, North West and Wales. In Tudor and Elizabethan times, much of the population lived in crook or box-framed houses like these. Mud and straw were mixed with horse manure and covered in a lime render to make the walls. Local clay was used for the floor and the roof was thatch. Historically, a family would have shared the space with their animals, who provided the central heating and the organic aromas. Cooking on an open fire and eking out a modest living, people in rural areas like Pilling rarely left the area, travelling no further than half a day to market in their whole lifetime. This part of Lancashire has always been agricultural and remote, which is why the field house has escaped development. And it's the only house left in Pilling with its crook frame still intact.
So this is listed?
No. I tried to have it listed.
It's not listed?
No, I asked English Heritage to list it, and they wouldn't.
Why did they not list it?
Because they said it was too many mixes of different periods.
From my point of view, looking at something like this, which is rare to the area, you're saying,
Yeah.
something which I think is an amazing architectural character of local building materials, and you've got this amazing crook frame as well.
And I was willing to renovate it.
But you were asking them to list
asking
it.
them to list it,
That's
yeah.
that's unheard of. Most people are desperate not to be listed
That's
so they
right,
can
I
do what they
know.
want with it.
Chris plans to turn the field house into a 3-bedroom cottage, rebuild the collapsed kitchen, and for the first time ever, install an inside toilet and bathroom. Upstairs, he'll reinstate the floor, making one large bedroom, which will be reached by a staircase in the hallway. With 4 teenage girls, the house would be too small for the whole family, so Chris is planning to add a 2-bedroom extension to make it big enough, although he hasn't yet got an architect on board.
So what do you want me to do for you? Do you want me to help you in any way? Or?
Yeah, please. I'd like you to design that extension for me.
What sort of extension are you thinking of? What size? What scale?
About a third of this building, or a half of this building.
Wow. Do you think you get planning for
it? We don't know. We haven't asked yet.
If you don't ask, you don't get.
No.
And if you didn't get planning, would that be a huge problem
It
for
would,
you?
yeah.
In 1972, the field house was condemned by the council and deemed unfit for living in as it didn't have an inside toilet. After this, it was referred to as an agricultural building and not a house. It took Chris and Sue 3 years of battling with the local council to overturn this decision and win the right to turn it back into a home. But without an extension, it won't be big enough for them and their joint family, so their investment and dreams of a family home are hanging in the balance.
I think the challenge that Chris has got, even with all of his property development experience, is getting planning permission for this extension. It's taken him 3 years just to get to this stage, and getting that planning might be a lot harder than he thinks.
The 17th century interior is remarkably intact, but after 30 years lying derelict, the outside is literally falling apart.
We've rebuilt above the windows in various places because the wooden beams are rotten.
Right, okay.
Wooden lintels.
So structurally, you've just been kind of tying the whole thing together?
We've put lots of metal bars in, stainless steel bars. Can you see the lines in between the joints?
No.
We put them
Oh yeah, I
over
can
here.
there. Yeah.
Here, I'll show you.
Yeah. No, so you've tied all that together?
Yeah, there are various places all around the building which ties it all together.
Yeah.
Fantastically strong these are.
No, it's a good way of doing it. You kind of stitch all the brickwork back together, don't you? Which is really good.
Yeah.
The exterior walls of the field house have continually changed over its lifetime. Originally they were mud and straw with a lime render, then cobble and flint were used, and later Victorian bricks. But it's the 17th century interior oak crook frame which Chris is passionate about preserving.
The way that you're building this
Yeah.
is quite different, isn't it? It's not quite what I was expecting, because you're putting up a secondary skin on the outside of the old structure.
We are.
Why
We're
is
sort
that?
of wrapping it in a big blanket.
So in effect you're saying, well look, let's preserve the frame as perfectly as we can by wrapping it in this kind of protective, new build, 21st century structure.
Yeah.
It's actually quite clever.
Yeah.
I shouldn't sound so surprised, should I?
No.
I didn't mean it like that. No, but
yeah, it is quite clever.
But what's working in your favour is this isn't a listed building.
Yes.
Because if it was listed,
We
you would
couldn't do it.
never be able to do this in
No,
a million
never.
years.
No.
You would have to build on the inside and
Yeah.
preserve the outside.
We would.
I love the idea of encasing this fragile oak frame with a cosy protective blanket. It's great to see Chris tackling this derelict shell with such gusto. But seeing the size of his and Sue's joint family together, I really hope we can get planning permission for their extension, because I can't imagine how they'll all squeeze into this tiny cottage.
So what did you think when you first saw the building after it had been bought?
I wondered why he'd bought it, to be honest. And I don't see how it's going to turn into anything spectacular right now.
Emil
It's just
doesn't
a
believe
shed.
in the project.
No.
You don't believe in it at all?
I have faith in Chris, but it doesn't look like it's going to be anything too much yet.
I just saw it and thought, why did he bought a tin shack? I don't understand. It just looks like an old shed.
I can see now why you need the extension.
I know.
Look at them all. It's like, how do you actually survive with
Well,
all this
I
lot?
want a room at that end of the house, and I want them to have a room at the other end of the house. So I can get some peace.
You can just live in the extension on your own, mate.
It's all right. We'll get friends round. We'll have parties. It'll be fine.
So what happens if you don't get the extension?
We can't live here. It's just too small.
Yeah.
Unless there are 4 of them in a bedroom.
I don't know how you're going to survive.
No, I don't.
I don't know how you survive to this date, actually.
No, I don't.
Look at them. Trouble. Absolute trouble.
From the 1700s, life for agricultural farmers who lived in crooked-framed and box houses began to dramatically change. They created cash by selling off surplus oats, barley and wheat, and turned any spare land into cash crops like hemp and flax. This extra income meant home improvements, so out went the mud and straw and in came the bricks. Some even built an upstairs. Opportunities to earn even more money came with the agrarian revolution, improving farm and production techniques as demand for food increased when cities expanded. As the farmers got wealthier, crook-framed and box houses were either demolished or turned into animal sheds. So it's a miracle that this crook-framed building has survived it all. Chris and Sue have given me the task of designing the extension. But before I start, I want to find out more about the field house's historical features. So I'm meeting Chris O'Flaherty, an architectural conservationist from the University of Central Lancashire.
So Chris, since the building's been stripped back, have you found anything unusual about it? Any discoveries?
Yeah, actually we've found some quite interesting things on the truss here. If we can just move that plank out of the way, yeah. We can see there on the tie beam on the truss, on the crook blade, yeah, these marks. We've got a 3 little numerals there. We've also got a 3 below there.
Right, OK.
Difficult to see.
That's quite nice, isn't it? It makes sense in some ways that you're putting this kit of parts together.
It does, yeah. Yeah, it makes a great deal of sense, and it shows us how the crook trusses were actually pulled back up into place, or pulled into place having been constructed on the ground. This part of the building, we would call this the house part, and this would have been the part in which the fireplace would have been. So originally it would have been the main part where the family would have spent most of its time. Visitors would have been accepted into this part, so it was a public building, or public part of the building, the fireplace for cooking, etc. But essentially it would have been the hub of the house. Right. And originally it would have been the only part of the house that would have been heated. Those other parts that we've seen back there wouldn't have been heated originally. I suppose the significant things about the building are the crook frame that we've got left over here, obviously.
So with this building being so significant in terms of its interior, why has it never been listed?
I think perhaps the reason why it wasn't listed was that this area of the world is slightly remote. Historically it was difficult to get to, and perhaps it was a part of the world in which whoever is involved in the listing investigations either A, saw the building and didn't think it was anything significant from the exterior, or B, perhaps wasn't that interested in vernacular buildings, was more interested in the grand churches, etc.
So sort of vernacular architecture like this, like everyday living architecture, was kind of left behind, wasn't it?
I think people can relate to buildings like this because it was the houses of the masses, and they are the buildings that predate the suburban development of the 20th, late 19th and 20th century. So they are buildings that we recognise and we can perhaps relate to, and the buildings of our forefathers rather than the forefathers of the higher echelons of society, if we can say that.
That's quite interesting, actually. I suppose there's as much pride in these buildings as the expensive stuff, shall we say.
At local level, maybe even more pride.
Now, with this extension to the field house, I've actually decided to take quite a traditional approach to the new building. And the reason being is that there's been so many issues with the planning on this building in the first place. And I think by going for something too modern, I'll just put the planners off. So I might be playing it safe, but I think on this one, it's the right thing to do. With the new extension, I think it's really important that we pick up a similar line for the highest point of the building, because it's gone from single story really to 2-story, and we want this new extension to be 2-story as well. So what I think we should do is have a very simple, minimal, single-story glass link. This is all thatch, and the idea is that you would have the same roof profile kind of here, turning down, again in that kind of curved thatch style. Simple rendered finish here, which matches the rendered finish of the existing building. So there's a consistency in all the materials from the old building through to the new. But I just want this to be a very simple, traditional extension to the building. In the same materials, the same scale, and the same proportion, because I think if we don't, we're never going to get planning. If they say no, then Chris just can't use this building properly. He needs the extra bedrooms, he needs the extra space.
Chris's strategy for the extension is to hold off with the planning application until the field house looks restored and presentable with the new thatched roof. Although he's been pushing forward with the build over Christmas, he's been hit with a catalogue of setbacks.
Yeah, I've had a few problems with illness over Christmas. 2 of the lads are ill. One's actually having an operation tomorrow in his eye. He's got a bad eye, so he might actually lose his eye. I've been ill. And unfortunately, over Christmas, the 2 weeks we're off, every day was dry and blue sky. Because when you're working on the roof, obviously, if it starts pouring heavy rain, it takes longer to do things. And just makes it a bit miserable, really. But the pressure's been on to get the roof done for January.
The Thatcher arrives and he has some bad news.
Hi, Barry.
Good morning, Chris.
Happy New Year.
And to you. Nice to see
Cold?
you again. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
When are you going to be starting?
Well, they've started cutting the Scottish reed now, beginning of last week.
Right.
So they've got to get it cut, they've got to clean it out, and then get it all bundled up. So we're looking at the end of this month.
Yeah.
When it will get delivered down here.
Chris was hoping that the new roof would demonstrate his high-quality restoration approach and may be a positive influence on the planners.
Yeah, the thatcher's let us down drastically because he said he'd have it all thatched by January, and the weather's been so bad in Scotland, the reeds cannot be cut, so we've lost a lot of time there. I'm not overly hopeful that the actual planning department will pass it. I think it'll be a fight and we'll have to go to the planning committee. And then I think hopefully then they'll look at this, they'll see what work we've done, they'll see how beautiful it is, and they'll go, you know, they'll use common sense and say, yeah, well, he's done a really good job, it looks fantastic, why can't you have an extension?
It's a bright, misty spring morning and a big moment on site. After a 6-week delay, the Thatcher has finally arrived.
Morning, Barry.
Morning.
How are you? I'm George. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you,
How's
George.
things? Master Thatcher.
Yeah, that's the one.
I like the sound of that. So is this a very ecological way to do a roof?
Oh,
these
very
days?
much so, yeah. It's a natural material, so it performs. The reeds are hollow, so they trap the air, so they create a very good insulation.
That's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. And how long would a roof like this last, do you think?
On average, we normally say for water reed, anything between 50 to 75 years.
Wow.
But the cappings, that's the fancy bit you see along the top,
Yeah,
the ridge,
yeah.
they have to be replaced about every 8 to 15 years.
Right, okay.
And that can't be done in reed because it's not pliable enough. We have to use either straw or sedge for that.
In 1800, there were nearly 1 million thatched buildings in England. But by the 1960s, only 35,000 were left. Today, there are 24,000 of them that are listed. Surprisingly, given that Chris has a slew of properties and a good credit history behind him, even he's been bitten by the credit crunch. The bankers refused him a £200,000 loan for the proposed new extension.
I went to them and said, look, I've got this really nice house, will you lend me some money on it? And they said no. They said they'd lend me the money when it was finished.
Well, that's not good. You need it now.
Well, really, I need it to build the extension.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have to wait till this is finished, go to them again and say, it's finished now, please lend me some money. Get the money, then build the extension.
I suppose what will happen is when the field house is habitable
Yeah.
and it's a finished building,
Yeah.
they'll see that you've added value to that building
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, I mean, I've added value to this just by getting planning permission, because before it didn't have any. So obviously, as soon as you get planning permission, it increases in value.
But what worries me is you've gone in, bought the field house
Yeah,
at an auction.
yeah.
You wanted to make it into your family home, but on condition of that, you want to extend it because you think it's not going to work as a family home the size it is.
Yeah.
We haven't got planning yet,
Yeah.
and even if we do get planning,
Yeah.
you might not get the finance to build it,
And I can't sell it.
and you can't sell it. I think it's just a sign of the times, really. The whole property market's kind of on its knees. The banks aren't willing to lend, and even with a good client and customer like Chris, they're nervous about giving any money out. Luckily, Chris has got a few quid in the savings account to pay for the rest of the field house to be brought back to life, but when it comes to that extension, you know, it might never happen. It might never happen.
In the meantime, the best thing I can do for Chris and Sue is to show them the scheme I've come up with and hope they can sort out their financial crisis.
Okay, so what we've got is the old field house itself.
What I'd like to do is add an extension to the field house of 1,000 square feet with a thatched roof. Downstairs there'll be a utility room and large living room with glass corner walls to make the most of those views. Upstairs there'll be 2 large bedrooms which Chris so desperately needs, plus another bathroom. The new extension will link to the field house by a glass corridor.
Yeah, the plans were great, weren't they?
Yeah,
Just what we wanted, really.
I think they'll be good to take to the planners. Well, I'm hoping they will. I'm hoping they give the right impression of what we're wanting to do and make it look like a modernish development that's not going to detract from the 16th century beautiful cottage we're trying to recreate.
Yeah, we need the extension to get the living accommodation and the bedroom space. Without that, we're snookered, so we're definitely relying on this planning meeting.
My biggest worry now, to be honest, is the planning. It took Chris and Sue nearly 3 years to get planning permission to convert the field house. If it's going to take another year, 18 months, 2 years to get planning permission for the extension, they're not going to get the house that they desperately need. He said to me time and time again, the field house is a decent-sized building, but it's not big enough for our family. We haven't got enough bedrooms and we haven't got a big enough living room. So if he doesn't get the extension, I don't know what he's going to do.
If they're to realise their dream of living under one roof as a united family, this is the biggest day since buying it 4 years ago. I've designed a traditional thatch extension, connecting it to the field house with a glass corridor. We're off to see the local planning officer to get a steer.
I think for us today, the main things that we need is, in principle, can we extend the building? And then if we can extend it, what is the preferred style of the department, really? What would be their view on it?
What I would say is, obviously, an extension per se is acceptable. That's the first thing, that there is no problem with the principle of it.
Because I understood that because you, as a council, had rejected the planning application originally, you would automatically reject the extension.
No. Whilst I can see where you're coming from in terms of maintaining the sort of same scale and heights and so on, the extension proposed is tending to be as large as almost the original dwelling. So I think it probably needs scaling down somewhat to make it seem subordinate to the main property.
You mean in terms of its footprint or its overall scale, so even the height as well?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, yeah.
The thing is, Chris, how are you going to feel about the reduction in scale?
I don't know, we'll have to look at it.
We'll have to chop our legs off then, won't we?
There might,
have to shrink a bit.
It might come to it, there might be no point building the extension. My concern is that, can we still have the 2 stories in the extension?
I'll be honest with you, Chris, I think you might struggle.
Right. Because that ruins our plans. I mean, that would ruin the whole project then if we couldn't do that. Because we couldn't get 2 bedrooms in it.
Yeah, planning's a compromise, unfortunately. You aren't in an urban area, you are in the countryside, so that brings with it planning constraints. And I think you may have to moderate slightly what your aspirations for your extension are, I'm afraid.
I mean, the only way of doing it then, Chris, is to adopt the principle that was, if you like, in the old building before, where you are kind of single story, but with a high roof, and you put a mezzanine level within that roof space.
Yeah, something like that, which gives you probably pretty much what you want. Maybe not exactly, but you may be getting the majority of what you would like, but that would still probably, I say all but seen it on paper again, but that will probably overcome some of our concerns.
Right, okay.
Oh, we're getting some clues.
Yeah, they're not good though.
The view on historic buildings now, even from English heritage point of view, is that the correct way forward for extensions or additions is of a modern form, contemporary design, 21st century.
And it sounds to me that you'd prefer it maybe not to be a thatched roof to match the existing
If I'm honest, my personal view, and I can only give you my opinion as a professional town planner employed by the council, is that you don't slavishly copy, and by that, yes, I'm also suggesting that perhaps you don't use thatch on the extension.
How do you feel about that, Chris? In terms of scale,
well, it's
massive.
fantastic because thatch roofing is very, very expensive.
He's so tight, honestly.
Yeah. So it's a big relief.
I think what we should do is go back to the drawing board, redesign it, reduce the scale, look at doing something which maintains 2 bedrooms, because you really need that for your family. And then we might have a chance.
OK, yeah. 40% reduction on the size of the extension is quite big.
I think we did think we might have to make it a bit smaller.
If the extension isn't big enough, then we won't be able to build the extension and we won't be able to move into it. So it's crucial, really.
Well, I seem to get that completely wrong, but I don't mind, to be honest. My approach was to go for a bigger, more traditional extension, where the planners have now said they want it smaller in footprint and in height, but we can go more modern. And I think that's fine. That's part of the compromise and the journey of the planning process. So instead of picking that higher level up through here, we're going to have to come down again. So I'll probably pick this level up now. Which is the lower level of that roof coming through here. Still with the glass link. And then the new extension will basically be of a lower design and a more modern roof. So instead of it being in the fluffy thatch, it's all going to be in slate. And then we're going to come up with a detail here which is all in glass with a floating rendered panel.
While the extension plans are being revised, the actual restoration of the historic field house is going well. The new floor is in and the original old oak beams are being strengthened and treated. But the reality of living together as a family for the first time is beginning to hit home, and it seems bachelor boy Chris might be getting cold feet.
It's getting to the stage now where we will be able to move in together. It means I'm going to have to spend every day with Sue, which I'm not really looking forward to, because I actually like being on my own. I like being in my bed. I slept there last night. It was lovely being on your own in bed and not having somebody else kicking you or nagging you. So I'm really apprehensive about it. She just comes part-time at the moment, and I like part-time. Part-time's good.
The restoration of the field house isn't only bringing emotional issues to the surface for Chris, but financial ones too. Building a brand new extension to house their combined family will cost £150,000, but will only add £100,000 to the value of the property.
Well, the estate agents told me that the property will be worth £450,000 done up when it's finished, which is great. It's not about the money, but it's great to know it's going to be worth £450,000. The problem is, they've told me that with the extension, it'll only be worth £550,000, which is a big dilemma for me, being a businessman, because the extension is going to cost me at least £150,000 to build. So I'm actually going to lose money by building this extension. Although it's not about the money, it's about bringing Sue and I together and the families together, it still goes against the grain, losing money on property.
I think Chris is becoming worn down by all the delays and financial risk with this build. So I'm hoping my new modern design for the extension will reignite his passion for the project. In line with what the planners wanted, I've reduced the footprint of the extension by 40% and added a new roof to make it look more contemporary. Slate, not thatch. Most importantly for Chris, I've managed to squeeze in 2 bedrooms, albeit one of them is now a single, not a double.
Well, George's new plans are okay. I mean, it's got the bedroom in it, hasn't it, Beth? It's still got the bedroom and the bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
And there are the stairs, and it's still got the link, but it's not as big as it was before. I mean, I wanted this great big lounge because, you know.
Well, it looks over the garden,
all these
it?
girls sitting in this lounge and their friends.
Yeah.
Where are we going to sit?
Well, that's it. Don't know really. In the kitchen.
We're going to have to get a shed down the garden.
Yeah.
But hopefully the planners will go for this.
I'm sure this is looking more like they've been thinking about.
And we have to have this extension.
It might not be exactly what they want, but crucially it's the best chance they have of getting planning. With the thatch now on the roof, there's a new momentum on site.
So how much did all this cost you for the thatching?
Nearly £19,000.
See, although that's a lot of money, and I'm sure it pains you to pay for it.
Yeah, it did.
I think it's good value. I think it's good value. I think for something this beautiful,
Yeah, it is beautiful.
this
isn't
well crafted,
Yeah.
I think it's worth every single penny. It's probably the most important feature of this house now.
Yeah.
Obviously the crook frame
Well, it
inside
is because it had thatch on before, so you couldn't build it without.
Exactly.
It would just look stupid.
Honestly, money
so
well spent.
It was essential. Mind your head there.
What are you going to do with all this then?
Have you noticed how much lower this is now?
Yeah, no. What are you going to do about that?
Leave it.
Are you?
Yeah. It's part of the character.
What, banging your head every time you walk into the room?
Well, you can't destroy 500 years of history just because you bang your head on it.
Kind of. Can you just lift it?
Lift it where?
Like, from there to there, and tie it into that oak that you've got there. It's still 500 years of history, but
this goes all the way through, though, right the way through to the other end of the crook.
That's going to drive you mental, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know.
It's your house.
Yeah, I know.
Now the building is structurally sound, Sue is involved with the interior finishes.
It should get a bit more interesting now. It should be a bit more girly stuff. Some nice things like looking at kitchens and bathrooms, and I don't like really plasterboard.
She's soon hitting the shops to plan the feathering of the nest.
Cups. See, because it all fits through. It's really nice. See? Yeah, that's all going.
I do like this bit. I do like the bit of the prettiness and choosing the light fittings, the bedding, the furnishings, the paint for the walls. That's really my cup of tea. I think it would be any woman's dream. I sort of know some of the limits of what we've got to spend, so I think he trusts me.
Chris, who lives in a large house with daughter Beth, is beginning to get worried about how and where all his stuff is going to fit when they move into the tiny fieldhouse cottage.
It's quite an important building, this, isn't it? Because it's about kind of bringing all of your family together. Really.
It is, yeah.
Yours and Sue's.
Yeah.
In one place.
Yeah. For me, it's actually downsizing because I've got a pretty big house now, so it's going to be hard.
Are you going to be all right with that?
I don't know. That's why I need the extension, because it
just
made
give
me
you
feel
some
at
more
home.
space.
Yeah, because you know, I do wander around and I've got a huge, great big office and loads of different rooms, so it will be hard coming to a smaller house.
Meanwhile, it's excitement for Sue and her family, who can't wait to see how their brand new home is coming along.
Is that all right? Right, come on in. Come
Yeah,
see the
come on,
main
girl.
bedroom. Tell us what you think.
So, wow. Huge. It's got a roof.
It's a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. I thought we were squeezing into this room, but no, it's bigger.
It's massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's huge. I can't believe how much has changed.
Have you girls actually had a chat yet about who's having what room and where you're going to be?
No. No, to be honest, but I think as I am the eldest and the biggest, I get the big one.
I think as I am the youngest and I have least say in everything, then I'll have this.
Okay, come through and have a look. It's all finished. It's all done.
This is it. What room's this?
The piano we seem to have lost a place for, so
yeah.
Where does it all go? We've got to have the extension. It needs a music room as well, George.
So we need a music room, we need a poker room, we need 2 extra bedrooms, we need a bigger living room over in that extension.
Yeah. It needs to be like the TARDIS then.
Exactly. God, you're in so much trouble, mate, honestly. So much trouble. What have you let yourself in for?
They'll all be married soon.
They'll be gone. You can have a look at your new kitchen.
Can I come and buy stuff for the cottage with you, please? To have my influence.
It's going to cost you so much. You'd never believe. If you thought the bill was expensive, just wait until these start. The pennies really dropped with me today. You walk around with Chris, having a few doubts about moving out of his big house into this little idyllic old cottage, and then seeing the girls walking around, big teenage girls, very tall, walking around these tiny little rooms, ducking under all the timbers. And I don't know if they can all live there. Without the extension, I think it'll be impossible.
The restoration has gone well, but getting planning for the extension has come unstuck. My first design was a traditional thatched 2-bedroom extension that linked to the cottage with a glass corridor, but this was rejected by the planning office.
You may have to moderate slightly what your aspirations for your extension are, I'm afraid.
We then followed their advice and have come up with a more modern design without thatch, and today it's the committee hearing.
Hopefully the councillors have been round today in a coach and actually seen the house.
If they don't get planning for the extension, their dream of uniting their 2 families under one roof will be scuppered, and their emotional investment in the project will take a battering.
Sorry, I just don't like it. I think it spoils it and I can't support this.
To me, it's totally out of character for the building and for the area as well.
All those in favour of the recommendation and against?
The vote is 4 in favour and 8 against. The modern design, as recommended by the planning department, is rejected by the committee. It's a major blow, and it's hard not to take it to heart.
Absolutely fucking pissed off, actually. I don't know what they would accept. I don't know, I'm confused.
We couldn't live in it at the moment.
But we've just got to battle on, haven't we? And we've got to find a way around it. I mean, there will be a way around it, but at the moment, it's hard to know what is the way around it. There was nothing clear there.
Just a minute, this is more than 3 years. This is three.
They're behind you.
I know so.
Well, that's all right. Well, I don't want to say too much, because they're behind.
I'm gutted, but thankfully Chris and Sue aren't quitters. They might have had a setback, but the extension is too important to them and their family. When I first saw the field house 1 year ago, it was a derelict shed with a tin roof, literally falling apart. And the only thing still intact was its original oak crook frame. But now, just 1 year after getting planning to restore it back to its former glory as a home, I'm back to celebrate the completion of this fantastic restoration project.
Oh, hello, George!
Good morning,
how are
mate.
you?
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
While, isn't it?
It's been a while.
How's things?
Hello.
Lovely to see you. You all right? Hello, girls. You well? Lovely to see you all. It's like an army. The army comes out. This is probably the best this building's ever looked. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, it does look amazing, doesn't it?
That looks great. All the renders done, so it's got this nice waterproof jacket on now. Is it all completely done?
Yeah, completely.
Are you all going to fit in?
No. No, that's a minor problem we've got, George. Yeah, you put the kettle on, girls.
Sue and Chris have gone for a traditional country cottage look. What was once the room that kept the animals dry is now a warm and comfortable living room. I can remember teasing Chris about keeping all the low oak beams.
It's part of the character.
What, banging your head every time you walk into the room?
I'd still find it frustrating, but I really applaud his integrity to keep as many original features as possible.
After a couple of beers on a Friday night, you wouldn't want to come back to this house.
It's a bit higher. Well, it's got higher as we've, gone through the build.
You've had to build all this up, haven't you,
Yeah,
to get
yeah,
insulation in. It looks great. Oh, look at the timbers, they look fantastic.
The other inspired feature of this restoration project is the exterior skin Chris built around the building.
It's actually quite clever.
Yeah.
I shouldn't sound so surprised, should I?
No.
This has meant Chris could let the original oak frame float ornamentally, as the new thatch roof sits on a completely new structure.
I've never seen anything like this before.
No.
I haven't. It's like being inside Moby Dick. It's such a clever idea that you've just left the old structure where it is and you've just wrapped it in this new building, basically.
The old buttery is now a study area, and even here, the half oak crook frame is a feature.
And this is this kind of Jurassic-like timber floating in mid-air.
Yeah, which looks fantastic, doesn't it?
This is the half crook, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just gorgeous colour, isn't it? Yeah. And you can still see the joiners' marks on them on this side. The craftsmen at the time made marks on it so they could fit it all together in the right place.
What was once the dairy is now a bathroom.
The new modern 21st century bathroom.
Yeah, but it's still got the old cobble wall.
But of course.
Which is original.
Yeah.
Because part of the building, if you remember, was cobble, part of it was brick, part of it had a stone plinth with timber on top. So it was, again, the external walls were all different. We still got the crook coming through, so you can sit in the bath and see the history.
There are 2 bedrooms on the ground floor, one under the stairs and one by the bathroom. A year ago, the upstairs didn't exist. It had literally fallen down. Chris has rebuilt it with the kitchen downstairs and created a landing that really puts you in touch with the building's history.
Oh, this is great. Oh, what's fantastic about coming up to here? It feels like you're in the National History Museum or something. It's the one area of the building that you really see this history,
you can see everything here, can't you?
It's like having a jewel in a glass box. You can see the frame from the very bottom where it's nearly touching that skirting
the shape
board.
is beautiful, isn't it? And the shape as it sweeps up there. It's
twists
just
and
fabulous.
turns all the way to the top, to the apex of the roof.
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
The only room upstairs is their master bedroom.
Come through.
The idea with this building downstairs was more agricultural, wasn't it? Much more animal-based, and they would have slept up on the top floor above the animals.
Yeah. And the heat would have risen up here.
Yeah, and the smells.
Hit more.
Absolutely beautiful, and you've got that lovely window with the view over the fields
Yeah.
that way. What makes buildings like this very special is the history, the people that have lived in it, and the people that have built it. And you've all added to that now.
The quality of this restoration project is first class. Creating a new outer skin to preserve the original interior features is really clever. The great irony is that had this building been listed, Chris wouldn't have been allowed to do it. I know the family have been really keen to find out the exact date of the building, so I sent a sample of the original oak off to the lab for testing.
Hello there. Surprise. I took a sample from the building, from the old timber.
Oh, yes.
And took it off to be dated to try and get an original date for this building.
1978.
It wasn't 1978,
Was that
surprisingly enough. Have you any idea when you think it might be?
Yeah, we've all had a guess.
We've had a bet on it.
Have you had a bet on it?
Yeah, we have, yeah.
Chris is funding the bet.
Yeah.
From a brilliant source, very well dated, very accurately dated from the tree ring dating process. The date of this building.
Yeah, go on.
1632.
Wow.
Did you win? Did you say 1635?
Wow. Well done, Ben.
What did you win?
20 quid. 1635. Wow.
I've got a present for you.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
A book of the field house.
Oh, fantastic, George.
1632, field house is built all the way through from 1734, 1845, 1925, all the people that have owned it. 2005, field house is put up for sale, bought by Chris Kelly and Sue Hindle. 2009, the field house has been restored. Chris?
That's fantastic, George.
That's for you.
Thank you very much
All
indeed.
the history of this building.
Cheers, George.
Well done for saving
Thank you. And cheers, Sue.
Cheers.
It's in safe hands, this building now.
Yeah, love you.
Unfortunately, it's not happily ever after just yet. Practically, the field house without an extension is just too small for them all to live here, so they've chosen to rent it out while they battle on with the planners. I really feel Chris deserves to get planning. Without his vision, this historic building would have disappeared forever. He has shown integrity, sensitivity, and his triumph should be rewarded.
It's quite emotional, isn't it?
Oh,
You've done
it is.
something.
It is, yeah. It's not like building a new house. A new house is easy and it's all very modern. But when you actually bring history back, it just gives you such a satisfying pleasure. You just can't describe it.
This has been a fairy tale restoration project, bringing this simple cottage back to life, which has somehow survived since 1632 with its timber crook frame intact, is just unbelievable. And for Chris and Sue, it's been a very difficult 4-year journey. But despite giving everybody in the local community a building they can be truly proud of, the planners have made the decision that they're rejecting any modern or traditional extension. But what this building has done, for a couple who've rekindled their love after 20 years apart, it's given them a real focus, and I'm hoping a family home for the future. I've come to Thorrington in Suffolk, to this derelict Grade 2 listed Georgian Gate Lodge, which former local boy Scott Welsh bought as a weekend retreat for £146,000 in 2007, so he could spend more time with his father.
I reckon I saw this building when I was probably 17, 18, somewhere along there. My dad used to take me out for drives.
And we always passed this way, and I knew he was always keen on this.
But this place means a lot to me. How's that, Lloyd?
40-year-old Scott, aka the Brighton Rock, is a retired British and Commonwealth heavyweight champion, but now runs a boxing club in Hove, training and managing young fighters.
Stay relaxed.
This was my amateur gym, this is where I become a champion. Just teaching the kids and keeping it real, really, so trying to pass on some good stuff.
He also runs charity fight nights, and his greatest claim to fame was flooring Brad Pitt in the feature film Snatch. Not deterred by the noisy A12 or being next door to an MOD firing range, for Scott, fixing up this building is a lifelong dream. And I hope I can support, help and advise him on this restoration journey.
Scott, it's fantastic, isn't it? What a beautiful building. How did you come across it?
I've been looking at it now for, must be nearly 20 odd years.
20 odd years?
I always used to pop in and think, it's still there, nobody's got it, you know.
So what makes you, a 6-foot-something boxer, tough guy, buy a beautiful little building like this?
I went to Greece as a young boy with the England squad to box over there, and I saw the Acropolis, and I thought, well, it's a little tiny bit of Acropolis in Suffolk, so...
this is your mini Acropolis you're going to move into?
Yeah.
Unlike the grand house, Thorrington Hall, that once stood here with its Ionic pillars, the Gate Lodge is simple and understated. Built in 1819, the footprint is 860 square feet and is constructed of red brick covered in a stucco render, with a large portico at the front, supported by 4 Tuscan columns. Inside, it's a 1-storey dwelling. Originally just 2 small rooms, one with a fireplace for a living room and cooking on the fire, and the other a bedroom. The lavatory was outside, and in the 1930s 2 lean-tos were built at the back and the side, adding 2 more bedrooms, a kitchen and a bathroom.
So we've got to break in, have we?
I think we have to break in.
You do definitely own it, don't you? It's like a demolition job. We're pulling half the bloody building off the front.
Unbelievably, this is the first time Scott has seen the interior since he bought it.
I mean, this really is like going back in time, isn't it?
Yeah, so
crikey. They've ripped all the ceilings out. The windows are beautiful, though, actually. I mean, funny, I know all the glass is smashed and stuff like that, but they're not bad, you know, for the age that they are.
After being home to only local vandals for the past 22 years, the lodge is in a pretty desperate state.
Go in here. It's so wet. I mean, the timbers are basically like soil. I mean, that is unbelievable. God, your floors are rotten to hell. And look, I think that's all wet rot. But the bricks are good, you see.
Yeah.
See, that is absolutely fine.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
Now, that's quite a good sign, because if it means the ones under the floor are that good, most of the structure in the wall's probably not too bad either. You know, all the sort of material stuff, the roof, the timbers, the plaster, all of that shot. But to be honest with you, the rest, when you look at the brickwork and the rest of the structure of it, it's pretty good. That's the only good news.
I should have had a look inside before I bought it, really, shouldn't I?
That would have been a really good idea, Scott.
Gate lodges were a mini-me of the grand houses they served. They were built to impress and announce the taste of the owners to the passers-by. There were 3 distinct styles: a single building, identical twin pavilions, or an arch with a gate tower. Through the 18th and 19th centuries, these lodges were the height of fashion, and the gentry spent big to get the look.
So, Scott, I hope you've got deep pockets, mate, because it's going to cost you a few quid.
Yeah, well, that's where you come in.
Thanks for that.
That's the next chat we're going to have. So.
What plans have you got for it, then? What do you want to do with it?
I just basically want to bring it back to life. We're looking at extension on the back, so...
Okay, good. Well, that gives you a fighting chance of getting 4 bedrooms in there, because you look at it now and you just think, God, there's so many small spaces.
Yeah,
I don't know how you're going to make it work from that point of view.
Scott already has a vision of how he wants to bring this glorious building back to life. He plans to rebuild the old lean-to at the back, making it into a kitchen, and further extend with a modern glass box, adding 2 more bedrooms and more living space.
And do you imagine this being a very modern addition to the old building?
Yeah, ultra-modern, yeah.
Scott, I think it's brilliant. I think it'd be quite brave. And if you can bring it all together and really make it work between the style, I mean, it could be fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Oh, definitely.
The new bits have got to be beautiful.
Yeah.
But you've got to make the old building work for you, because that's where most of the constraints are. I think the building's amazing. I mean, Scott's quite lucky to get his hands on something like this. My worry at the minute is things like planning permission, because he's got quite ambitious plans, which is great, but trying to do a modern, contemporary extension, this glass box on the back of a building like this, has huge risks with the planning department, and if he doesn't get it, well, he's back to square one.
Derelict since the 1980s, the first job is stripping out the interior and getting rid of any non-original features.
So Scott, we're going to try and get this fireplace out, yeah?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Shall I make a weak and pathetic start and you can finish it off?
Go on, let's have a look. Let's see what you got.
Bloody hell, that is rock.
I don't think that's going anywhere, that.
I've seen nests and twigs of chimney breasts before, but look at this.
That is incredible.
If there's any protected species like bats, if you found signs of bat droppings anywhere in the building, you'd have to stop work.
Yeah.
And you'd stop work, and then they'd get you to they'd get a specialist out to relocate them somewhere else. And if they were a very rare species, they'd have to stay where they were, and they wouldn't let you do any work at all. Shocked at that. I mean, that is just unbelievable.
This gate lodge is sadly the only remaining building of the once grand Thorrington Hall estate. The grand English country houses were the seats of the elite and built to show everyone the importance and stature of its owner. Bigger was definitely better. With the agricultural depression from the 1870s, the introduction of death duties and the rise in divorce, the 20th century was tough for the landed gentry, and grand estates began to get sold off. World War II caused yet more losses, with the impact of wartime requisitioning. But for the resident troops who caused the decay while staring death in the face, the last thing on their mind was Country House TLC. The troops carved up interiors and whitewashed priceless detailing, but fire, often from discarded fag butts, caused the greatest damage. Scott has asked me to come up with a plan for his modern extension, and I know to have a fighting chance of getting planning, it will have to be sympathetic to the soul and integrity of the restored gate lodge. My 21st century design needs to be informed and inspired by the history of this building, so I've asked local historian Alan Mackley to site to find out more.
So Alan, tell me about the estate and why it's so special.
Well, Thorrington Estate, almost forgotten now, but it was a decent-sized estate in Suffolk. It was over 2,000 acres by the end of the 19th century.
2,000 acres?
And it has a history which throws a lot of light on land ownership and succession. If we take it back, we find a significant figure, Sir Edward Coke. Now, he was Solicitor General and then Attorney General for Elizabeth I.
Oh, really?
And then he became Chief Justice for James. And in his position as senior lawyer, he would try treason cases. So he tried Sir Walter Raleigh.
Wow.
And he tried the gunpowder plot conspirators as well.
So an incredibly sort of powerful and historic figure.
Indeed, and Sir Edward actually married into a family which had estates in Suffolk. He married into the Paston family, and thereby he got Huntingfield, which is about 5 miles from here.
Right, okay.
And then he'd set up each of 4 or 5 sons on landed estates.
Okay.
One of those was Thorrington.
So what year did he buy this?
Well, he would have bought this in the early 1600s.
So we're in the fantastic estate, but where exactly is the house?
Well, you could say the house was a casualty of the Second World War. Not immediately, but it was requisitioned for army use during the 1940s.
Yeah.
It must have been in a poor state in 1945. It was pulled down in 1949.
You're kidding.
After the estate had been sold and broken up.
So it doesn't even exist?
The house is no longer there.
So I'm wandering through this estate, I think I'm going to see a fantastic house.
You're
and it's
not.
not even here.
I'm sorry about that.
Thanks, Alan.
But there is the house in microcosm when we get to the lodge. We've got some shots of the gatehouse in its prime, and very spick and span indeed.
It looks fantastic, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a lovely little structure.
That is immaculate.
The other pictures are rather sad because they show, in this case, the great Greek temple portico crashing to the ground as the place was demolished in 1949.
I mean, that is literally the top of the portico coming down.
It is,
It's
yes.
the moment that it's falling, and you've got a guy there with his cap on just watching.
And We can look at pictures of houses being pulled down with some regret, with some shock, but that was not the attitude of the people who saw it happening in the 1940s and 50s. And it wasn't until people were conscious of just how many houses were lost in the 1940s and 1950s that it was realised, well, this symbol of national heritage is going fast. Something like 1,000 of the 5,000 country houses in the nation were knocked down at this time.
That's terrible, isn't it, as well? Yeah, when you look at photographs like this that I've been shown today, it just makes you think how important this is to represent what's been lost, really. We've lost a very significant piece of English heritage, and this building is a tiny little remnant of it. And I think for Scott to be taking this on is quite amazing, really. I don't think he realises what he's taking on, you know, historically or in terms of any restoration project. This building is so significant.
Dedicated to his boxing career from an early age, Scott left home at 16 and toured with the British Commonwealth team before turning professional. For nigh on 15 years, he was never at home.
This area here, exactly where we are now, in this place, is where my dad used to bring me as kids. Me and my sisters used to come here crabbing and walking along the river. But the one thing we haven't done yet is go fishing, so we were going to go today.
We wait till the summer
but the weather's not good enough yet. So I've only fished with probably 2 people in my whole life, and my dad's one of them, and one of my very close boxing pals is another. We've got another 40 years of fishing and everything yet, haven't we? Aye.
Scott's biggest challenge with this is keeping the planners and the conservation officers really happy. You've got a building which has got so much historic value to it, and for Scott to turn up and say, do you know what, let's double the size, let's extend, but also let's do something very, very modern, is quite controversial with any planner, really. Then this is where we've got the new modern pavilion. So it's a glass link here, it's all in glass. Pavilion building here. Staircase to get you up to the first floor. This is a 2-storey structure. To be honest, I come across contradictions all the time. You know, English Heritage have recently just changed their policy that something that's an extension on an old building should reflect the 21st century. We are building for today. We're not harking back to the past. And then this kind of courtyard space in between. Because I think, personally, a 21st century modern extension on this building will bring the old gate lodge back to life. I think doing a pastiche neo-Georgian design just isn't the right way to go. So I think the combination of new extension, really keeping the scale and the proportion of the building respectful to the old gate lodge should make everybody happy. 21st century building, beautiful location, the tension between the 2 styles working really well. Should really bring this building back to life.
I'm on my way to see Scott to show him the designs that I've done for him to restore the lodge building itself, but also to do the extension and the pavilion building on the back. Scott's the sort of guy who thinks, yeah, I'll get that done, I'll get planning permission really easily. No way, it doesn't work like that on buildings like this. It takes a long time. You can probably start work on the old lodge building itself because you're allowed to do repairs, even without planning permission being in place.
The great thing about this project, it's not only about Scott spending more time with his father, it's also an opportunity for him to bond with his own son Tom on the build.
Crikey, nature's taken over. Look at that. Everything's sprouted up.
Incredible how it's grown up. Well, these are my main workforce that have got to be done to build the house.
God help you. God help you.
Yeah. No, that's my son, Tom.
All right. Did you ever imagine that you'd be living in something like this at some point?
No. No. He said, right, we're going up to Suffolk. I said, OK. And he took me here and I was like, wow. I can't believe it.
Now when it's finished, you're going to get a fantastic family home, I think, mate.
Definitely.
Lucky boy.
Yeah.
Should we go and talk about design?
Yeah,
from
sure,
the back?
sure,
Come on,
sure.
then, let's go through the scheme.
I've taken Scott's vision and have added my own designs. On the ground floor of the original gate lodge, I want to turn the 2 front rooms into a small living room and bedroom. Going off the back hallway, I want to install a shower room. There'll be a new kitchen and dining room in the newly reinstated back lean-to. I think the new extension should be linked to the original gate lodge by a glass tunnel. Something ultra-modern and a clear distinction between old and new. The new extension is a whopping 1,800 square feet, more than doubling the size of the original gate lodge. On the ground floor, there's a large open-planned lounge area with contemporary staircase leading up to the first floor with 2 double bedrooms, each with their own built-in wardrobe and en-suites, so all of Scott's family can stay here. Not only that, Scott will have an outside space too, as the ground floor will lead out onto a new York stone courtyard linking the old gate lodge and the new extension, with views over the forest area.
So I think it's about being clever with the design of the elevation, really, to make sure that we're screening out visually some of the lorries and hopefully some of the noise as well. Happy?
Yeah, definitely.
Gate lodges were the first small houses to be architecturally designed. Mainly located at the entrance to the estate, they were also built for security, but they certainly weren't built with living conditions in mind. But compared to many rural dwellings for rural workers at the time, they were housing heaven. Of course, like the stately homes to which they were attached, gate lodges are to be found up and down the country, though London is home to possibly the most famous of them all.
Gate lodges are just wonderful buildings, and there's just so many of them around. I think people don't realise. But the most famous one is actually Marble Arch. It's just here, we're just passing it now. I mean, that used to be the gate lodge to Buckingham Palace. It's quite fantastic, really. And with gate lodges, they're such important buildings to a park or to a country estate that they're really, really well looked after. So you get nice landscaping out the front of them. And if you just look here, we're on the edge of Hyde Park now, and you've actually got 2 gate lodges. This is the Prince of Wales Gate. And they're really nice, actually. They look like Scots. You know, the classical columns on the front, the simple pitched roof. Great buildings.
To understand how gate lodges worked in the city, I'm meeting Georgian and Regency expert Dr. Stephen Parisian.
Now, we're obviously standing in quite a busy Regent's Park today. This is quite an important development for London, wasn't it, at the time?
It's something very new for London, unique really. It's an attempt to make London rather like Napoleon's Paris, really redevelop it on a huge scale with grand processional routes, all masterminded by the Prince Regent's favourite architect, John Nash.
But on a very small scale, these gate lodges are quite important as well, aren't they?
I mean, these gate lodges obviously were the guardians of the whole development. The whole thing's all about theatre. Nash was all about theatre, but in any theatre you need an entrance, and these were vital to the operation of the park, keep the ne'er-do-wells out.
Nash embarked on his grandiose master plan for Regent's Park in 1811, and his masterpiece of landscape design and town planning has seen little change for the past 150 years.
Where were his biggest influences coming from, do you think, for Nash?
Well, Nash is astonishing. Like a lot of Regency designers, he was not only using the old classical traditions, so a lot of this is looking back to ancient Greece, ancient Rome, right back to antiquity.
This lodge is just fantastic. I love it. It seems to be so kind of decorative and over the top. These amazing, huge brackets of scroll, if you like, and then the figurine and statue beneath. It's amazing, isn't it?
At the same time, this lodge is all about not just setting a tone and terminating a view, but about security, quite key issues, certainly for the people who are buying the houses here. So, to the grimy old Londoners outside, it does mean, you know, don't come in here, be careful, that, you know, there are security staff, as we say today, in here. So, it's a marvellous building that says all sorts of things at the same time.
It's like a very beautiful, romantic and picturesque alarm system.
It is, exactly. Should have a flashing blue light on the top.
What did the guy who sat in the gate lodge actually do from day to day?
His role really would have been to safeguard the development, to check who's going in and out. Because after all, London was a patchwork of different areas, not very far away. We've got St Giles, where you've got all the criminals, the prostitutes, the gin drinking. Remember 1819, the date of our lodge, that's the time of the Peterloo massacre, where normal people were agitating in favour of parliamentary reform and were mown down by the Yeomanry. There's still lots of riots in London. So the idea of the lodgekeeper is to keep those rioters out, keep people from coming in at times of great agitation and just throwing stones at the windows.
Stephen, tell me the difference between the urban lodge and the country lodge, because obviously Thorrington Lodge that I'm dealing with is very much a country lodge building.
The idea of lodges at places like Regent's Park is to some extent to give the idea that you are in a country estate, particularly when it's juxtaposed with great terraces like this that look like a whopping great country house. Just perhaps again preserve that gentle illusion that you are in the middle of the countryside and this is a great noble's palace.
18 months after buying the Gate Lodge, Scott is learning that getting planning permission for a modern extension on a Grade 2 listed building like this can be painstakingly slow and is never a certainty. There are endless boxes to tick and conservation details to get right. But being the fighter that he is, he's trying not to lose heart and is moving ahead with restoring the Gate Lodge as that requires no planning.
He's made a good start actually, all the scaffolding up, stripped off all the outside, and it looks like, judging by this green tarpaulin, that he's taken the roof off as well, which is brilliant. It's quite exciting. Oh, this is great actually. It's really weird coming in when the spaces like this, because now that all the tiles have been taken off the roof and the tarpaulin's on there, you can see all the timbers, and now you get a sense of what the space is really like. This is the extension that you couldn't really walk into properly before. The floors were so rotten it was in a right state.
If Scott does not get planning for his new extension, the whole project will fall on its face. And with no room for his family to stay, it could just become an expensive romantic dream. And with time on his hands, Scott's also beginning to tinker with my design.
Changed my mind on the boarding that we were going to clad. We're going to probably use what they call an oak waney board, which is slices of oak.
Yeah.
So basically, when you're in this part of the building, you look at, it's going to look like a barn.
Yeah.
Styled it with the two windows.
So it's basically the horizontal strips of oak, isn't it? That's got a sort of detail on the bottom, which waves a little bit and curves. More traditional look to it.
Yeah.
I mean, you're pretty confident about the plan still going for this?
I am. I mean, they don't seem to give me any problems at the moment, and they're happy with. I think they're just pleased that it's being put back together, really.
Yeah.
So
getting planning permission for a 2-storey contemporary building on the back of a Grade 2 listed Gate Lodge like this is really, really tricky. He's really got to be conscious of that, to be honest. He's been quite confident at the minute. And it might happen, and I really hope it does, but it's a 50-50 chance on something like this, to be honest.
Scott's dream is to add an ultra-modern extension to the rear, transforming the lodge into a weekend getaway home for his family near his father.
what do you reckon? It's going to be some place when it's done, isn't it? The roof's all done, that's all put back together, all the timber work's done. We just need you on a bit of plastering, so you've got to get the hook.
I don't think I'll be getting the call out, mate, to do that.
So, yeah, officially retired. So the doors will be on there.
Yeah.
That's where the double doors are going.
Yeah.
Kind of a sitting room there.
Yeah.
So
well, it's going to be wonderful having him here, you know, because we don't see too much of each other. And if he do, that's a sort of a quick one night, you know, stay and gone, because he's so busy. We might get a chance to go out on the Fulby Broad again.
Fishing.
In the rowboat.
Fishing on the rowboat,
yeah.
I love him dearly, and we're going to spend some good times talking
yeah, right, son.
doing a few things, so I'll keep on top with him.
Scott has changed his ideas about the finish of the modern extension and now wants a rustic oak waney board effect on the outside, which I have to say I'm sceptical about. So I've arranged to have a look at his friend's house before I make up my mind.
You get yourself a cracking building here, mate.
Thank you.
When did you do this up?
Last year.
Really?
8-month project.
What state was it in when you bought it?
It was completely derelict, falling down, so we had to underpin and renovate it.
The whole lot?
The whole lot, yeah. It was just full of doves.
This is what you're after then, Scott, on
That's
yours?
what I was thinking, yeah. I mean, I like the look of it, so...
It's a cracking material, though. Absolutely amazing. Did you have decent chippies putting this on for you as well?
It's all the same depth and thickness, and you just have to mix it up, really, and make it look as old. It's trying to make it look old.
So whereabouts do you want to use this exactly on yours?
Just as you look at the gate lodge, on the facing the gate lodge, on the box.
I think Scott's decision to use this is a little bit of an odd one. I mean, this is a 16th century building, so this type of wavy
timber, which is very rustic, looks brilliant on an old building. It's odd for Scott because he's got the old gate lodge, but his extension, he wants it to be very modern and very contemporary and actually quite slick. So I'm not sure the planners will go for it, because something so rustic might look out of keeping with such a glass box extension that he wants to build. I don't know if Scott's really clear in his mind about what he really wants. I think he just looks at something like that and goes, I like that. Well, I like it as well, it's beautiful, but I'm not sure if it's right for that extension on that building. If Scott needs a vision for his new modern extension, he should look at the history and elegance of the Georgian architecture in London, or nearer home in Brighton. But what you've got to look at with this architecture is the period detailing. All of these little shadow gaps which give bands and bands to the elevation of the building is sort of what makes it sing. I hope the classical features, such as the masculine pillars, the stucco fascias and the angles of the porticos, will inspire him and bring him back to something the planners will approve. Such buildings are jewels in our architectural history, which means planning applications can be complex.
OK, Bill, thanks a lot, mate.
Initially, Scott was brimming with confidence about this project, but it's already taken him just over 1.5 years to get everything in place and submit plans to the local council.
The planning application is in, it's going through as we speak, so hopefully in the next couple of weeks we should know where we're at.
As well as getting the planning approved, Scott has to comply with English heritage guidelines, which means sourcing original materials, like the Cornish slate roof tiles.
They're quite hard to come by. To match in with what was on here originally, they had to have something called Cornish blues. Thankfully, he got them locally, just from a chap only a few miles down the road.
I've got to match the chimney breasts up because it's a grade 2 listed, and the only clues I've got really is the pictures that I can find. So I'll go around the salvage yard and see what I can find, really.
It's a really interesting debate to have about what you can do with these buildings. You know, is it a modern extension, or is it something that should be traditional, something that's very much in keeping? With planners and historic trusts, you've got to be very diplomatic, you've got to be very sensitive and gentle with these buildings, and Scott being the fighter that he is, I'm not sure he works like that. You can't just throw a few left hooks to win the battle. Back in Brighton, and a month after putting in his planning application to test the reaction of the planners, Scott has had some feedback. I'm intrigued to see their response to Scott's alterations to my plans with the oak Waney board.
So basically, I was looking at doing this wall in the Waney board. They wasn't keen on the idea at all.
They weren't keen on it?
No, they don't want to go with that. Because
why is that then?
Well, they think they were trying to make a new building look old, and that's not what it's about. That's the old building, that's the new building, so they want it to look what it is, basically, brand new.
So they want to clearly say, right, that's grade 2, that's the old original, everything that's absolutely new needs to look contemporary and slick, and not like it's some vernacular wavy timber board.
Yeah.
To get this contemporary pavilion built, this big extension, if they're saying keep the internal layout the same, and you can't have your wavy old boards, that's fine.
No, I'm happy.
So once we make these tweaks, we can stick it in for planning then?
Yeah, it's all ready to go.
And hopefully they'll say yes, mate.
Yeah, hope so.
Scott will now have to wait again for further planning feedback on his modern extension, and will also have to continue with the restoration of the gate lodge so he can impress the local conservationists when they visit on site.
Thank you very much.
Meanwhile, I'm off to Bagot Lodge in Staffordshire, which was one of the first successful conversions of one of 2 pavilion gate lodges that use a glass corridor, albeit in 1985, to connect the original gate lodge with the new modern extension.
George, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Very well, welcome to Bagot Lodge.
Thanks for having me.
Come on in.
Very exciting. That looks great. That's beautiful, isn't it? I wasn't expecting such high ceilings, to be honest. You always imagine these buildings feeling more miniature and smaller with low ceiling heights.
Absolutely, absolutely. I find it a relief having come from a cottage where I used to bang my head on the beams.
And I love all of the
neo-Gothic revival windows. I mean, it's like living in a church, isn't it?
I've often compared it to living in a chapel, actually, yeah.
Stephen, I've got this book, which is amazing, actually. It's the kind of single Bible of gate lodges. And it's got a huge collection of gate lodges from all over Britain. But in pride of place, right at the very beginning, there's yours.
Now, that I haven't seen.
The comment in here is that it's actually one of the best, well-extended lodges in Britain.
It is actually a very good space to live in.
So does it work in a kind of 21st century sense?
It works so well.
Stephen, let's just have a look at this glass link, because architecturally this is quite significant, isn't it? It's the kind of gap between the old and the new.
Yeah.
And it seems to work quite well. I mean, I know it's of a particular style. It's not the sort of minimal glass box because it was built in the 1980s, but it does its job brilliantly, I think.
I think it does its job absolutely superbly, because you would not think that this was 85. It complements the lodge.
Yeah.
The use of glass, of course, gives you a fantastic view out of both sides of the room.
Yeah.
As I understand it, the two lodges were derelict up until the mid-80s. Who knows, they might not have been here without the work that was done.
Yeah. If they cannot be given a real modern use, they just crumble and fall apart.
They go.
And they go.
They're lost.
Yeah. So the council, in some ways, as red hot as they might have been on this, have still been very forward thinking.
They were doing their job and doing it well.
Like anything else, building technologies improve and planning policies continually change. But this remains a great example of how a derelict building can be brought back to life, and why when restoration is done properly, it can work for everyone. I'm so happy that this old, beautiful gate lodge has been saved. It was derelict for years and could have easily been lost. But the only reason it has been saved is because of a forward-thinking local planning department. If they were going down the route of preservation only, it would have gone. The fact that conservation and allowing it to be extended and giving it a new lease of life means this building has a real purpose to it now. The extension itself, I think, has very clear architectural principles because there's a clean break between the old and the new, and that's what any planning officer is going to be looking for today with any restoration project. The extension itself is a kind of odd one. It's really weird because planning policies change so much. They've gone for something which kind of copies a bit of a pastiche of the old structure, but it's done in new brickwork rather than in stone, which I'm not a huge fan of. But things have moved on. English heritage and conservation bodies now want new extensions to look distinctly 21st century, with a clean break and a brand new modern extension to an old building. 6 months later, and in true fighting style, Scott has steamed ahead, and the gate lodge is beginning to look like an architectural gem. Today, the local conservation officer is visiting site. He's here to inspect the quality of Scott's restoration of the gate lodge. His impressions will be key in determining whether or not he recommends that Scott gets planning for the proposed modern extension.
So that's a lime rendered panel in there
That's
as
all
well,
lime rendered, yeah, everything's lime rendered, and then we're going to give it a lime wash off.
Oh, I see.
And then obviously decide on what colours to go with,
Yes.
but that's all going to be done in lime wash. So.
Excellent.
In terms of this building, it's very much to do with its classical architecture. The columns, the porticos, the proportions of the windows, original features that the building still retains. It's really good in conservation terms to get the building restored, but also back in use. That's the best way to conserve a building. And
this is called ashlaring because it imitates the effect of dressed stonework, which is called ashlar. So, although it's a brick building, the idea was to make it look as if it was built of stone, which was more expensive. So it's a bit of trickery, if you like, but I think it's good to see that back in place.
We think they cooked here on this. This was a cooker.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke in there, isn't there?
It's got the metal in the chimney as well, which we sussed out. I think it's on the back wall where they used to hang.
Yeah.
So they used to hang the cooking pots.
Well, presumably this sort of ended up This ended up becoming like a tenant farmer's cottage. So, they would have just used it for everything all in one room. No, I think in respect of the work you've done on the listed building, I think that's been a tremendous job. So well done.
Thank you.
Yes.
But the most important thing for Scott is his planning application. If he doesn't have success with that, the family won't be able to come and stay, and the whole thing will become a very expensive folly.
If it all got turned sour and I don't get the planning, then I don't know. You know, I'm not even thinking about it because I don't want to think about it, because at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, I'm getting it. But, you know, if I don't get it, obviously, I haven't even planned for that, so that will probably destroy me and it'll end up, I don't know what happened.
2 years ago, it looked like this. And today, although I don't know if he will get planning, we're celebrating the restoration of this Georgian gem and toasting Scott for saving it for future generations.
Here he is, big fella.
Hi, George.
Good to see you. How's things?
Okay, yeah.
You well?
Yeah,
It's been a
very
while.
well. Yeah.
And you must be
Nice
nice to meet you.
Yeah,
You well?
lovely.
How's things?
Yes.
Come on out and have a look at this building, because I think this building's probably never looked this good.
No, I mean, I'm pleased with the way it looks. It does look good. So.
And the conservation officer was happy.
Yeah,
wasn't he? He's kind
yeah.
You think you're a bit of a restoration hero, I think. You reckon the standard and quality of what you've done here is perfect. Shall we go inside and have a look?
Yeah, definitely.
Come on.
Go on, Dad, you go first.
So you're not quite there, Scott?
I never foresee it taking this long. I mean, I can't actually believe how long it's taken, but, you know, I mean, that's the nature of the build, I suppose, really, and...
Are those windows brand new, or are they
well, we gave them the old ones, and they were too far gone, the old ones, so they basically copied them, but it's got all safety glass in there.
That's done a brilliant job.
Yeah.
Fantastic, actually. I think that's a sign of a good restoration, really, when you can't quite tell the difference about whether something's brand new or old.
Yeah.
They've got all the period features and details spot on.
Yeah.
And I remember the fireplace behind us, remember? Knocking the life out of that?
Yeah.
And there was like about 45 birds' nests up there coming out, wasn't there? Which is such a fire hazard.
Yeah.
And actually that now, when that's all finished and done, would be a beautiful feature in the rest of the room.
Yeah, it's got to have a nice log burner in there, so that'll be
beautiful.
Keeping to the original floor plan, the gate lodge comprises of just 2 tiny rooms, and the internal bathroom is a 21st century addition.
And then through here, Scott, this is your ground floor loo, and you put a shower in here as well, or not? I remember.
I've got to have
toilet.
it's got to have a bath, a shower on the wall.
All right. Okay.
So, yeah. This is the massive master suite.
Massive. It's kind of cosy living, is what it's going to be. Yeah. But it's this room is, I remember, was in a terrible state. This is where I was looking at all the brickwork underneath and all the timber floor joisting. I mean, it was all shot. The bricks weren't too bad actually, but the timber work was all absolutely shot.
This used to be a 1930s extension that housed a bedroom and bathroom that Scott has rebuilt and plans to use it as a kitchen.
So Scott, you've got the old extension up, lean-to's gone. I think it's looking good, because you're going to have kitchen over here, aren't you?
Yeah, kitchen there.
Which would be great. Come straight through to here, dining area here.
Yeah, dining area here.
While I'm pleased about the quality of this restoration project, critically for Scott, the question is, has he got planning for the new extension?
So what's the score with the planning?
We're through, we got it.
You got planning?
Yeah.
You got planning permission?
Yeah, got it.
You're kidding me?
So, yeah. I had to get the gloves out again, but we got it.
You haven't been beating up any planners and conservation officers, haven't you?
No.
Everything. I'm talking like the glass link, the courtyard, the 2-storey extension on the back, contemporary modern style.
Yeah.
All signed off.
Yeah, done. So
that is brilliant.
As per my original designs, what Scott has got planning for is a 2-storey modern glass extension connected to the restored gate lodge by a glass corridor. The footprint is 1,800 square feet, comprising of an open-planned living space, a staircase and 2 ensuite double bedrooms.
That extension makes this a proper 21st century family home, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the only downside.
Yeah.
That for me is the only downside.
Yeah.
But when you buy a gate lodge, you're gonna buy passing traffic. You know, you can't get away from that. That's why it's there.
Yeah, but I never saw that. The only thing I was interested in was that, and breathing life into it.
I think it's time for a little celebration. Yeah. Happy days. So a very good restoration project, a great planning decision, but actually to you spending more time with Dad.
Definitely.
Yeah, wonderful.
Definitely.
Yeah, it'd be wonderful, wouldn't it, Tom?
Of course it is, yeah.
Very good.
That's what...
Yeah, that's what it's all about.
Let's get you this.
Very
Thorrington
nice.
Gate Lodge. And it's basically tracked your journey over the last year and a half, 2 years. But this is the timeline all the way from 1247 all the way through the history of the estate. And then 2007, Scott Welsh becomes the new custodian of Thorrington Gate Lodge. Then I'm hoping I can come back in a year or two's time and we can have another one of these.
Yeah. Definitely.
That has the finished building at the back as well. That's for you.
Brilliant.
For you and your dad. You can keep that, the two of you.
Let's have a look.
So Malcolm, are you proud of him?
Proud? I should say I am. I think he's done a really wonderful job, considering this. I know he's been in building, but he's never attempted anything like this. I think that's the greatest thing he's ever done. It's really wonderful.
Listen, stop, guys, because it's too...
If a little tear comes out the...
Listen, there's too much for me.
Yeah, wonderful.
No, it's been an experience doing it, so I've enjoyed it very much. So, thanks again. Super.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
I tell you. This Georgian Gate Lodge was built as an architectural statement about the grandeur that awaited visitors at the end of this long drive. But whereas the main house was a giant Ionic order, the lodge itself is classically Tuscan, a very strong, masculine style of architecture that in so many ways typifies Scott. Now, Scott himself has had all the bureaucracy and planning battles you could ever possibly imagine, but like the true fighter he is, has remained focused, calm, cool and collected through the entire process. And thankfully, he's come out on top. I can't wait to come back and see the finished building with the finished modern extension. And if Scott gives the new build the care, love and attention that he has of the old building, I've got no doubt it's going to be a great success. This home now is a very special place, somewhere that Scott can relive his past, but also create new memories with his father and son. I've come to a village in East Sussex near Hastings that is located in a conservation area. Darren and Lisa Walker have acquired this derelict Grade II 18th century Georgian coach house from Darren's father, who lives in the converted barn next door. They dream of turning the coach house into a family home for them and their teenage son Luke.
I'm quite familiar with the area and always used to pass here, and then I kept my horses here for years.
We used to come here and pick up congers from the tree, fish in the pond.
We originally met right here, wasn't it, when we were sort of 16, 17.
Slept once in it one night, yeah. Yeah, couldn't break into the house and had too much beer, so slept in the stable.
It was nice when we got the opportunity to convert it.
Dream come true, really.
Darren, like his father, is an agricultural contractor. He's had his own company for 20 years, hiring himself and his 15-ton digger to the neighbouring farming community. Lisa makes her money rearing pedigree dogs and is currently studying for an MSc in design. Operating from her garden cabin, she's setting up her own interior design business and for the moment is making curtains to order. Luke, their teenage son, is at the nearby secondary school and likes helping his grandfather with his animals. While his parents are gung-ho about the build, he's more reticent about sharing a small caravan for a year with his parents.
Well, it can be cramped at times and there are tempers raised at, well, sometimes.
So this is it. What a beautiful building. It's wonderful, isn't it? You've got the existing manor house and this is the coach house that's attached to it. You've got a fantastic old clear roof. It's in a terrible state. You've got the beautiful old coach doors and the wonderful brickwork. I mean, this building is so typically Sussex. It's fantastic. Good morning.
Hi.
Darren.
Hello, George.
How are you? Nice to meet you. You well?
Yes, thanks. You?
Good. Hi, Lisa. How are
Hi,
you?
George. Fine.
Very nice to meet you. What a cracking building you've got.
Thank you.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nice. It is nice.
Absolutely stunning. Have you done anything like this before?
No.
So what are you thinking? Have you gone mad or something? I mean, this is a big building job, isn't it? This is not a straightforward DIY project.
No. No, it is yeah, quite a big thing to take on, but yeah, I think we're quite sort of keen and looking forward to doing it, I think.
You must have fallen in love with it straight away, did you?
Yeah, well, you've lived here, haven't you, since you were young, so you've always liked this building, haven't you? And yeah, I used to keep my horse in there, so it's
Did you
just,
really?
Yeah, when I was younger, so yes, quite nice that I'm going to be living in there. So.
I didn't realise that it was such a strong part of your past, actually, that you'd had a connection with this building before. That's great.
Yeah.
Shall we go inside and have a look?
Yeah, sure.
The footprint of the coach house is 1,900 square feet. It's a typical southeast English barn, originally built to house a coach, 2 horses and a tack room on the ground floor. The first floor is split into 2 large rooms, which were used for hay storage or sometimes where the groomsman and his family would have lived.
Oh, this is a lovely space, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Really nice.
It is lovely.
I love the arched door as well.
I know,
the pointed arch at the top. It's got a lot of character to it.
Yeah, that's one of our favourite features. This is the kitchen.
Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? Look at
Yeah,
the beautiful flint walls in here. This is fantastic.
Yeah, probably. We're going to try and keep this, clean it up and keep this wall because
That'd
we
be
can't
great if
keep
you
any
can.
of the external walls.
And you can't keep the external ones because
No,
you've got to
they-
insulate that, haven't you?
Yeah.
Plasterboard over it, which is a real shame.
Yeah, it is.
It's one of the tragedies of sort of restoring a building up to current building regs.
Yeah, definitely.
Because, I mean, these walls,
I
they're
know.
fantastic, they're lovely, but you've just got that thin little band of brickwork and then the lovely flint inside, so
Yeah.
these will be freezing cold.
Yeah.
So all this will have to be covered up, but this
That's
one
right, but we want to try
can
and
be a
keep
feature
this one.
wall, can't
Yeah.
it?
Building control and conservation contradict themselves.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely, and they don't even talk to each other.
So. No, do they not?
That's
no.
what, no. Building control are like, no, it's got to comply with the regulations and conservation. Because you'll find at times conservation will say, oh no, we want to keep single glazing in your building because that's how it was. And building control will come in and say, no, you can't. It's got to be double glazing to meet the current building regs.
Yeah.
So it's a conflict all the time.
Yeah, that's what we found
you
so far.
You've sort of got to get the balance right to get the building that you really want.
Yeah.
That keeps building control happy.
Keeps everybody.
And keeps conservation
It's
happy.
really hard.
Agricultural buildings and coach houses were made from whatever material was readily available, and therefore they all have regional and local character. This coach house is faced in cobbles and flint, and it's a classic Sussex look because it's a chalky area near the coast. Often barns in the southeast of England were made from old oak beams from broken British Navy ships.
What a lovely space.
It is.
They've got so much character, these roofs, haven't they?
They have,
Beautiful.
and that's why we'd like to try and keep as much of the original as we can, but
Well, you might struggle, I think.
I know.
I mean, you look at all of this.
Yeah.
These are short, aren't they?
They are.
They're so gone.
Yeah.
And it's a balance act, isn't it, on the restoration about how much do you keep
That's right.
and how much do you get rid of? And
Yeah.
what's the conservation officer's view?
Well, keep as much as possible.
Right. And
Just
you think you
literally
can?
Well,
I mean,
keep
look
what you
at
can.
Yeah, whether there'll be much that we can keep.
I mean, you look at the walls, the brick walls have gone like that, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've been pushed out.
Well, the
because
roof
of
has
stress
settled
of
and
the
it's
roof.
just pushed outwards. And it's just put pressure on the walls and pushed those out.
It's going to be
That's what all these
interesting.
extra bits are.
Just to brace the whole thing up.
Yeah, just to hold it together.
Interesting to see just how much you can keep.
Yeah, it will.
Darren and Lisa plan to add an extension on the ground floor, creating a new kitchen diner and boot room, which the Conservation and Planning Department have approved as long as it's faced in traditional Sussex cobbles and flint. Optimistically, they hope the whole project will take just 8 months.
They've got the most fantastic building on their hands here with so much character, but the reality is, I think, most of this roof's going to have to come off. And the question is, can they afford it? Can they do it in time? And is the building still going to retain that character at the end? The rest of it, I think, is great and pretty straightforward for a restoration project. The roof is everything.
Today, the local conservation officer is paying a visit, and Lisa is nervous. Her recommendations on how much expensive traditional materials they use in the restoration could blow the budget.
It's your building at the end of the day, so you want it how you want it. But, and then you've got to keep, sort of the building inspector and structural engineer happy, and then conservation as well. So, it's really hard to keep everyone happy. It's a bit of a nightmare.
Before the visit begins, I want to ask Deborah Gardner, the conservation officer, if she thinks restoring listed buildings is suited to everyone.
Deborah, one thing that I find is that most people find an old building in an estate agent's window, They just want to buy it because they get seduced by what it looks like, but they don't really understand what they're taking on in terms of its historical significance, and that can be a problem, can't it?
It can be a problem. In fact, it can be a problem in quite a few ways. A lot of people like the chocolate box or the picture postcard externally, but what they want inside is the modern living that they're used to. You can't suddenly make all the alterations internally without having a dramatic effect on the significance of the building.
And some people get really upset by that, don't they? Because they're like, well, it's my house and I've just bought it, I can do what I want. It's like, well, actually, you can't.
No, that's right. It is a criminal offence. They could be prosecuted, and certainly there are certain authorities, Wilden is one, where they actually offer a service to prospective purchasers called a compliance check, which actually looks into the planning history of the building to ascertain whether or not any unauthorised works have been carried out, right, so that anyone taking on the listed building knows fully what their liability is going to be.
What would you say to someone who was sort of buying an old building, they're thinking about doing work to it, and it's listed, it's very historically significant? What do you think they should do first?
For the everyday person on the street, if they're taking on a listed building, everything is protected either externally or internally, and they really should talk to the local authority to see what they can and can't do.
But I think we've just put them off now.
After persevering and getting planning permission for a residential conversion, everything now rests on this conservation meeting. It will not only determine how they restore the roof, but critically for Lisa and Darren, how much it will cost. Originally, they were hoping of repairing the building using steel bracing. If conservation insists on using new oak and preserving a lot of the old roof, it's going to be very expensive.
So Deborah, this roof has been quite an important part of the build, hasn't it?
Originally there was going to be a lot more departure away from the retention that's going to happen now, and there was going to be a lot more insertion of steel.
Of new steel work, new timbers,
that's
new
right,
everything.
But now we're looking to sort of do repairs in timber and
right,
keep as much of the original oak as possible.
But it's quite a responsibility, isn't it, to preserve things like this?
The owners of the buildings and ourselves have to work towards retaining as much of the character as possible, as well as the visual interpretation of the history of the buildings, because essentially they're going to be here long after we've gone.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're just custodians of the building in some way?
Indeed, that's right.
You're just looking after it for the next generation?
That's it. And ensuring that it is there and it does survive for the next generation, because it's part of the national heritage.
Conservation has overridden the cheaper option of steel bracing and recommends restoring the roof using timber. How much they have to replace will dramatically affect their budget.
There's a lot of contradiction with, 1 minute one thing's being said, another minute it's something else. You've got your structural plans, they've been approved, you've got to go along with that. What we can save, we will. If it can't be saved, it can't. And, it's simple as that, really.
This place is rotten, full of woodworm and dry rot. It's much worse than they estimated. Quotes for a new oak roof of this size could be as high as £70,000, half of their £140,000 budget. This restoration project might only get as far as fixing the roof and making the building sound, with little left for anything else. On the ground floor, Darren and Lisa plan to make a spacious living room, staircase and small toilet. At the north end there'll be a kitchen and utility room that leads onto the new extension of kitchen diner and boot room. Upstairs there'll be a master bedroom with a generous ensuite. Going through the arch there'll be another bathroom and a bedroom for Luke. To save money, Lisa's project managing the build herself. And to make the budget work, Darren and Lisa are going to have to do as much of the work themselves. Rather ambitiously, Lisa's also going to attempt to build her own kitchen.
Have you made a kitchen before?
No, I haven't.
That's quite interesting.
It is, yeah.
Why the hell do you want to do that?
I don't know, but I'm quite, right from the start, I've been quite passionate about sort of making it. I love working with wood. I've got a bit of learning to do and to do all my dovetail joints and all that sort of thing. But
what joinery work have you done before?
Used to build portable cross-country fences.
Okay.
So slightly different, but...
A little bit different.
Yeah, yeah.
That's going to be like a portable cross-country kitchen.
Yeah, well, it is, more or less.
Coach houses were significant, often decorative buildings. Because before the arrival of the train and motor car, horses were the backbone of Western culture. The introduction of the coach in the 16th century proved a major social revolution, however initially only restricted to royal circles. The stables like Henry VIII at Hampton Court, built in 1537, showed extraordinary lavish detailing, like ornate plastered ceilings, to prevent dust falling into the horse's eyes. As coach awnings spread throughout nobility and gentry in Tudor times, so did stable design. Some of my architectural heroes like Wren and later Georgian architects like Nash and Son all built lavish stable blocks. More expensive, larger horses were imported into Britain to pull the coaches, as our ponies just weren't strong enough. And the British began to flash the cash, with fine stables becoming an essential feature of even the smallest country houses. There was often a live-in groom who would protect these prized possessions, and usually a turn-and circle for the horses to turn and pick up their rich party-going owners at the house. Originally, this coach house was connected to the manor house next door, but unfortunately the present owner didn't want to be part of this film. But I've struck gold, finding local resident Colin Huggett, who remembers the coach house in its heyday.
How old were you when you were playing around in this building?
I was a kid, you know, I was born just here. So, I mean, the first place we played would be here.
So, Colin, how would have people been dropped off here when the coaches turned up?
Well, they used to come in a little gate outside, and there was a lovely box section circle in the front of the house.
And they would have come in, drop people off.
That's right, yeah.
Horses would have come off to this side in the car.
That's right, yeah.
And then they would have gone back round again to pick them up at the end of the
later,
night.
Yeah. I think what we used to laugh about mostly were some of the hats the women wore.
Why is that?
Well, those were some funny hats, weren't they?
And Colin, what about this beautiful pond? Any stories about that?
Drinking, the horses out, they used to walk down them steps. Two lovely old shires. One was called Doxy and one Turpin. And they walked them through there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, washed their old feet off.
The fact that you even know the names of the horses and everything just amazes me. That's brilliant. Colin, what have you brought along here? What's this?
Well, it's a stop block.
How would that have been used?
Well, in the shire stable.
Yeah.
When he come in, it was put on his collar on a rope.
Yeah.
So that he could move up and down with his head, and that went up and down, and he wouldn't be able to get his leg over the rope and get caught up in it.
Ah, so that would have always kept the rope tight.
That's right, kept it tight. Lisa, got a present for you.
Hi, Colin.
Got a present for you.
Have you?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, as you're going back in the stables to live,
Yeah.
I thought perhaps you might like that.
Oh, my word.
It came from here over 50 years ago.
God, that is fantastic.
So it was used in the stables.
Yeah.
So now it might as well come back home.
Oh, that is wonderful, Colin.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Absolute legend you are. You're fantastic.
I love that.
You are. You're a genius.
The big headache and major cost of this restoration project is the roof, and great care has been taken to preserve as many of the original tiles as possible.
There are unfortunately a few breakages, but we are saving most of them, which is quite important because I think they're about sort of 70p each tile or something. So, yeah, you don't want to lose many.
The dry summer weather has vanished and the exposed roof is now getting soaked.
I think Darren sort of has had some sleepless nights over it, worrying about the wet, but especially because it was so dry in there that, you know, the roof was pretty good. It was quite watertight, it was just the odd patches, but everything was so dry up there and now it's just so wet.
And in such miserable damp times, Lisa is missing her creature comforts in the caravan.
I'm looking forward to having a bath. I desperately want a bath. I'm sick of showers. You know, Luke's growing. He's getting bigger by the week and, you know, it'd be nice for him as well to have a bit of space. He'll be sort of up his end of the house, you know, he's at one side and we're sort of up the other. At the minute, we're just so on top of each other.
Living in a caravan without home comforts isn't the only pitfall of taking on a restoration project like this. converting listed agricultural buildings into a dream home can be risky if you haven't done it before. I've come to another barn 2 miles away which is derelict, but with planning permission is worth £150,000. So before taking the plunge and spending a small fortune converting it, here are some of the things to look out for.
I mean, straight away just walking in, you've got a huge join and crack there. This is the old brickwork, and someone's had to try and repair this side of the wall in concrete block work. This must have split and cracked at one point, and it'll split and crack again. Your biggest worry there is if you have to underpin. If you have to underpin a whole agricultural building this big, it could cost you £15,000. And if you've never budgeted for it, you're in big trouble. The other thing with a building like this, there's no infrastructure, there's no services, there's no gas, there's no electrics, there's no water. Nothing like that has ever existed inside this building. I know people that have bought barns and the nearest water source was 2 miles away. That's just a nightmare. The other big problem you've got is windows. I mean, in this entire building, this is the only window that you've got. So it's a big challenge to get more natural light to brighten up the space and to get views out. It's a big planning problem as well. You've got to consult the planners for every single structural change that you'll make in the external walls of this building. If you want to put in skylights, new windows, you need planning permission, and that can be tricky. Well before you think about making this into a home, a roof space like that would have been home to many animals before. You know, from bats to owls to birds. And things like bats are protected species. If they nest anywhere in here, you cannot do any work until they're housed somewhere else, which can cause loads of problems with your budget and with the programme of any build. So you've got to look after the wildlife first.
Back at the coach house, the roof timbers have all dried out, and Lisa and Darren's worst fears have come true. All of the oak beams need replacing, which will hammer the budget.
I don't think we're going to save any timber for actual structural purposes. I think it's just all going to, any that we can salvage is going to have to go back on cosmetically. Yes, I am the project manager.
This will cost them twice as much as they originally thought, but Lisa, as ever, is onto it and is already scouring the net for the best deals.
It would be good if you can just sort of bring that down slightly.
By sourcing the most competitive suppliers, Lisa has reduced the costs by a whopping 30 grand, but the roof has still pushed them over budget. But not everyone on site is that bothered. For a growing teenager like Luke, it's the size of his new room.
It is like one of the biggest rooms in the house, which I'm quite proud of. Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be a good room. Well, I've been doing some of the underpinning, and I've been cleaning some tiles. My dad was pulling them off of this bit just here and throwing them down to me and making me catch them.
With Darren at work all day keeping the cash coming in, and with the budget under strain, it must be stressful and lonely for Lisa project managing the build on her own. Resilient, ever resourceful and working all hours to save the pennies, I'm in awe of her can-do attitude. Today, alone as ever, she's even turning her hand to flint work.
How are you finding it doing your sort of project management role when he's not here and the builders are on site during the day?
Fine, you know, it's not a problem at all. They're actually, you know...
Do you know what's going on?
I do trust them, you know, to a degree, but I do also, I like to know what's going on, and I need to know what's going on. So I do come out here and just ask, you know, what's happening.
And when no one's here, you're pushing the build on?
I am, I think...
Three cobbles a day?
Yeah, that's too small.
Excuse me.
I like a bigger one than that.
This project is literally 18 hours a day, 7 days a week for all of them. The project's now on hold for 2 months until the new oak beams arrive from France, and it's beginning to frustrate the whole family.
Living in a caravan, all crammed together with a teenage son and taking on a massive restoration project, I mean, it's enough to put a strain on any relationship. And with Darren being away from the build so much, I think he's always worried about what's actually happening on site. I just hope that Lisa can keep a really tight rein on the budget and that they can get through this together.
After 5 months of the project dragging on, there's a new energy in the air, with the arrival of the new oak beams.
This is what we've been waiting for.
But the momentum is also tinged with some anxiety. To save money, Darren has borrowed his father's forklift and is lowering the massive A-frames into position himself. One wrong move at the controls and these beams could smash any of the fragile coach house walls.
Put this one up on the other side. I think the ridge beam will go on after that. Run right across the top.
This is like probably the most exciting day on the whole build so far. Absolutely brilliant, you know, to see those roof timbers going into place like this. It's great, you know, after all the demolition, all the stripping out, all trying to get the building structurally secure, to see the new stuff coming in. It's like a dream.
Despite the board walls, the measurements are looking good.
It's already got the notches in and everything to take this purling.
It was really worrying. My sort of heart was beating. Thank God we've got it up here, and it just looks lovely.
What about having Darren back around today?
Oh, it's been really nice, actually. I didn't think I'd hear myself say that. But no, it's lovely to have him about. I mean, sort of near the beginning, we spent quite a bit of time together on sort of the groundwork and that, but he's just been so busy, so we haven't, he's not been around that much. But so yeah, it's been really nice.
Now the beams are on, the contractors can take over to make the building watertight, while Lisa can steam ahead on the interior to make up lost time. She's invested in new power tools to make her own kitchen. She's never made anything out of wood other than horse-jumping fences. But gung-ho as ever, she's now taken on dovetail joints and precision carpentry.
This is a serious bit of kit.
That is pretty big, isn't it?
Look at that baby. Did you make this?
I did.
You are joking.
No, this is my first piece.
Shit.
But,
I mean, honestly, that is bloody brilliant.
Yeah, I've not got my knobs back on it yet because I'm in the middle of painting.
So why are you doing this?
Well, I mean, the main reason is to save money, to have a bespoke sort of freestanding kitchen made is going to be 15, 17, 20 grand, and we should be able to get the whole kitchen made with the price of the timber for about £1,000. So it's got to be done.
£1,000 instead of £17,000.
Exactly, yeah, it's done.
And it looks great. I think Lisa's brilliant. I think Lisa is absolutely brilliant. I think for her to have produced part of the kitchen like this, she's built these barn doors and she's done other chippy work, but to be brave enough to take a kitchen on like this is fantastic. It's a first time for her, which is amazing.
The roof is finally watertight and battens are on. But even though they saved most of the original roof tiles, they're still shy of about 3,500, which they'll have to source from a local salvage yard. Inside, the stud walls are up. But 1 year into the project, Lisa is understandably looking exhausted. Darren is out working every day earning the cash, but also grafting when he gets home in the evenings and at weekends.
It's a bit knackering at the minute, but it's just day and night, and I think that's how it's going to be now until we've pretty much finished. The downstairs still almost looks like a building site, really, but upstairs is starting to look a little bit like a home. It's just trying to keep everything moving so that nothing's at a standstill. It won't be long before I'm sort of starting to make curtains, and it's all stuff that I'm obviously doing, so it's going to be kitchen in the daytime, bit of painting, and then curtains in the evening, I think, or, and whatever else, and then still keep it sort of all happening and all moving.
But draining their ever-diminishing pot of money is the long list of tradesmen they need to hire for all the jobs they can't do themselves. They're 3 months behind schedule, and Lisa is managing them all.
It's getting quite sort of stressy. Before there was just the roofers in, but now you've got the chippers, you've got the builders, and then there's the electrician, and there's just so many people, so of course it's just absolutely mad at the minute with just keeping on top of everything. I'm getting exhausted now, that's the only thing. I can tell I'm a lot sort of more short-tempered than everyone's just sort of avoiding me, I think.
Luke has also been grafting hard, and the stresses of living in a tiny caravan are beginning to tell.
Sure, that's what tempers are like in that
tiny box. Glad definitely to see the back of this place because it's so cramped.
It can get quite stressful, well, very actually, and as I say, especially now, now we've been in here for a long time. I feel more sorry for Luke than anything, really, because you've just got no privacy, you know, you can hear everything in every room, and as I say, Luke's this great big long thing that sort of sprawls out, and he's always in the way and getting sort of sworn at, and, you know, it is hard at times, you know, a young teenager sort of needs, but you just don't get a toll in here.
I wouldn't do this again.
Being members of a small rural community means Lisa and Darren have to put on a brave face despite all their stresses. And as if they didn't have enough pressure on, they've now got to entertain 50 local people as the local hunt is meeting at the family farm.
With the hunt here today and everything, it's just so bloody stressing.
Straight.
Before everyone arrives, Darren is busy putting up a sign announcing their new family home.
Putting the nameplate on the building. The invoices don't seem to be getting here on time, so...
You cheeky sod.
Is that where we definitely want it?
What screw?
I don't know, where are they?
Oh.
Is that them? Is that not the right bit? It is.
Good job, Boots.
Yes, it's good, because no one can ever find us. Wonderful.
Done.
Bit crooked.
Is it? That's just right for the building.
Darren's father, Brian, has been master of the local hounds for over 20 years and often hosts a hunt on his birthday.
Ladies and gentlemen, hip hip! Hey!
We've been coming here for about 18 years, I have, personally. The man who lives here, Brian, he used to be the master of the hunt, and it's his birthday meet, and we try and make it as jolly as we can for him.
Morning! I love today, it's just so nice. It's always a really good meet, this one. It's always got a really good atmosphere.
It's good fun. I come and hand out drinks, with Nick on my own, odd one. But yeah. Go on!
I just wish I was out there. I'll have to get another horse.
Bedroom?
Although Luke likes helping out at the hunt, the most exciting thing in this 15-year-old's world right now is the size of his new room.
It's quite a nice room. There's lots of light. I have my bed here, double bed, and then computer over there somewhere. And yeah, there's not much else I can put in my room, but that's good enough for me. It's about 10 times bigger than what I've got at the minute, so I'll just be glad to get in here. It'll just be so much nicer because I've got more light, more space, so I can put more stuff in here.
You can clean these for me, Luke.
I think it's great that Luke has been so actively involved in this restoration project, because as a future custodian of the building, he will appreciate it all the more. No one wants to see these dovecots, wagon sheds and hop kilns become derelict and disappear, as we can't stand to lose a vital part of our countryside's history. 10% of all the UK's agricultural listed buildings are in a severe state and make up the biggest category on the Buildings at Risk register. Planning and conservation restrictions were not always so stringent in the past, and often conversions have not always been sympathetic. I think this tussle between encouraging people to restore buildings and not just letting them fall down illustrates the difficulties and conundrum of restoration today.
What's really interesting with barn conversions is that through the 70s and 80s, the lack of planning control and much lower building regulations meant that people just did anything they wanted. And then you got conversions which had kind of UPVC windows, crazy paving, terrible tiles on the roof, and a lot of beautiful old barns were ruined. Now that the planning constraints have become more stringent, now that the building regulations are, if you like, more onerous and have raised the standards of building in Britain, it means that the standards of barn conversions have improved as well. There's some beautiful buildings around.
It means today that these agricultural gems that could be lost forever can be restored with integrity and converted into fabulous living spaces. Darren and Lisa hoped they would be in for Christmas, but the roof set them back. Now it's February and it's all about the fixtures and fittings.
This all looks really good. We've got all the windows in. The outside looks excellent. The extension's up now with all the flint work. And the roof looks brilliant as well. It's coming on really well. See if it's the same inside. Morning. How are you?
Oh,
Hard at work. I know, it's like stumbling over everything. Haven't seen you for ages, you all right?
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Darren, hard at work today, mate.
Always. How you doing?
You're all right, good to see you. Well, the roof looks like it's been there for 100 years. It looks beautiful.
Yeah, we're really pleased with that, aren't we? We have a lot of comments about that, how good that looks. It's not like a brand new roof, so...
Well, thank God you were right in the end, after all that hassle with conservation. You remember what you should keep, what you shouldn't keep, how all that was going to work. You go up there and you think, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
Should we go for a wander around?
Yeah, sure.
And how's your kitchen coming on, Lisa?
It's getting there, actually. I've got a couple of pieces made, or almost finished.
And what's life been like in the caravan for you? Honestly, has there been any points where you've been out your depth, though, where you've just thought, why the hell am I doing this?
Maybe like for a day.
What, every day?
Yeah, it's like Groundhog Day. Every day the stress comes out.
And what about their budget?
How are all the pennies gone, if you don't mind me asking? Has it been a struggle?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. But
have you had to go back to the bank yet? Have you run out at any point, or has it been all right?
No, well, we sort of knew, you know, we sort of kept budgeting, and we sort of know what we've got, and we're just trying to keep within that. But you know, it is now that it's getting really hard to keep that, you know, because there's just so many things that you don't think of.
I mean, your priority seems to have been to have kept the quality of what you wanted, kind of irrespective of budget. Is that right? Is that fair to say?
Well, just as much as we can afford.
Yeah, no,
he's... as good a quality as we can afford.
Yeah,
really.
so you're just being go, well, that's the material we want.
Yeah.
It might be within our budget.
Yeah.
Let's do it and see what happens.
Yeah.
It is a bit suck it and see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
But, yeah, you are... He's more careful than I am with money.
Isn't that always the way?
Some things I go and choose, and he sees the price of it, and he's like, no, I'm sure you can do better than that. So, well, I've had to sort of rethink. But
what are the chances of you running out of cash? Are you going to have enough money in the pot, do you think?
I think it's going to be really tight, but I'm just going to make sure that we sort of do it. It's going to, you know, we're just going to have to, if it comes to this point where we're nearly running out, we're just going to have to sort of, you know, put everything in a bit tighter and just be a bit more careful.
I think Lisa and Darren are both very good at hiding the stresses of the building process, let's put it that way. I think it's been a grind for the both of them, to be honest. I think they're knackered. I think Darren's got to go out and earn money during the day while Lisa's left here to project manage. And she's doing an amazing job at project managing this. He's doing a great job of keeping the pennies coming in to feed the machine and keep the build going. But it's got to be stressful. They're living in a caravan. They've got a teenage son who doesn't want to be in there anymore. I think Darren's happy to rough it, but Lisa wants to be out. She's had enough. I'm worried that money's going to get tighter and tighter, and also the more time that Lisa spends running around buying, you know, screws and nails and bolts for the builders, she's not getting the finishing touches in this building that'll make this the perfect home that she wants.
From the beginning, Darren and Lisa's dream of turning this derelict coach house into a family home has been a bumpy ride. Conservation and planning issues.
It's really hard to keep everyone happy.
These are short, aren't they?
Unexpected costs like replacing the old oak roof. The human cost of making sacrifices like living in their caravan for 2 years.
It's so cramped.
They've grafted, learnt new skills, but the costs have spiralled and they've overrun by 6 months.
We're not close to running out of money. We have run out of money.
So they buckle down and cut their cloth.
When it comes to doors and skirtings and that, we've sort of had to go for pine.
The biggest disappointment is because of the new building regulations, they couldn't keep any of the internal cobbled walls. So they've decided to go with Decopia, a fake plaster finish. but they haven't had to cut all corners. The centrepiece fireplace is hand-cut to order, and there's a solid oak staircase. 2 years ago, it looked like this, and it looked more desperate when the whole roof came off. It's been harder than they expected, but with steely determination, this family have pulled together to rescue and restore this beautiful building, and at last, they've moved in. My last visit was 6 months ago, when they were out of money and completely exhausted.
Wow.
200 years ago, this used to house a coach, 2 horses and lots of hay, and now it's back to its original splendour, but with an added new extension. The real achievement here is you can't see the join between old and new.
They're in. You're in. Thank God. Nice to see you. How are you?
Yeah,
you
fine, thank
Hello,
you.
mate. From the outside, you've done an incredible job. This extension looks like it's been there for years.
Yeah,
and years
they've
and years.
done it very well.
What's it been like the last few months? Honestly.
Hectic.
Even the dogs are voicing over there.
I
They're still
know.
out there. That's their posh new kennel now.
I know.
Has it been worth it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Definitely.
Definitely, yeah.
Would you do it again?
Yeah.
Not for a while.
Come on, I'm dying to see it. Dying to see it.
Darren and Lisa have decided to go for a traditional country look, sympathetic to their rural roots and the history of this coach house.
I mean, everything in terms of the materiality of this place is spot on. All these little touches. I mean, look at that. That's classic.
I know.
Classic arts and crafts design. That is.
But I do like those.
Beautifully
They are
made.
nice.
Although they had to replace the entire roof with new oak, true to their sensitive restoration ideals, they've managed to reuse many of the old beams throughout the building.
Those arches that we're purely decorative, just so that we could keep some of the old tin back in.
The old tack room is now the kitchen, which houses an auger and Lisa's handmade freestanding cupboards.
Look at it! This is the unit that I discovered that you cheekily made on the choir without me really realising.
This was the first piece, yeah, this was the first piece I made.
And the rest of it, all of this?
I got to the point where I wanted him to help me make this, so I had enough.
What was
so
that? No heated debates?
It was. Oh, yeah.
Not once I told you to get out.
Yeah.
Turning the old barn doors into windows has really opened up the kitchen. It's also transformed the space that housed the coach and horses, which is now the living room.
Oh, what a difference. Actually, it's got a completely different feel, hasn't it,
Hasn't
from
it?
the other side?
Hasn't it? Yeah.
In every way.
Yeah.
It's so light and bright.
And they've also restored key features of the original coach house, which is a reminder of the horses that once lived here. This entire family all pulled together during this project, and for teenager Luke, his hard work has finally paid off. For 2 years he had no space living in the caravan, but at last he's got his own large bedroom.
Come on then, boys' room. Let me have a look. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, Luke, you are one lucky boy. What's it like living in here? What do your mates think?
Mates are a bit jealous. They all like my bed mainly because it's so comfy. It's so much nicer being in here.
And he's also got his own bathroom, complete with mod cons.
Come and have a look at this.
So when you're lying in the bath?
Yeah.
Yeah?
You just turn the TV on.
It's not a bad life, is it?
No, it's not bad.
And you go from caravan to this.
Yeah, so this.
Super posh, mate.
What was once the hay barn upstairs is now the master bedroom, and it's here the true glory of the new oak and exposed beams really shine. Lovingly hand-stained, they look like the 18th century originals.
Look at this. It's a palace.
Palace.
It's massive.
Their ensuite is also very plush.
Now I know why you ran out of money.
I feel it's a sensitive, modern restoration project that really shows what you can do with a budget of just £140,000. But it's reasonable to estimate it would have cost at least double that had they not grafted and project managed the build themselves. Although they have no desire to sell it, the coach house is now valued at £450,000. After 10 years of renting, 2 years in a caravan and lots of hard graft, this is their first true family home and it's worth celebrating.
I've got a little surprise for you.
What? Ooh! Fantastic.
You didn't think you were going to get me today, did you?
I didn't.
If this goes on the carpet, you'll kill me.
I'm running.
I've never been so scared about opening a bottle of champagne in my life.
Being so busy, I feel they missed out on uncovering the wider historical context of this building. For me, as new custodians of the coach house, I want them to have this knowledge, so they too can pass it on to future owners. And I also wanted to chart the journey transforming their home from dereliction into a modern 21st century living space.
I've put together this book for you, which is a little token from me to just say thank you for everything. The journey's been great, and it's recorded all the history of the building, all the history of the local area, even down at the post office. Everything I've tried to put in here to kind of paint that whole picture of what the area was like, and what this very particular building meant to the area as well.
God, that's fantastic.
So it's kind of, this is your building's life.
It is,
very
and
much.
it's wonderful.
As yours.
I love it.
Thank you very much, George.
Absolutely
You did a
love
fantastic
it.
job.
Thank
Well
you.
done.
That is so nice. Cheers.
Cheers.
Well done. So that really is the end of quite an amazing 2-year journey, and I have to say what an absolute privilege it's been to have been part of this build. When you look at what Lisa, Darren and Luke have committed to this project, it's been absolutely everything, from the stresses of the everyday build to managing the money. But they've not only created just a beautiful building for their generation, they've created a very special